You think I'm an ignorant savage, and you've been so many places, I guess it must be so. But still I cannot see if the savage one is me. How can there be so much that you don't know? You don't know. You think you own whatever land you land on. The earth is just a dead thing you can claim. But I know every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name. You think the only people who are people are the people who look and think like you. But if you walk the footsteps of a stranger, you'll learn things you never knew, Have you ever heard the wolf cries on the blue-coin moon? Or asked the breeding bobcat why he grinned? Can you sing with all the voices of the mountains? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Come run the hidden pine trails of the forest. Come taste the sun-sweet berries of the earth. Come roll in all the riches all around you, and for once never wonder what they're worth. The rainstorm and the river are my brothers. The heron and the otter are my friends, and we're all connected to each other in a circle, in a hoop that never ends.
My lovely imps!
Does the sycamore
How are you doing?
you cut it down? You will never
Jade Monkey, Gay Fesh, Cotton D-Pad, Furcifer, Token Brazilian, Somniostatic, Philly Wonk, Nuts, Morningstar Plural, Mika Meow, GrouchyAsh, Sleeping Void, Dokei Bing, President Parakeet, Punk Corpse, Cookie Sprodman, Vermin Hands, Dark Morgwinfeld, Formless Zygote, Annie, Hooray Brill, Vines, Push Milk, Goddess Trans Girl, Uncle Gumball, System of Cells, A Causality, Neb, Alberto T, Ginger Snaps Back, Mal Mart, A Peppy Toaster, Sunny Joe, Indicat, my lovely imps. Thank you for being here today. Today's gonna be a fun stream. Welcome, my lovely imps. We are here today as a part of a bonus round of call-ins. It's going to be a bit of a slower pace of call-ins today, and we are going to have my usual warm-up intro section. It looks like we actually have some, stuff to talk about. Oh, I gotta fix something, hold on. There we go. Yeah, it looks like we got, I don't know if I want to call it drama necessarily, but we got something happening. So we're gonna maybe take a look at that because that's some breaking news. I've heard a couple of people have mentioned it to me, and some links were dropped in chat for us to look over. So maybe we will do that today. I hope you are all doing wonderfully today. Oh my God. So real quick, before we get too much further in the stream and before I forget, two things. First off, This is one of the longest call-in streams we've ever done, cumulatively. We did over 12 hours of conversations between the first day where the internet went out and the second day where the internet did not go out. We had some of the best conversations that I've ever had on this show. It was awesome. We had a ton of people watching. We had anywhere between 200 and 350 people watching for the call-ins, which I consider that to be a massive, massive victory. And on top of that, we also were able to showcase the unbelievable positivity and productivity of this incredible, incredible community. Yeah, the imps really, I want you all to take it in that this community, the community of the imps, is probably maybe even more famous than I am right now with regard to how good your reputation is online. And not just your reputation, but the fact that the community consistently manages to rally itself, to take care of members, to watch out for one another. You know, a lot of people talk about how good the Juggalos are to each other. You all know about that, right? Like the Insane Clown Posse, those guys, the Juggalo community, they do GoFundMes for each other. They take care of each other. They watch out for each other. And I like that. I think that's based. And you want to know who else does that? Us. Yeah. So is Mod Day carrying over to today? Yes, it is. I want to make sure that the mods know just how appreciated they are. So even though my wallet is pinching just a tiny bit, I just want to make sure that you all know how much I appreciate you. So today's donations will also go towards Mod Day as well. Fake Alec Kyle Parker says, I don't know why the entire day I've been thinking, man, Demon Mom and Xanderhall seem like they would be a very cool alternate version of Spider-Man. And you know what? I will die by the statement. Oh, Poggers, that's pretty sick. Maybe I could be an alternate version of Spider-Man. I would be the Spider-Man that lives in a spider web. Because I sit on my computer all the time. Oh, no. Don't worry, Posadas John. I'm mostly just joking around. I'm perfectly happy with giving these donos. Yeah, you know, we can call it Mod Week. It basically has been. Rhodes says, I think the imp's reputation may be much better than yours, legitimately. Yeah, I do think the imps have a better reputation than I do. Partially because the imps haven't really had any reason to be targeted, but yeah, Mod Year, okay, I would be hurting then. You did not just compare me to Insane Clown Posse? No, I did not. You're correct. I compared you to the fan base of Insane Clown Posse, who are infamously good at taking care of one another. Yeah, so that's great. Okay, well, Gayfesh, that's because you're one of my dons, you know? You're one of my guys. When the time comes, you go out and you're like, you rattle them with the Tommy gun. You're like, you know, that's you. Yeah, totally. Yeah, so, okay, the second thing, Rhodes, do you have the links to your survey? If you can, provide me the link to your survey. My lovely imps, I have a small request for you. Speaking of how the imps always look out for one another, one of our incredible mods, Rhodes, who has been a member of this community and a volunteer mod for some time, is doing a project for a high school project. Yes, that's right. That's right. We have a mod who's in high school, a volunteer mod, and Rhodes is doing a project on trans mental health and trans mental health statistics. It's a very important project. It's also, I don't know, if I want to be honest, that's some overachiever stuff if you ask me, which I think is pretty pog. So we're gonna drop the link in here. If you are oh God. Hold on, I gotta grab that link real quick. Hold on a second. Here we go. I'm gonna drop the link real quick. If you would be so kind, please go and fill that form out real quick. It will take you less than 5 minutes to fill it out. Just fill out that form and you will be helping out Rhodes They are really awesome, and only if you're trans. Yes, if you are trans or gender non-conforming, you don't have to identify as trans, but if you're gender non-conforming, if you are, you know, I think it's trans and gender non-conforming. So yeah, go ahead and smack that button so we can help Rhodes absolutely crush the last year of high school and whatever. Is the high school project about collecting the data? It's about collecting the data and writing something meaningful about it. My gender is a pool filled with napalm, based, but also dangerous, but also based. If you are here right now, which you are, if you're hearing me, you're here right now. Press the like button. We have 101 viewers and we have only 74 likes. If we get 101 likes before you even know it, we will be at 200 viewers. And then if we have 200 likes, then we'll be at 400 viewers. So let's make it happen. Smack those likes. Make it nice and cozy in here. Let's pack some more imps in. Look at that. Some of you are overachievers and like the stream already, which is based. Based and based pilled. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So, God. Okay, real quick. God, what was I gonna say? Fuck. Now my brain is going off. Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about watching Hannibal. So I finished watching Star Wars Andor. I'm sure you all have heard me talk about it like 15 times over the last, 2 or 3 streams about how much I like Star Wars Andor. However, I began last week watching the TV show Hannibal, and I actually quite like it, especially now that we're getting into the 2nd season of Hannibal. Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen, damn. Silence of the Lambs, yeah, it's the same world. It's the same cinematic universe. It's the Cannibal cinematic universe. Yeah, the cinematography is very good. I need to rewatch. I didn't realize it was so gay. Okay, let me tell you, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's literally a scene in the show where Mads Mikkelsen is talking to the main character, and he goes, and he's like talking about another character, and he's like, "We are her 2 fathers now. You need to understand that." It is so gay. It is such a gay show. It is so fucking gay. It's unbelievable. Wait, no, it's not. The story does not follow the novels at all. Yeah, but it's in the same cinematic universe. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's like the Hannibal TV show is like, it's in the same universe as the other stuff. It's just different takes and different timelines. Kind of like how there's like a bunch of, how there's been like 7 Hulk movies all made by Marvel, and they're all based on the same character, the Hulk, but they're completely different movies, and they're all like different takes on the same basic stuff. Same thing goes for Hannibal. There's like a fuckload of Hannibal media. There's like the Michael Mann movie, Manhunter. Then there's Silence of the Lambs, Red Dragon, and Hannibal. Then there's the Hannibal TV show. Then there's all the books. Yeah. Yas Rose says, I'm not sure if Demon Mama will see the YouTube chat. I do. But I just wanted to thank Demon Mama for all of the anti-Semitism coverage. It has meant so much, and I've become a lifelong fan because of it. Damn, good to hear. I am staunchly and firmly opposed to anti-Semitism, and I will continue to cover it for the rest of my life, most likely, unless somehow, in some miracle, either I live to be forever and I outlive the existence of anti-Semitism, or if we defeat anti-Semitism once and forever, or once and for all, in my lifetime. But yeah, it is a topic that is very important to me. While I was growing up, I was exposed to a lot of anti-Semitism, and also Jewish people, Jewish stories, and Jewish belief systems have been a big impact on my life. So it's something that's very important to me. And also, on top of all of that, I do tend to think that anti-Semitism is one of the sort of, because of the way that the sort of the right has formed in the West, anti-Semitism tends to be a bellwether for hate movements in general. Because of the influence of, well, the Nazis, and before that, the influence of anti-Semitic Christianity. The rise of anti-Semitism is almost always one of the first things you will see as hate in general is on the rise. So you're very, very welcome. Thank you for being here. Happy to hear that what I create has been able to be useful and inspiring to you. Thank you for being here, seriously. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Rhodes. I appreciate that. Yeah. Maybe someday I'll be able to speak more to greater extents on Judaism itself, but I don't really think that I have that knowledge base yet. But I do take anti-Semitism very, very seriously. Yeah, as a matter of principle and etc. Anti-Semitism is also hella dumb. Yes, it's remarkably stupid, but most hate is really anti-intellectual. It is a hatred is built off of disgust. It is built off of emotions purely. It is not a rational, beliefs, or like, I guess it's not a rational belief that is held. People find post hoc justifications to settle their own, to like sort of ameliorate the idea that they're not just acting off emotions, but they are. They always are. And to a certain degree, you could say that's true about a lot of human beliefs, but it's especially true about prejudiced beliefs. Prejudiced beliefs almost always come from some, like, this is, for example, let me give an example that's not anti-Semitism. You guys know how like right-wingers are always obsessed with like the idea that they're going to be cucked by a black guy? Like literally constantly. If you go on 4chan, you'll be like, oh, they'll be like, wow, you're a cuck, you're a soy boy cuck, have fun sucking your girlfriend, your girlfriend's black boyfriend's cock. And it's just like, what? And the reason for that is because they have there is a insecurity, a deep emotional insecurity that they then project out into the world, and then they find post hoc justifications like, oh, well, crime rates, and oh, well, you know, history, and all that stupid shit. Why? How specific of you? It's not, I'm not trying to be that specific. Like, it's just true. It's just one of the things that right-wingers are fucking obsessed with. There's a guy who wrote a whole comic about black penises that attack people? Okay. All right. Yeah. Hate is a weapon. Fear is a driving force of emotion. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's very racist. Well, oh God. Yes, they are. Yes. As Uncle Gumbald says, chuds are literally, oh no. You ameliorated the way to say ameliorate to help Vosh ameliorate his pronunciation. Well, that's not how it's spelled. It's it's ameliorate. Did I say ameliorate? Oh yeah. So there's this term. Okay. Have you guys ever heard here? Let me just show you this, okay? The term is malapropism, okay? I'm teaching you something today. Malapropism. A malapropism is the mistaken use of a word in place of a similar sounding one, often with unintentionally or amusing effect, as in, I am dancing a flamingo instead of flamenco. Or dance a flamingo instead of dance a flamenco. Does that make sense? A malapropism, I try my hardest to avoid malapropisms because they personally annoy me. not only because they interrupt communication, but because whenever you do a malapropism, every single fucking grammar Nazi in the audience is gonna be like, you just immediately, everybody's gonna jump on it. Bone app the teeth. Well, that's kind of, I don't know if that's quite the same thing. The sacred and the profane. I love that. Yes, in Trailer Park Boys, what's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? I just had his name in my brain. The main guy, Ricky, that's his whole thing. His whole thing is saying a word that sounds very similar but isn't quite the right word. Yeah. Something's fucky? Something's what's fucky? What's fucky? Worst case, Ontario. Okay, here's one. You wanna know a great example? Here's a great example. When people say, the Pacific Ocean. That's a real thing. People will say, oh, it's the Pacific Ocean, instead of the Pacific Ocean. Or the other way around, when people will say, I mean it pacifically, and they'll say the Pacific Ocean instead of specific. So they'll be like, I am pacifically asking you to do this. It's understandable given the circumcisions. Okay, these are funny ones though. These are good ones, okay? Eastern and specific time. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I can see half of chat is screaming in agony and the other half is having a really good time. That makes me laugh. Oh my God. Oh. Okay, yeah, so what were we even talking about? How did we get off on the malapropisms? There is a reference to this specifically in Glass Onion. I saw somebody mention that. Somebody said that, don't they talk about this in Glass Onion? Yes, they do. In the movie Glass Onion, there's actually a rant where he's like, this entire time has been a veritable smorgasbord of malapropisms. And it's a very good line, because the main guy keeps saying all of the wrong, he keeps doing that. He keeps saying a word that almost sounds similar but isn't. Yeah. Way. Oh, was it you? There you go, Sirius. Yeah, be nice. Don't be mean. Don't be, well, okay, to be fair, Punk Corpse and Nuts have like a history, so I don't know. Maybe it's a kink thing for them. I don't know. Boy. I just was looking at a Twitter thread about the allegations against Andrew Callahan of Channel 5, or formerly of of Channel 5, formerly known as All Gas No Brakes. Yeah, maybe we should look into it. Kika182, how can I be smart like Demon Mama? Okay, there are many people who would be in disagreement as to whether or not I'm smart. However, if you want to be smart in general, I highly recommend doing everything in your power to come to love learning and love the process of discovery. Learn to love that. It can be hard sometimes when you're if you've had a hard time like in school, or if you've had a hard time with teachers that have like sort of made it hard to love learning. One thing about me is that I genuinely love to find out new stuff. It's part of the reason why I will listen to people talk about lore of things more frequently than most people do. It's part of the reason why I do what I do. It's part of the reason why I voraciously consume media. I go after books, I go after movies, I go after games, because I always want to find out new things. And that is the best way to become a smart person in general, is to do whatever you can to foster a love of learning. And that means you have to sort of interrogate what it is that makes you feel, you know, that pushes you away from intense experiences of learning. Because, you know what, you wanna know what's an example here? I have been banging my head away at a game called Neo 2. Neo 2 is extremely difficult, and it's extra difficult for me because it is a game that uses a set of knowledge that I don't usually use. I am bad at fighting games, and Neo 2 has a ton of fighting game genetics in it. It uses a lot of specific combos. There is a bunch of stance shifting, moving from a low stance to a medium stance to a high stance with your weapon, you know? And I'm not good at that. But I have been banging my head into it anyway, because learning something new and coming to master that is such a satisfying experience, even if sometimes the process is frustrating. And I've been getting really good at it. In fact, I've completely cleared the entire first chapter, with the exception of the New Game Plus difficulty missions, or whatever it's called. I think it's called like Twilight difficulty or something like that. And now I'm moving into the second chapter, and just this morning beat a really hard arena boss, like a boss arena fight. It was fantastic. What weapons do I use? I've been primarily using the Odachi. I fucking love huge katanas. I fucking love them so much. So I've been using the Odachi a ton, and I've also been using the split staff because I like magic. So, yeah. Yep. It'd be fun to see a gaming model with that. I might actually play some Neo on stream at some point once we get through the, we have to finish Cult of the Lamb, which is what we're doing tonight. Tonight, while I'm doing call-ins, I'm going to be playing Cult of the Lamb because we really need to beat that. I had to take like a month off because I was traveling and a whole bunch of stuff came up, and then the shoe on head stuff happened. So there's been basically very little time for me to actually play that game, and I really want to, really want to do that. So. How far into Neo am I? I just made it into the second world map. So like there's like the first map, and then I moved over to the second one. It's the part where you encounter Odo Nobunaga. It's pretty wild. In the game, it's called an Odachi. But I don't know if there's a difference between a Nodachi and an Odachi. Nodachi means field sword, whereas Odachi means great sword. Ah, so that's the difference. So the Odachi is the great sword, whereas the Nodachi is a field sword. It looks like the field sword is smaller. Or not smaller, it's thinner. Yeah, here's a little chart. Tachi, long Tachi, Nodachi, long Nodachi, Odachi, long Odachi. That's huge. How would you ever even actually wield that without magical powers like you have in Neo? I don't know. Karl Marx said, capital is a dead vampire. Not having beans of production of my own makes me an alien. So if that's what capitalism is, that's fucked. True, Ricky! True! Fucking true! Ryoma says, are you interested in speedrunning at all? Not really. Actually, speedrunning is one type of game that I am like actively turned off from. partially just because I fucking hate feeling like I feel like I'm, the reason why is like, I feel like I'm on a time limit at all times in my life anyway. So a game that also is pushing me to go even faster usually stresses me out. That said, I do know that I would like to at some point at least try something. Like I've thought about playing, what's that game? Well, fuck, what's it called? Something white, neon white. But you like Pathologic? I like Pathologic because Pathologic correctly addresses what my daily life feels like. Not make it well, I guess it does make it worse in some ways. It's just a different thing. I don't like having a clock on me. I hate a clock telling me. I don't mind being pressed for time because obviously I play survival games and those are technically pressing you for time at all the time. I hate having a little clock reminding me, you're doing bad, 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 you're doing bad. Stresses me out. Is it Neon White? Is that the game? What is this? Oh, we got Sonic memes? Oh boy, here we go.
You can't catch me. I'm the fastest thing alive.
I was thinking about why so many in the radical left participate in speed running.
Huh?
The reason is the left's lack of work ethic.
What?
Go fast rather than do it right. And in a Petersonian sense,
Petersonian?
to elevate alternative sexual archetypes in the marketplace. Fastest hedgehog.
Shadow, what the fuck are you talking about?
You're a beta male, Sonic.
All right, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Holy bonus stream, Batman. Yeah, it's a bonus stream. There's a version of that between solid and liquid. Oh my God, that's incredible. Beta male affectionate, true. It's funny. Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that conservatives, they revile beta males, but in their own worldview, it is necessary for the world to be made up of beta males. What a weird thing, right? Isn't it fucking weird that conservatives claim that like alphas and betas is the natural order, but then they resent people who are betas? Isn't that fucking weird? It's so fucking weird. Have you been watching the Hippie Punk asks, Demon Mama, have you been watching the Logan Paul dumpster inferno? Yes, I have. I've considered talking about it on stream, but we simply haven't had time. Maybe we will do 2 drama mamas this week because we haven't done anything like that in a while, and there's a lot of topics that we could go over. Isn't beta the ambitious second in command? Well, that's what you would think, but that's not how they use it. We should do, I want to do this Andrew Callahan thing if necessary, but I feel hesitant to jump into it without reading through it first. I generally feel uncomfortable reacting live to allegations of this type without like prepping in some way or another, if that makes sense. And then also I would really like to talk about the Logan Paul thing because so many people were affected by it. Also, I mean, and there's been like a whole bunch of YouTubers coming under fire because Logan Paul is being a giant bitch baby. Information is just dropping. Vosh is releasing a video soon. It's on whatever has come out so far. Yeah, I'm always a little hesitant to do that. So, what's this one? Oh. I turned Logan Paul's scam into a working game. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what the hell people were thinking with regard to why you would ever buy into a Logan Paul crypto project. That sounds like the stupidest thing I can imagine. Yeah. Well, that's the aim, Philly Wonk. However, there is something I think that I would, well, let me actually see how long it is because I don't want to push back our call-in segment for for too long. Oh, there's a little Joel video on this stuff. Hold on. There was hold on, let me just see. Yeah, we can do this. All right. Before we get into the gaming stuff, I did want to do one react that is relatively drama related. And that is one of the people that I mentioned in the whole men's rights etc. drama, as somebody who generally talks about men's issues from a very good perspective and is definitely on the left, is That Dang Dad. You guys remember the video we watched by That Dang Dad? Well, That Dang Dad did a video called "Is the Left Failing Men?" And I think that might actually be a good watch for us to do, given what we were talking about, because I have a feeling that this will be a actually productive interpretation of the drama that's going on. So why don't we do that? Why don't we, while I'm warming up here, why don't we react to a fellow leftist who is talking about something I mean, I've not seen the video, so maybe it's crap, but I highly doubt it. I imagine that it's quite good. XVYabo says, is it mod day still? Yes, it is. It is still mod day. I decided to grow my generosity into an enormous tree so that my mods may have very good fruit. Let's watch it real quick. But one more thing before I do that. First of all, like the stream. We have 180 people here now. That means we're missing, how many likes are we missing? We're missing about, oh wait, hold on. Oh no, I just closed my thing. God damn it. We are missing about 50 likes. We need 50 more likes, and then we're gonna get even more people and we'll get even more likes. So please press like. I don't know why I'm so spitty. I'm sorry about that. Please press like so that we can grow the channel even more. And what we're gonna do real quick, that's right. First of all was like the stream. The second thing is, there was another discourse that I did not talk about that I think I want to talk about for about 2 seconds, real quick. And that is the Finnster discourse. Does anybody here know what I'm talking about with the Finnster discourse? Finnster is a cross-dresser, I believe is the term that he uses for himself. He does streams. He is very, very, very beautiful. He does cute little dress-ups on stream, and he makes some money doing that. He is, as far as I understand, very supportive of the LGBT community. He's not some kind of like Nazi femboy or anything like that. But recently, a couple of, or I should say one major account, and by major I mean one primary player. The account is not that big, but one account wrote a thread talking about Finnster being problematic. And some other people have jumped on board with that. In fact, a lot of people jumped on board with that. It sparked a discourse. About whether it is good or bad for a cis man to make money off of a gender non-conforming appearance. And it's funny because if you put it like that, I think that most people would go, wait, this was a discourse? The way that other people put it was that he was basically doing trans face. That's not the wording they used, but that was the argument. The argument was that this is a cis man who is dipping his toe into transness. This is their argument, not mine. Dipping his toe into transness for the purpose of making money. And doesn't this have weird implications for drag queens? It does. It does have weird implications for drag queens. But I want to try and steel man the argument to the best of my ability. Because I don't agree with that argument at all, but I'm gonna try and steel man it. The idea is basically that that because Finnster is is a cis man, who does not live full-time as a woman, who does not even cross-dress full-time, and in fact, most of the time does not cross-dress, that his channel functions as a sort of offlet for people who are otherwise too transphobic to support trans people, but are okay seeing a silly boy dressing up in a dress. Now, while I can understand some frustration from the idea that, like, you know, for example, trans people have a absolutely horrible time statistically and experientially with regard to like being able to break into any entertainment industry. Trans people really have a hard time. You guys know this. Many of you who've been here with me for a long time know just how far how hard I've had to push in order to even make a space for myself. And my channel is not like gigantic. We've been growing a lot, which is awesome, but I'm a 20K subscriber channel. I'm not a 100 or 200 or even a 1 million subscriber channel. There are very few trans people with any sort of channels of any size. Yeah, and so I understand people's frustration with the idea when they look at and they see, oh my God, trans people have such a hard time doing it. Isn't it kind of frustrating that like a cis guy can more or less safely engage in gender non-conforming behavior, whereas trans people are beaten into the ground for it? And if you look at it like that, I can kind of understand where people were coming from with that, kind of, in that, yeah, it does kind of suck that, it does kind of suck. Oh my God. Oh yeah, oh my God, thank you, oh my God, Snack Freak. I was just about to open your package. We just got it, so thank you so much. Also, thank you very, very much for the $100, and please, please take all of my luck and all of my blessings towards that promotion because you deserve it. I know you do. I've seen the quality of your work. I'm gonna open your package in just a second. Yeah, sorry, to get back onto the topic real quick. I can kind of understand where some people feel a frustration saying, oh my God, doesn't it suck that trans women get basically ground into fucking meat for even making an attempt at art? And you all know that I've talked about this extensively. That part of it, the part about trans women getting treated absolutely horribly online, you all know this. Some of you have seen creators you like come and go, get slammed into the ground and be left for dead. I mean, God, the list goes on. We've talked about it on this channel so many times. We know this happens. But that doesn't mean that Finnster is wrong. And that also doesn't mean that Finnster has it easy or anything like that. To be fair, I don't think most of the people who were talking about Finnster did their homework to find out if Finnster faces harassment or not. I would be willing to bet money that Finnster deals with a lot of harassment. And I don't know, because there's no way for me to be able to know that, but I would be willing to gamble on that side of things. I do not think that the online right, that the transphobes online do a very good job distinguishing between trans people and cis cross-dressers. They don't do a very good job with that. So, I don't understand. What I don't understand is how you progress from saying, yeah, trans people have it really bad, to, well, this person, Finnster, it must be malicious, therefore, or is a bad influence. So that was me attempting to sort of steelman and walk through the position of the people who were getting very mad at Finnster. But now I'm gonna tell you what I believe, what my position is, okay? Which is, it's a very good thing that cis men who are gender non-conforming are able to make a niche for themselves. And it's even better when they're an ally to the rest of the LGBTQ community. As it turns out, there are a ton of men in the world who would be gender non-conforming They would not be hyper mask men like society tells them to be if they felt like they had a little bit more solidarity. And what I mean by that is if they felt like it was possible for them to see other people like them, men who dress femininely, men who like cross-dressing, all those sorts of things. There's a lot of people out there who are like that. Cis people who don't have a desire to permanently transition, but who like wearing clothes that aren't for them. We know that that's bullshit. We know that the idea that there's clothes that are not for someone is bullshit. So why on earth would any queer person ever discourage a cis guy from gender bending or from experimentation or from refusing to conform to gender standards? I think it's emblematic that right now, a lot of people online really are just venting their pain. There's not a lot of valuable discourse going on right now, for now. We, Demon Mama and the Imps, are gonna help change that, hopefully. But the idea that there's so many queer people who would be willing to throw a gender non-conforming man under the bus just because he's happens to have made a niche where he can make some money doing that, to me is sad. That makes me, and also a little bit angering. I really wish that queer people would be a little bit more careful. And I do think that most queer people are fine about this, but the fact that this was able to become a discourse at all, the fact that it was able to reach the levels that it did, speaks to the idea that there are way too many people willing to entertain. Basically, there are way too many people who are trapped in a mentality of hostility towards other queer people. And it is ultimately the same kind of thing as like when gay guys, and of course, obviously, it's slightly worse in my opinion when gay guys throw trans people under the bus, because there's a lot of gay guys and there are more gay guys, considerably more gay guys in positions of power than there are trans women in positions of power. So obviously there's a power issue there, but as an individual act, it's the same idea. It's the same mentality of divide and conquer that drives people to throw each other under the bus and to drive these rifts in a community that otherwise has shared interests. I support Finnster, at least. I mean, I don't know Finnster personally, so maybe if they do problematic shit, I won't necessarily support them in that. But I support Finnster in their ability, in his ability to dress the way that he wants. And I support all cis men who want to dress the way that they want to do that. And if they have success with it, that's awesome. That's really good. That's the way I look at it. Infernatrix Sophia says, have you read Exiting the Vampire Castle by Mark Fisher? It's super relevant here. I don't know if Doe has recommended it to you yet or not. I have not read the whole essay, but I've read chunks of it at various points, and I've discussed those chunks to great length. Yeah, I do think it's valuable in that case. I think it is, I think the idea of being trapped in a bucket full of crabs where you're sort of always being taught to throw each other under the bus is a mentality we have to challenge, like is a state of being we have to challenge. Mike Marshall says, hey Demon Mama, you recorded a video for me and my partner's 11th anniversary a couple of weeks ago and it was the best surprise. Thank you. You're very welcome. I hope it was wonderful, and congratulations once again on 11 years anniversary. That's incredible. I knew this clip before I was even a leftist. Oh yes, I know this one. Yes, I know that one. Anyway, once again, to get back to the real quick issue that I wanted to touch on, this whole Finnster thing, the arguments that I've seen against Finnster are very, very weak. And I want to just reach out to those people who are mad at Finnster, and I want to say, Finnster is not the person that you're mad at. Please be careful about how you vent your anger and the targets that you choose for it. A gender non-conforming cis guy is not your enemy. necessarily. I mean, they could be, but to my knowledge, from what I've seen, there's no evidence that Finnster is like against LGBTQ people or a right winger or anything like that. Choose your battles more wisely, because tearing down other queer people and tearing down other queer people in this way does actually damage the overall push to challenge gender roles as they stand. Cis men need to be able to be gender non-conforming. That we all believe in that. I should hope that any trans person on the planet would believe, besides, I guess, maybe like the Blair White types who believes that like gender is an ironclad thing and you either have to be a manly man or a bimbo woman. You have to be one of those two things and nothing else. I guess somebody like that would not believe this, but no, you know, Blair White types notwithstanding, genuinely, all of us should be able to agree that we need to challenge gender roles, that men and women alike should not be bound to a specific set of clothing, that they should not be bound to a specific set of behaviors. So again, choose your battles wisely. Finnster is not your enemy. Your enemy is the encroaching genocidal maniacs that are actively trying to remove your rights. Turn your attention to them and charge with all of your might towards that enemy who is much more concerning. Ninja Taco says, Demon Mama, something tells me that the reason Finnster got hate was because of the passing thing. No, I don't think so. I think that's, what's the word that I'm looking for here? No, I think that's too cynical. I don't think that we need to imply that people hate Finnster because they're ugly, or because they don't pass. I think that's kind of dirty. That's kind of a dirty tactic. I think the genuine reason is because there's a lot of pain in the fact that trans women especially cannot get a single leg up in the society, that trans women are discriminated against in jobs, and they're heavily discriminated against in entertainment industries, that trans women who put their face, like I do, out into the world, are regularly bombarded with endless transphobia. I think that it's a distortion of that. People feel that pain and they see someone else who is not having that pain and they mistake them for an enemy. I don't think it comes from people being uglies or whatever. I really don't think that's the right answer. Anyway, that's all I have to say on the Finnster thing. Time runs shorter every single day, and we need to choose how we expend our energy wisely, and I don't think it's wise to spend our energy going after Finnster. Hope that all makes sense. Sturquilinus, no, you can't. Warning, please. Sorry, Sturquilinus, no, you cannot. That is against the TOS of the website that we're on and also the TOS of YouTube. So please do not. That's just a warning. If you do it again, I'll have no choice but to ban you. Yeah, that's called a Fed post. All right, so one more thing. I lied to all of you. I'm a dirty, I'm a dirty, disgusting liar. I have to open a present. I received a present in the mail from I received a present in the mail from a amazing artist in our community named Sneck Freak. Sneck Freak has made a number of really wonderful wonderful things for the Christmas tree, a bunch of different things for this community. And I happen to know what it is. I did not look at it yet. I opened the package and then I remembered, oh wait, I wanted to open this on stream, so I haven't looked at it yet. However, look at that! Oh my God! It's so cute! It's the dough! It's a cross-stitched dough! Oh my God! Sneck Freak, thank you so much! Oh my God, it's so cute. I gotta hang it on the tree right away, okay? Oh, I don't have a thing. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do for now. I'm gonna just hang it here. I'm gonna just get it comfy over here real quick. And then I'll get it a proper hanging thing, but I'll just hang it by its little holder right now. Oops, that didn't go very well. Here, this one's better. There we go. Oh, the other one fell. There it goes. It joins the pompo. Look at that. Oh, wonderful. I love it so, so much. It's right over there with the Pompo one. Thank you so very much. Our Christmas ornament collection gets more and more beautiful every single year. Oh, nice. God, it got really, really hot in my studio. I'm gonna need a bigger tree. I know, soon I'm gonna need a bigger tree legitimately. How incredible. Thank you so very, very much. Everybody, oh, thank you so much, Prosy Rosie. This is actually, I stole this from my partner. My partner bought this one, believe it or not. This one wasn't one I picked out, but my partner lets me wear it when I want to because it's so nice and it fits me. Look at that, it's so cool. Oh. Oh, Olympics Dizzy. All right, everybody, now it's time for us to watch the video that I said that that we would watch. I want to react to this video because, well, like I said, in my last big drama or discourse segment that I did, I specifically brought up the fact that I want to try and build up left creators who are working very, very hard to make sure that the discourse stays good. So that's what we're doing right now. All right, everybody, we are going to be reacting to a video titled, "Is the Left Failing Men?" by a content creator by the name of That Dang Dad. So please, I'm going to link That Dang Dad's channel real quick in the chat. And I would like you all to go shoot some follows and some likes over to That Dang Dad. We have watched That Dang Dad's videos before, but today we are going to be reacting to the video, "Is the Left Failing Men?" Let's do it. Let's do this.
Hey there, welcome to That Dang Dad. My name is Phil, and tonight we're stepping into the discourse. I didn't want to have to do this. I actually have another script about 90% done that I was planning on filming next, but the online left is in shambles right now, and there's only one cure: another guy giving his opinions. I anticipate a couple different audiences watching this video. If you're one of my regulars, sit back and relax. You know how I roll. If you're checking me out for the first time, especially if you're on the conservative end of the spectrum, here is my request. Please.
Dexterity M9 says, "Is Discord messed up for anyone else?" There is a massive bug. There is a massive hack going around on Discord right now. Please be careful. Do not click any links that you do not recognize. I have had like 4 or 5 of my friends get hacked already. Please be careful. It's like I think it's called the Colosso hack. Be very careful. So yes. Thomas Brand. Oh my God. Thomas Brand with the incredibly generous $100. Here is a super chat. Now the mods can get a snack. Thanks for the stream, Demon Mama. Oh my God, Thomas. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much for that generosity. The mods deeply appreciate it. I can tell you all real quick, the mods are getting a massive paycheck, a very good paycheck this month.
Please just watch until the end before you roast me in the comments. I don't make long videos. I try not to be a jerk on here, so hear me out. Feel free to disagree with me. Just do me the courtesy of hearing the full point before you demolish me with facts and logic. Also, I imagine this topic is going to feel really weird for trans men watching, because this discussion often treats men and maleness as a monolith, but trans guys have a way different experience of masculinity than cis guys do. Anytime people are arguing about what to do—
By the way, Capo with the tier 2 sub, thank you so very much. The Finnster drama reminds me of a Callie and Conrad quote. If you define yourself by your oppression, you need to continue to be oppressed in order to continue to exist. True, don't define yourself by your oppression, and thank you very much, Capo. Let's continue.
About the men. Trans men are always an afterthought, or even worse, made to feel like there's some kind of spin-off that doesn't count. So, to my trans brothers out there, I don't know how much of what I want to talk about will speak to your specific experience of masculinity. After all, I'm cis, 95% of the guys in my life are too. But I do have plans for you later in the video, so hang in there. Anyway, enough fiddle fucking around. Let's get into it. Recently, a man named Andrew Tate was arrested for
allegedly
being involved in rape and human trafficking. He's often bragged about
allegedly
emotionally manipulating women into sex work, and several women have come forward to press charges against him.
By the way, if you ever have any doubts about the guilt of Andrew Tate had literally made videos about he didn't call it how to be a pimp, but he made a video about being a pimp. And in his video, he talks about how you need to get women to work for you and you need to get them to give you all of the money that they make. All of it. None gets kept to them. They give it all to you, and then if you want to, you pay it back to them. It is totally insane. The man is, like, in my opinion, the most obviously guilty guy you can possibly imagine, but I guess we're gonna find out, right? Because again, all of these allegations, all of these things are just alleges. Maybe he was just goofing around and playing a character, but I don't think so.
Unfortunately for the world—
Oh wait, he does refer to himself as a pimp in that video? Well, there you have it. I didn't know he actually did that.
Andrew Tate is a big name in what you might call the manosphere, the loose confederation of blogs, websites, video channels, and influencers all centered around men, men's issues, male empowerment, and so on. After Tate's arrest, people were reflecting upon his influence among men, particularly young men in their teens and early 20s, and the question naturally arose: why was his brand so attractive to young guys all around the world? Or, more to the point, what can be done about young men getting radicalized by a manosphere that disregards women's issues, is frequently hostile to queer and disabled people, and is often animated by this smoldering love of violence, often associated with rape threats, death threats, doxing, harassment campaigns, and even the occasional mass shooting? And, at least on my side of the internet, a couple factions began to form. One faction claimed that men were in crisis, that men's issues were being ignored, that men felt humiliated and alienated from the social justice-minded left, and that we needed to do more to bring them in, that we should be addressing the loneliness crisis and the hurtful experience of losing status. We should be creating spaces for men to air their grievances without fear of being ridiculed or being branded a bigot for just asking honest questions. They said that the right-wing manosphere was chock full of guys presenting themselves as male role models, here to show you how to be a real man, and that the left needed their own version of that with a more positive take on masculinity. In short, this faction claimed that the left was failing men, and in so doing, ceding ground for right-wingers to come scoop them up with promises of a return to glory. This faction was met with—
I think this is a very charitable interpretation, and I think that's probably a good starting point. I would point out, generally, I would point out the fact that the first tweet in this wasn't just saying that the left was failing men, but also that the left was responsible for creating the MRA movement by having bad takes, which is just so. That's part of, and I mentioned this in my video about this topic, which is the idea that, like, the framing was totally ruined from the absolute get-go. The first tweet that struck this all off was just blatantly wrong, and from there a bunch of people took up different positions, and then they were battling simultaneously over the original position and the new one. But yeah. Wait, what? I didn't see that in the tweet. In the original tweet, it said, hold on, I can just, oh my God, dude, like, I brought it up, but I can bring it up. Hold on. I can bring it up again. I went over this in my video that I did about it, but, you know, let me just make sure. Hold on a second. Where was it here? Oh no, do I have it? Oh, I do have it bookmarked. Hold on. I just want to make sure that we're clear on this so that you realize, so you all know that I'm not just making that up, that I'm not just like, let me grab the actual, where the hell is it? Oh, it's been so many days now. God. Here we go. Here's the original tweet. Hold on. The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. Do you see what I'm saying? The reason young men flock to the MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. That's what it means, what it says. It means, like, right? Like, he's making an argument that the MRA movements are being flocked to because the left gives bad advice, which is ridiculously incorrect. So anyway, let's continue. I just wanted to make sure that you understand that I'm not misrepresenting that argument. That was the original argument that started this entire thing off. It was a terrible way to start a discourse. Let's continue.
Vehement backlash from another group that claimed that men were not entitled to coddling by the communities that they've been harming. We live in a patriarchy that centers men's feelings in everything. The opposing side said that men need to take responsibility for their own growth, and that telling, say, left-wing women that they're not doing enough for men is reinforcing the harmful entitlement that is animating male violence in the first place. This group said that men's problems come from capitalism and patriarchy, and that the left should be focused on destroying those systems, not centering men as victims, and certainly not accommodating individual men who make the community feel unsafe because they won't listen to women, queer people, disabled people, and so on. This group said that the left doesn't need guys presenting themselves as male role models because men need to learn from lots of sources, not just other men, and besides that, there's no shortage of left-wing men making content out there.
Also, a very charitable interpretation. I will say that there were people making all of the arguments that he mentioned, but a lot of the people who were responding, especially people who were responding to Vosh, were not making this argument as well as he represents. However, I do appreciate that dang dad basically steel-manning both positions as we're going into this. When I talked about this, I said that I don't think there were two sides. I think there were like 6 or more sides, and all of those were just clashing into each other and sort of just slashing out and bashing into each other randomly. Nobody was really responding to anyone in a one-to-one nature. There was this sort of, I'm attacking a conglomerate. Each person was attacking a conglomerate that included people that weren't making arguments that they said they were. Very messy, very confusing. However, I do think that this is the way to get to the bottom of what the actual concerns are, even if it is a Steelman version. Also, I just think that the way that he frames this, there's some very interesting things to talk about. But let's continue the video.
Well, as someone whose channel is named after a quintessentially male role, I followed this discourse with some interest. As many of you know, I'm somebody who grew up very conservative, and I believed a lot of harmful things for a long time. I used to be the thing the no coddle faction is upset with, and I've since become the thing that the male outreach faction wants to see more of. So which side am I on? Would that it were so simple.
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 I'm trying to say that, Mr. Lawrence.
I'm going to tell you what I believe, but I think it goes without saying, I'm just one guy.
Redcon 404 says, I just subbed to this guy. Based! That dang dad is fucking awesome. And I would love to see more people subscribe to his channel because unironically, I think that he talks about these issues with an incredible amount of compassion and insight. He, in my experience, does not engage in any of the sort of meaningless bravado that some people engage with. Instead, he does actually aim to tackle the issues, and he seems to be mostly interested in helping people, which is awesome to me. Let's continue. Oh yeah, you should watch that, Redcon. It's really good. We watched his one about how cop training basically gave him PTSD. It's a really, really good video. Absolutely, I cannot recommend that video enough. It's very good.
I have an extremely narrow experience in the world, and there's a lot of male experiences that I can't speak to. I didn't play football. I've never been hunting. I've never been sexually abused by an older woman and had everybody treat it like sexy mischief. I've never been an Asian man being mistreated on dating sites. I was never a Muslim man living in the wake of 9/11. I was never a gay teen boy kicked out of his house and doing whatever it takes to survive. And I was never a black 10-year-old boy with a police officer pointing a gun in his face. There is no definitive male experience, and I don't claim to represent even the half of it. But
remember, you all remember when do you all remember the video I did about male socialization? Do you guys remember that video? Where that was the exact argument that I made, that the idea of male socialization is already a weak premise because there is no single male experience. Even if there are some similarities, there are still an enormous diversity of men's experiences, of male experiences. So the idea that there is this thing called male socialization is just absurd. I'm really, really happy that he touched on this. Oh, I'm really happy that he touched on that.
here's what I think. I do believe that cisgender men, particularly in the United States, particularly straight men, particularly younger men, are having a tough time. I believe that many men are suffering. They're lonely. They're struggling financially. The future doesn't feel like it's full of promise anymore. There's expectations foisted on them that they've never opted into. And everyone treats men as if they don't need any help, as if it's their job to just suck it up and deal with it. Do we live in a world built on patriarchy, built on protecting male power, built on protecting male ego? Undisputably. Do we live in a world where men have been the default human for centuries, where things are built for male bodies and organized to maximize male success? Yeah, buddy. Ironically, I believe this is why many men are suffering. Because while the system has been built by men and for men, many individual men are getting crushed by it and made to feel that this is evidence of their unworthiness.
Based! Yeah, so on point! So fucking on point! You have to remember that when people say that the world was built for men, I brought this up in my male socialization video as well, that it's built for a certain type of man. And actually, I made a joke about this earlier about how conservatives conservatives say that the world is separated into like alpha and beta men, and they revile beta men, even though they believe that the natural order of the world, according to conservatives, is that some men are meant to be alphas and some men are meant to be betas, and they hate them. Why do you have to hate them if it's natural? Why is that the way that it functions? It makes no sense. And the real reason is because it's not about the natural order. It's about dominance. It's about saying some people are supposed to be better than other people. That's the real reason. But when the reason why that connects here is because the people who are self-stylized alphas, the men who take over by force, some of them are literal psychopaths. Some of them have no sense of empathy. They don't believe in empathizing with their wife and kids. They believe that power is all that matters. They build the world for men who are like them, not other men, not all men. Anyway, let's continue.
Within the patriarchy, masculinity is something fragile, something that can be built up and squandered, something that can be bestowed and taken away. Within the patriarchy, masculinity is something that must be policed, enforced, guarded, and surveilled.
Ron's KFC with the incredibly generous $20. More money for the mods, more money for the mods. Indeed. Thank you very, very much, Ron's KFC. Also, real quick, Dexterity M9 says, as a former dude, now demi-boy, who was probably an incel at one point and was a very cringe dude, let's just say, this discourse has been very hard for me since the only way that I got out of it was a lefty friend from Discord, and it took years for me to get better. It pains me that so many men are just left behind and are hurting, and I just wish we had all the answers. I wish we had all the answers too. I just want to be clear. I don't know every single answer, but what I do know is that the discourse, the way that it unfolded, is not the answer. And also, something else that is not the answer is attempting to pressure people, like say trans people or women, into being basically the front line to try and reach people like that. They can't. Most of the time, it's not trans women, it's not women who are able to reach people like that. It's other guys, it's lefty guys who are often able to do that. So we just need to be careful in how we address that issue, because I do agree it's an issue that needs to be addressed. I do think that there are a lot of guys who are just lost, and that's it. They're just simply lost, and they should be helped. They should be brought in to a place that's warm and that can be fulfilling to them, that can help them grow as a person. But the answer isn't really broadly yelling at other people to do it. There has to be like a real approach here, and it's not an easy answer. Retcon 404 says, I've literally had someone tell me toxic masculinity doesn't exist while simultaneously telling me I need to cut my hair. Isn't that fucked up? Toxic masculinity is absolutely a real thing. It's the idea that men can only be one way, that basically the only types of men is like a soldier, a policeman, an iron worker, or a dead guy. And that is a absolutely fucked up way of looking at the world. It's a fucked up thing to put men through. It's a fucked up thing to subject women to. It's bad for the entire world. Yeah. Yeah, businessman or hobo.
In a patriarchy, if you're not being a man in the correct way, you lose out on access to the privileges and benefits that the system was hoarding for you. But what is masculinity? It can't be purely biological, because otherwise, how could it be reinforced or taken away? If it was purely biological, men wouldn't have to prove their manliness or protect it. In the interest of time and simplicity, I am not going to attempt to drop some gender theory into the mix. Longtime fans of the channel know I'm a butler bro. If you know, you know. Instead, I'm going to tell you my theory of what masculinity isn't. First and foremost, masculinity isn't a disease. It's not a character defect. It's not a soul sickness. It's not something to be ashamed of, and not something to be stamped out of people. But more to my main point, there's something that masculinity is being confused with, often intentionally by bad actors online, and this confusion, this lie about masculinity, is making men fucking miserable. Are you ready? Masculinity is not control. When I think back on the informal male education that I received from men in my family, men in my childhood churches, male friends, and men on talk radio thinking the big deep thoughts, again and again I come back to the idea that to be a good man, a proper man, is to be in control. Sometimes
there you go. That is the message that is blasted out by the right. The right-wing idea of what a man is whoever is dominant. Like I was just talking about with the whole beta alpha thing, they say that there's such a thing as a beta male. They don't see those people as men. They see them as beta males. They see them as males, soy boys, whatever. Those aren't men to them. In their mind, a man is somebody who is either aspirationally or currently dominating someone else. In their mind, dominance is all that matters. That is the main thing. That is the foundation of right-wing manhood. It is taught in every church in America. It is taught on every right-wing radio station in America. It is blasted out by fathers and schools. It is terrible. Retcon says, This is a little off topic, but when I worked at a liquor store, I had a coworker make fun of a customer who was walking around with a man bun while having his hair tied up himself. And his excuse was that the other guy's man bun was too high up. That is just, ooh, wow. That is such a deep level of, gender policing. So many people participate in policing of gender without even realizing it. Without even ever realizing it.
Sometimes this is inward focused. A real man is in control of his emotions, in control of his passions. He's the master of his body, pushing it to feats of strength. He is the master of his mind, unwavering, unbending, unbroken. Other times this is outward focused. A real man is in control of his environment. He's the life of the party, making everyone laugh. The suave lover, enticing the one he desires. The respected boss. The breadwinning husband. The protector of his domain. The wise captain steering the ship. If I'm a man and it's my duty to maximize my masculinity, then it must be my duty to take control. I must be entitled to control. And here's the funny thing about control. It's a finite resource. There's only so much to go around, particularly when it comes to external control. For some to have it, others must not. So if I don't have it, I gotta go get it. And if I do have it, someone might try to take it from me, and I have to be stronger, richer, and more powerful, or at least look like I am, so that I'm not an easy target. And unfortunately, somewhere along the way, men picked up the idea that while being too emotional wasn't manly, there was one emotion that didn't really count against you, especially if someone was trying to target you. Anger. When a man sees injustice, when a man sees someone taking something that doesn't belong to them, when someone is threatening a man's castle, the only proper response is righteous anger. I am someone who personally struggles with anger. It ignites in me almost instantly, like oily rags just spontaneously combusting in an old warehouse. And as I've spent time reflecting on the side of myself, I've come to realize that what makes me explode is when I feel like I'm not in control of a situation, when I feel powerless. To be angry, to smash something, to yell, or to slam a door, this feels like taking control back. What's that, IKEA bookshelf? You don't want to assemble easily? Well, now you're a pile of rubble. How do you like that? Fuck you, I win. So, where am I going with this? To go back to our two debating factions from earlier, I agree with the male outreach faction that many men are in crisis. Cisgender straight men are watching the world change before their eyes as many institutions explicitly state their desire to diminish the power and influence of cisgender straight men. And the days where an unremarkable guy from a small town could get a decent union job right out of high school, get married almost by default, and afford a house and 3 kids on a single salary, oh baby, those days are long dead. Thanks to globalization and automation, employers have more options. And now that women are allowed to have, credit cards and bank accounts and careers and dating apps, potential mates have more options too. We still live in a capitalist patriarchy and rich men still control everything, but many individual men feel more powerless than ever, and at a time where no one has much sympathy for them. And boys, I know that sucks. Legitimately, that sucks. But there's a reason people aren't showing very much sympathy, and you have to get your head around it. That powerlessness that you feel is something that everybody else has been feeling for a long time.
Just before he said this line, I was just thinking that. I was just thinking about the fact that no one has sympathy for anyone anymore. We live in a society that is emotionally, empathetically bankrupt. We live in a society that constantly encourages us to only have compassion towards those who rule us. A society that teaches us that basically teaches us that the only way to succeed is to become a psychopath, to literally cut out all emotions so that you are not disturbed in your pursuit of success, whatever that means. You see this all throughout people's workplaces. You see this throughout the way that schooling operates, that schooling is all about teaching you to pursue a career, that schooling is all about achieving over other people, achieving higher than other people, that it permeates every aspect of American society, and most capitalist societies fall into this, because in a society of perpetual profit, in a society that demands perpetual growth of businesses, then obviously it is going to reward people who behave like cutthroats. Yeah, it's the temporary, yeah, exactly. As Eddie says, it's the temporarily embarrassed millionaire mindset, and it makes no one have any sympathy or empathy for anyone else, even though we should. It's not, and it does hurt. It hurts everyone, but the reasons aren't just, you know, directed at men alone. It's a society-wide issue.
That sense of being ignored, passed over, stepped on, disregarded, disrespected, and devalued. How do you think women have been feeling? How do you think queer and trans people have been feeling? And are you sitting there saying, but that's not my fault? You're right, it's not your fault, but it is your responsibility to deal with the world that you and I have inherited. And this is where I agree with the no coddling faction, because they're right. The systems making men miserable today are the same ones that have been making everyone miserable since forever. Boys, you are suffering under systems of domination. They used to work better for you, and now they don't. The problem is the domination, not your decreasing access to it. The solution to your unhappiness and to your insecurity is to dismantle these systems, not rebuild them. They're just gonna fuck you again. Because remember, the lie that you've been fed about masculinity is that it hinges on individual dominance, on control which is finite, which not everyone can have, and which is always being threatened or challenged. There is another resource that keeps people safe, that builds people up, that gets hard work done, and not only is it not a finite resource, it actually works better the more people that have it. It's called solidarity. Solidarity can mean a lot of things, but for our purposes, it is a social relationship that values you not because you're strong or smart or funny or handsome or rich, not for what you can do, but because of what you are and will always be. A fellow human who needs food, clothing, shelter, autonomy, and dignity. The lie you've been sold about masculinity tells you that you must always be on guard, always ready to take, always ready to fight, that your value as a man is fragile and changeable and forever at risk. Solidarity says that's bullshit. Your value as a man, as a human, is eternal. You don't have to earn your dignity. You were worthy of it the day you were born. So returning to the big debate, this is why I reject the notion that the broadly defined left doesn't care about men's issues and doesn't provide male role models to help guide young men towards healthier paths. We care, but we recognize that the issues men are experiencing are part of a larger network of oppressive forces. And the male creators and influencers doing the very best work, in my opinion, understand this key truth. The people who know the most about surviving and thriving against those oppressive forces are the ones that have been fighting them the longest. Racialized people, indigenous people, queer people, disabled people, and so on. The male creators doing the best work know that we have a lot of lessons to learn about solidarity, how to do it, how to magnify it, how to preserve it, and that the people who can teach us the most about solidarity are the ones who it has been keeping alive for centuries. Boys, if you're straight and cis and white, your oppression and your pain matters. But in the grand scheme of solidarity politics, you're the new kid, and you would be wise to link up with people who already have the lay of the land and listen to them. And sometimes that means closing your word hole for a while and just marinating on what they've told you. Even when it stings, even when it feels extreme, even when it feels like they aren't considering your unique trials and tribulations. Men are not always great at sitting with discomfort, but take it from me, sometimes that's where life-changing lessons are hiding. But even though I think that men need to learn from non-men, I understand the male impulse to seek out role models and heroes to aspire to. So when I think about some of the seasoned cis guys that I admire in the left or left-adjacent creator community, I think about people like Bo of the Fifth Column, a military veteran, Legal Kim Chi, a lawyer who loves tabletop RPGs, Damon Garcia, a socialist Christian, FD Signifier, a black media
I really like Damon Garcia. The stuff that I've seen of Damon Garcia is super, super interesting. even though I have a ton of critiques of Christianity, it's so interesting to see him talk about Christianity from a totally different lens. And while I have disagreements with FD Signifier, especially with regard to how he handled the videos that were made about Xander Hall, I still think that FD Signifier makes some really, really great videos.
Critic and essayist.
Nuts says FD Signifier is cringe. Yeah, but you also have to remember that people aren't only one thing. People can make good videos and also do some cringe things on social media. Yeah. There's a reason why I said that I like a lot of his videos, but that I don't agree with the way that he handled the Zan situation. In fact, I very explicitly said that I think that he handled it very poorly and that he joined in circling the wagons around DJ Mule, who is a sloppy piece of shit.
Mike Rignetta, tabletop GM and filmmaker, Steven Spahn, gaming accessibility critic, or Dan Olson, an indie documentarian.
Dan Olson is so based! Dan Olson is so based! Does that apply to DJ Mule as well? DJ Mule's videos suck. And also, his biggest video was a direct attack against Zan, so no, it's not quite the same thing. Just to be 100% clear, I don't think that sort of like softly defending your friend is the same thing as taking like days and days out of your life to publish a video that is specifically designed to take someone down based on false allegations. I don't think those are the same thing. I think that people unintentionally defend their friends when their friends are wrong more frequently than they should. And I also don't think it's nearly as bad as being the one who does the thing. Yeah, so let's continue.
Say nothing of like 50 other guys I could have named doing amazing work on YouTube and elsewhere.
Yes! Yes! Jacob Geller! Woo! Yeah, baby!
But let's not stop there, because I want to go back to something I said earlier. Even though men have been sold a lie about masculinity, masculinity in and of itself is not toxic, it's not diseased, it's not depraved, and it's not something to hate. So yes, you can learn about masculinity from men who have worked to unlearn the harmful messages they've been told, but I think there's a group of men with invaluable insight on this topic, and it's a group of men who almost never get handed the mic. Of course, it's trans men. Who is more equipped to lead a conversation about healthy, positive masculinity than men who have had to fight tooth and nail to live it? As a mentor with a queer teen outreach, I know trans men of all ages, as well as non-binary people trying to work out whether they might be men in real time. And you know what?
Trans men in chat, shout out! All right, can we get some K comrades for all the trans men in chat? Let's do it. K comrades for the trans men in chat.
They all seem to have in common. None of them act like their masculinity entitles them to domination and control in our spaces. You know what else they seem to have in common? None of them have decided that their masculinity prevents them from being vulnerable within our community, or prevents them from listening with humility and curiosity. I hope it's fair for me to say that no group of men on the planet has put more thought, reflection, and intentionality towards being a man than trans men have. And I suspect many of them cherish and rejoice in masculinity much more powerfully than anyone in the manosphere. The Andrew Tates of the world project happiness, but deep down, you can feel the insecurity eating away at them.
You can.
These are miserable people, terrified of being exposed, terrified of not measuring up, terrified that other men are going to dominate them and that they're going to deserve it because they weren't manly enough. And you want to pay them thousands of dollars to teach you to be as scared and as insecure as they are and just as phony? I have a better idea, and it won't cost you anything. Boot up your personal computer, activate your modem, double-click on Netscape Navigator, and navigate your ass on over to the fantastic Mr. Fox's channel and watch his video on positive masculinity. And then keep going.
By the way, this right here, what we're talking about is part of the reason I got so annoyed at the faction of people who were claiming that the left is actively hostile to men or whatever. Because there are so fucking many extremely detailed, extremely careful, extremely compassionate videos made by leftists about men, often by trans men out there, that are totally ignored. And ignoring them is a disservice to the people who are working hard right now. Let's continue.
To the men watching this, especially to the conservative men that made it this far, I want to be crystal clear about this. I want you to be a man. The best kind of man you can be. And while I can't speak for every single person who identifies as left-wing, I can tell you that the vast majority of people that I know don't want to erase your manhood. Trust me, some of us enjoy manhood quite a bit. We want to erase the system that is lying to you about what that manhood is and means. The system using that lie against you to keep a handful of people rich and powerful at the expense of everyone else, including you. And boys, that means we are asking you to let go of things that you have been tightly clutching to your chest since you could walk. And
Yes,
that is
Eddie.
going to feel uncomfortable for a lot of you. Your body doesn't know how to untense. Your brain doesn't know how not to be afraid, how to stop competing. But unfortunately, we can't take your hand if you're still clinging to domination, still clinging to control. But our hand is outstretched, and you can take it when you're ready. Anyway, to bring it back to the debate we've been discussing one last time, I think this is the fundamental misunderstanding that some people are having. The male outreach faction is correct. There is a vast network of right-wing influencers out there promising to teach boys the secret rituals that can unlock true masculinity for them, and there isn't really a non-toxic left-wing version of that kind of content. But this critique misses a key point, one made brilliantly by Mr. Fox.
Because positive masculinity is whatever we want it to be. It is what men build together and model for boys to give them a brighter, happier future.
The real secret to true masculinity is that there is no true masculinity. There is no one right way to be a man. Masculinity can be whatever men want it to be. It can be an engine of solidarity and love rather than this depressing panopticon prison of insecurity. Unfortunately, a lot of men aren't ready to hear that because it's abstract and it's hard and it's open-ended. The right-wing grift machine has easy answers. Buy a big cigar, buy a big gun, buy expensive scotch, buy this diaper bag that looks like military crap, buy a gym membership, buy a big truck, buy this aggressive t-shirt, and buy this seminar that shows you how to walk around cock first and bully other men and cajole women into sex. The alternative left-wing vision of masculinity doesn't have anything for you to buy. There's no book of rules for boys because there's no gender police to enforce them because masculinity is what you create, not what you obey. I don't want to help you be a good man so much as I want to help you be good, man. And the idea that the left's only message for men is that they aren't entitled to sex and dates and just have to accept dying alone is, I'm sorry, asinine. The left's message for men is that autonomy and dignity is everyone's right, including theirs, and that true solidarity and true companionship and true intimacy can only be achieved when autonomy and dignity is respected by all parties. I once heard a speaker at a conference say, people don't fear change, they fear loss. And I absolutely believe that many young and not so young men today are afraid they are losing status, losing opportunities, losing agency. They've been immersed in a system of domination with winners and losers, and it looks like society is trying to help other people besides them win.
Retcon404 says, I have had so many friends that outwardly act like a stereotypical dude bro, but then have a ton of actually super interesting hobbies and interests that they never talk about. It's really sad, actually. It's depressing. It's super sad. There's so many, I can speak to this too. I know so many guys who actively repress parts of themselves because they know that they will be punished if they let that part out. Because they can, and I want you to understand that like there's the policing of trans women plays into this very hard. When cis men see trans women getting harassed all the time for defying their gender assigned at birth, they know that they can't step out of line either. These things are interlocked. We are all in the same fucking fight against the same imperial fucking gender structure. It sucks, and we have to fight it because it's torturing us all. It's torturing some of us worse than others, but it's torturing us all.
What I and the rest of my comrades offer is not some nonsense about becoming an epsilon male that can compete better, but rather an entirely different framework. We want to help them become someone who can cooperate with those who need the same things as them so that everyone can thrive. Boys, you have heard it said that you must fight for your piece of the pie. But I say unto you, we can make more pies. bigger pies, apple tarts, Moroccan pastilla, the works. We just have to do it together. And there's a place for you right here next to me. Make pie with me, won't you? Anyway, let's wrap this up. The script is a mess. If you're a content creator watching this, I hope it doesn't sound like me saying that we shouldn't address men's issues. Of course we should. I just reject the idea that we aren't already doing that. Many men are suffering because capitalism treats them like garbage and tries to keep them poor. Many men are suffering from racism, constantly trying to scapegoat them and grind them down into a permanent underclass. And many men are suffering from ableism that excludes them from spaces and punishes them for their own bodies and minds. Trust me, the left is talking about these axes of oppression constantly. One of the benefits of solidarity politics is that it recognizes how powerful it is when diverse communities band together to take care of each other. And as somebody with a marketing background, I always advocate for having a variety of material that meets people at different stages in a buyer's journey, from "I've never heard of this" to "I'm all in." So by all means, let's have a diverse community of writers, thinkers, essayists, filmmakers, streamers, and content creators speaking to their passions in the unique ways that they bring to the table, and speaking to the communities that they feel close to, including the community of straight, cisgender men. And we certainly can't expect everybody who's been harmed by patriarchy and male violence to feel comfortable speaking directly to men or being in tight community with men right away. So if that's your calling, great, go and do. Let's just not pretend that we aren't trying to disrupt, dismantle, and destroy systems of oppression and domination. Let's not show men the soft bigotry of low expectations by pretending that they aren't perfectly capable of understanding how these systems are harming them and making a mockery of their masculinity. And let's stop assuming that men cannot be expected to respect boundaries, keep people safe, or be held accountable in our communities. I'm living proof. Men can get their shit together without being pandered to. Whew, hot damn, that was a lot. I think the main reason I wanted to weigh in is because I see friends on both sides arguing past each other, and I'm hoping maybe I can reframe this discussion a little so that we're at least all talking about the same thing. I don't expect everybody to agree instantly. I just hate seeing arguments where it feels like both sides haven't even agreed on what the argument is about. Anyway,
Also
what do
true.
you think? Which side are you on? What do you believe? What's to be done with these suspicious men characters? Is there a gap in leftist content that you believe we need to fill that can help young men without downplaying their responsibility to respect the dignity and autonomy of others? Or alternatively, who do you think is producing good content for younger guys out there? Let us know in the comments. And speaking of setting boundaries, you can disagree and debate down there, but if I see anybody getting nasty about females or whatever, it's off to the shadow zone with ya. Anyway, if you made it this far, especially if this is your first time here, thank you for spending time with me and for navigating all these choppy waters. Please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't, and if you think this is a worthwhile addition to the discourse, please share this video with people that you think might be interested. Thank you for trusting me with your time. I really appreciate getting to work out some of this complicated stuff with you. I should have something fun for my next video, barring some newer, spicier intra-left kerfuffle. Hope to see you then. Have a good night.
Damn. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? That there were people out here who were who actively avoided the toxic Twitter discourse in order to actually address the questions at hand. That dang dad, once again, showing us how it's done. If you enjoyed this video, I am going to drop a link, boop, 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 right there, okay? Go press like and go leave a comment. Leave some love from the imps, leave some love from Mama's community, whatever you want to do. Nuts says, this is simply one of the best videos you've reacted to in a long time. Well, thank you. I know how to choose them. What can I say? Retcon says that was very nice. A Causality says this was very reasonable. I definitely appreciated this. Gayfesh says based. This video I really liked a lot. I feel like it went deeper even than my video did, whereas mine was mostly pointing out how the discourse turned toxic and why that's bad for us. This really, really tackled the issue very directly, and I really like that. I have a lot of respect for that dang dad. both of the videos of his that we've reacted to on this channel have been fantastic. And what's more is that I've received constant feedback from imps in the community on the videos, in the comments, that they really like That Dang Dad's videos. And I think there's a reason for that. I think it's because he's speaking to truth. And yeah, there's so much that he touched on that was just so on point. The fact that masculinity ends up being a prison to basically all men, but especially men who don't aim to constantly be a domineering freak in every aspect of their life. Men who don't take the path of stopping having emotions towards their wife and kids. That is like, I mean, when I was talking about the discourse originally, we reacted to that Little Joel video where he talks about the manosphere tweet where this manosphere account is literally telling people, stop having feelings towards your wife and kids. They will use that to manipulate you. You will lose power and control if you have emotions towards your kids because they will make you feel bad. And it's like, what kind of a world do these people believe in? Well, and the answer is a world where people who cut out all of their feeling, the feeling parts of their brain, people who become hollow automatons are the ones who succeed in that system. And that is not a system that is good for humans. It is not a system that is successful or happy or anything. It only succeeds at consolidating power into the hands of a few. So, yeah. L's in the Anomaly with the $2, thank you very much, says, messaging is super important in this topic. Yes, it is. It is incredibly important. This is one of those topics where you have to be very careful what you say. Do you guys remember how I mentioned in the past, and maybe you don't, maybe some of you weren't around for this, but I once did a video where I said that there's a topic that you have to be very, very careful about, no matter who you are. But especially if you're a leftist, and that is the Israel-Palestine issue. And one of the reasons why you have to be careful if you want to be a responsible content creator is because the issue is so charged. There is so much prejudice and there is so much baggage built into it that if you're not careful, you can unintentionally support or at least contribute to all kinds of terrible things. You can accidentally, even if your position is critiquing Israel, you can accidentally jump onto narratives that are anti-Semitic, even if your critique is not anti-Semitic in and of itself. So you have to be careful around these issues, or else it just makes things worse. And this is another one. I think this is one of those issues where you need to be very careful in your messaging. Going around and being flippant is not going to help you do anything. It's not going to move things forward. It's only going to leave the door open for exploitation by our opponents. Awesome Jess 23 says, I am Brazilian, and the constant suppression of my feelings, even as I've grown and tried to be more open or tried to cry more and show vulnerability more and really try to dig into myself, now living as a woman with more knowledge, that many men in my life and many more women in my life actually taught me something that's really toxic. Having someone like Finnster is unthinkable, unacceptable. Talking to my mom about it was pretty surreal. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, the repression is absolutely insane. We have absolutely disgusting gender standards in our country, and they are like knives that dig into all of us. They punish all of us. They are designed to punish us in such a way that we remain subservient to people who are already in power, to people who are already rich and already rule over us. We have to cast them off, and we have to remember who our actual enemies are in this struggle. Thank you all for watching this video from That Dang Dad. I really wanted to react to it because, as you all know, Mama always puts her money where her mouth is. I don't want to just say that we should have more productive conversations about gender. I don't want to just say that we should do better. I want to show everyone what it looks like to do better. I want to show everyone what it looks like to tackle this issue in a responsible manner. And so I hope you enjoyed watching this. And I hope you will appreciate that Mama never misses. Anyway, end of segment. Hell yeah. Oh no, there's new Logan Paul drama? What? What? Oh, that's really fucked up. Wait, is this for real? Pig abandoned in a field. She was found with another pig who had passed away. Oh no. It is Def Noodles, but it's Def Noodles reposting a totally different account. I don't know. All right, I don't know. I don't know. This could be sus. Could be sus. Boy. Yeah, I've heard about the Channel 5 Andrew Callahan allegations, but I'm not jumping in on those because that's a really serious issue and I want to put together an actual stream on that. So, yeah, we'll see. It is a sus. That's the Latin word for pig. Is it? It is! What? Sus is? I don't remember that. Assuming the photo or the video is authentic, the spots are identical. Oh boy. That would be... Yeah. Oh boy. We got it coming in. We got it coming in from H3H3. I bought Pearl over a year ago. I was told she was a mini pig. She's not. Pearl was found alone in a field next to another pig who had died. She came to, or who had passed away. She came to us with tattered ears and a potentially life-threatening infection in her uterus that has since been healed. She's clearly been through so much trauma that we can't even begin to imagine, but she's safe with us now at the Gentle Barn. From what we've been told, it's believed she was purchased initially from a breeder by an influencer. People often buy mini pigs or teacup pigs for clout online, believing they will stay small. When they inevitably grow very large and have unexpected needs, they're sadly discarded. We don't know everything she's been through in her past. We know her life is now filled with friends, nutritious foods, the highest quality care, and so much love. God, that's so fucking sad. It's so fucking sad. Oh, my pig got too big, so I threw it away. What the fuck is wrong with people? What the actual fuck is wrong with people? I'm very glad that the pig is safe now. All right, my lovely, lovely imps, the time has come. We had a very long intro warm-up section because I wanted to react to that video very badly because there's still lots of people talking about this discourse, and I feel like this is a valuable video for us to have reviewed. But it is time now for us to move to the second section of this stream, the main section of this stream. which is going to be call-ins. That's right, we are returning to doing call-ins. However, we're doing something very unique this time, which is that instead of just doing call-ins, we are going to be doing call-ins with video games. I am going to be playing through and recruiting people into my cult in Cult of the Lamb. We have a ton of people on the list still to be recruited in the cult, and I want to make sure that we not only beat the game, but that we also get everyone recruited as promised. So we are going to do that right now. Real quick request. Alora, I am going to be trying to play the game as much as possible while doing these things. So if you can just remind people who are in the call, when they're in the waiting room, if you can remind them to disconnect when we're done with our conversation, that would be great. I really don't want to, if I can avoid it, I want to avoid tabbing out into Discord as much as possible. So, because it's kind of annoying. If it's not a huge deal if it doesn't happen, but I want to try to avoid clicking out as much as possible. Wait, for real? Capo says, Logan Paul is such a massive piece of shit, even by YouTube standards. Did you know he also trespassed on a beach to drive his Jeep during the mating season of an endangered sea turtle and crushed hundreds, if not thousands of eggs with the tires of his Jeep? I did not know that. That is absurd. Posadas John says, real quick, can you believe Aiden Ross did this? Yes, I can. I absolutely can. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's the sniff. We'll talk about that in the future. Yeah, so all right, real quick, I'm gonna get into the Discord call. Real quick. My God, I just got 4 more ats from that hack. I just got 4 ats from that fucking hack. All right, I am in the call-ins channel, and we will begin playing the game. Hold on, let me get the game booting up real quick. I gotta change my audio settings just a tiny bit. Oh yeah, I want to have Discord go out there. Hold on one second. Yo, sorry about the beep there. Just wanted to make sure we got this correct. All right. Okay, everybody. We're gonna play some games. Let me put the games up on the screen. It's time for us to play some Cult of the Lamb. All right. Let me bring the text back up. I am very excited. By the way, if you are here, press like. I want to get as many likes as possible on our video game streams, because if the video game streams get lots of likes, we will be able to do more of them. I don't know who the first guest is going to be, but we're going to find out in just a few minutes, won't we? Been a couple of days. It's been a few days since we last played, huh? What's your problem, man? Let's take a look. How's everything doing? Food levels are great. Faith levels are great. We need to get our demons prepared. Obviously, we would definitely want to get Kimberwolf in here. Hey, you don't have to be sorry at all, Awesome Jess. You're just fine. Let's see, who else? Goddess Trans Girl? Better health drops? I'm here for it. Let's do it. This game is so on brand. Yes, it is. This game is fucking amazing. I absolutely love it. All right, and let's do, we already had that one. We already had, let's do, I want the attack one. Half of a spirit heart. That's not that good. Hello.
Hi, hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Yourself?
Good. May I have your name and your pronouns?
I am GrouchyAsh, or just Ash, if you would like.
All right, Ash.
It's pronouns, if you would.
All right. It's. I should put this up on the screen. Wait a second. Wait. Not to interrupt you. Do we have, are we still doing, are we still getting the guest command? If so, that would be fantastic. If we could get a guest command, Ash, in its pronouns, that would be great. Because like I said, I'm really trying to avoid clicking out of the game right now because this game doesn't play well with windowed. Well, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for coming on. Did you have a topic in mind?
I had a few that whatever you're feeling. I want to talk about being vegan because you are the inspiration that made me go vegan.
Holy shit. That's not often. I don't hear that very often. Usually vegans are mad at me for a couple of reasons. I'm very happy to hear that.
How you built a community and just building a community in general, because I am like astounded and amazed about how amazing a community you've made. And the imps
Thank
are
you.
So fucking awesome.
I absolutely love my imps, and I'm very, very proud of them. So you want to talk about both these issues? Well, let's do the vegan stuff first. Hit me with the veganism.
Well, I've been vegan for well over a year at this point. When you
Damn.
when you first started talking about veganism, I just went, wow, that actually made me fucking think about it, you know?
Yeah.
And, I've just slowly over time changed my diet and like what I use and trying to be more conscious about that stuff. And I'm so sorry for I hate watching a lot of the other vegans that are just like in it to be to be better than people.
Yeah. I mean, the moral policing type of vegan is something that I think is very, very ineffective. I at least for me personally, I don't really care. Like, my positions are not determined like by like how nicely somebody who also shares that position is to me, if that makes sense. Like, I don't really care. Like, other leftists could be rude to me and I'm still going to believe in the core values of leftism because that's the way it is. But I know that like not everyone, like I'm not saying that they're bad for this. I know that most people aren't as stubborn as I, and also that people can find themselves feeling like socially alienated from a movement in a way that I think is very unhelpful. But I mean, I do think that generally, like, the vegans who behave like the ones who I've debated on my stream mostly, they do tend to alienate people from ever actually considering past like the very surface shock value of their message. And it is very unfortunate in my opinion. I will say though, very, very happy to hear that you've gone like fully vegan and that you found it to be like that you found my content to be inspiring in that way. I do deeply believe that we should do everything that we can to reduce, to reduce meat consumption. It's something that's complicated because, like, while I recognize that, like, at the end of the day, like, we live in a brutal planet, and we all have to kind of like, we all have to make our way. You know what I mean? We all have to try and stay alive. And in some cases, like, some people don't have many other options, or if you happen to live in a meat-heavy culture like in America, you might not have many options. So I just want people to, I'm always interested in encouraging people to eat as few animals as possible, whatever means necessary, even if that means like a patient approach that isn't like, as, I don't know, as fiery as some vegans might prefer. I hope that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. I am much the same. There's so many reasons for someone to not be vegan in the society that we have. Which I fully understand, and I don't want to force anyone into being vegan. That's how you get people to hate something.
Yeah, exactly.
I've actually even not convinced, but like told a friend about it, and they just went, yeah, you know what, that sounds good, and they're trying out being vegan too.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's fucking expensive though.
Yeah, it is. There's a hostility to it in the United States. It's funny that people don't draw comparisons between like American car culture and American meat culture more frequently, because there's a lot of similarities there. To be completely honest, like there is a notable similarity between the way that like cars have been locked into our culture, whether we want to or not. Like if you decide that you want to ride a bike, that's great. If you can, that's great. But in most places in America, like our street design is actively hostile to people riding bikes. Like I don't know if you've ever watched any like analyses of that, or if you've ever like been a biker. But like here in Seattle, for example, it's like the number of exposed bike lanes where cars can just extremely easily veer over and run and literally do run over people or door them. Like it's really bad. So like I don't blame people for not riding their bike, even though it is bad. Like it is bad that we have a car culture, and car culture is self-reinforcing in the same way that meat eating is. I can never really get all that mad at people for not wanting to ride a bike, because I know firsthand that riding a bike in America can be incredibly stressful and literally physically dangerous. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I live up in Canada, just like Vancouver, sorta. So it can be also dangerous to ride a bike there.
Yeah, when I was up there, I noticed like it's better than here, but there's still a lot of spots where I'm like, oh damn, there's still a lot of exposed bike lanes here. There's like not a whole lot of commitment to protected bike lanes, and going to Vancouver from Seattle, I was like, wow, this is an improvement. And even I could tell, like, you know, coming from America, like, oh god, there's still so many problems, even in a place that's so much better.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And one thing that being vegan has helped with is it's made me like experiment a lot more with different foods, different veggies, in ways that I wouldn't normally try. And like
it's a genuine palate broadener.
Yeah,
teaches you to be less of a lazy cook and less of a lazy eater, because you're more likely to. I mean, that's something like I've said, I'm not fully vegan to that degree yet. I've been slowly and surely attempting to avoid meat whenever I can. But hell, even in our dishes at home that we prepare here, we've started to add so much more variety to our dishes, even not having completely cut out meat. It really is a good way to encourage yourself to cook more broadly and more creatively.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so much fun trying out new things that you normally wouldn't, and like finding those like very far off articles, just like, I want to make this dish, but I can't use any of these ingredients. What can I fucking use as a replacement? And finding those replacements after like you're on page 3 of Google, the uncharted lands that they are.
Yeah. One thing I've found really cool that I like a lot is like fried tofu is something that I personally like a lot. And there is so much that can be done with fried tofu. It is such a fucking versatile dish. And I know not everybody is really into it, but I like fried tofu a lot. And I've found like so many dishes that can incorporate fried tofu, and it just, because tofu is such a good like receptor for the rest of the flavors in a dish, there's so much you can do with it. And that's only one example.
Oh, absolutely. Tofu is so fucking good. I've found like, and just the simplest things. If you just have some oil, a pan, and salt, like especially flavored salt, you can make I don't want to say bacon substitute because it's a different thing, but it's very much like bacon, and it tastes.
Bacon is like, in my opinion, one of the hardest things to get rid of. First of all, it's in every single American restaurant. Americans love bacon, but secondly, I'm always like, it's also the one that I feel like probably the worst about of almost any meat, because pigs are super intelligent. They're super emotive. They're incredibly they're like some of the easiest animals to train, and also we put them in like in our factories here in the United States. They are like put in the absolute worst conditions you can imagine. Yep. It's just terrible. It literally makes me feel bad anytime I eat bacon on something. It's something I try to avoid as much as possible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The hardest thing for me to get rid of, out of my diet, as a lactose intolerant person, was absolutely cheese.
Yeah. Yeah, cheese would be very difficult for me. But one thing I've been trying to do, and I've been heavily considering going much harder on it this year, is moving to more of like a seafood or fish based, like a pescatarian kind of approach. Though I don't think that pescatarianism 100% resolves all of the issues, because I mean, obviously fish are still capable of suffering, even if to a lesser degree than most mammals. But oh my God, it's like the diet that is probably best for me. I've mentioned on stream a couple times. You may even have seen a stream where I mentioned it, but I am missing an organ. I do not have a gallbladder, which makes my diet a very finicky issue, lest I have very bad stomach aches. Debilitating stomach aches, and so but a pescatarian diet is like high in protein and lots of nutrients in such a way that I can avoid eating too much fat, which is the big concern.
Oh, fair. Yeah, absolutely. And that's like another reason why I understand a lot of people have things like that, or other medical things that make being vegan impossible.
Yeah, or at least close to it. Yeah.
Yeah, and like nobody should be yelled at for having like a legitimate medical issue. Or
they're not the people who are contributing. It's like a handful of people who this is kind of the approach I take when people bring up like indigenous like ritual meat eating. You know what I mean? Like like there are some cultures that practice like meat eating as a part of religious rituals. Like there's like a ritual hunt or whatever. And I always am like, okay, like I understand where you can go and you can, you know, dive really deep into the philosophy of that, and you can say, well, yeah, it's still hunting and meat eating, and it can still be cruel. But also that is such a small percentage of people that it's an issue that's barely worth considering when you're confronted with the absolute normalization of meat eating in like fast food, in grocery stores. Like some small group of people like who have a religious requirement or whatever is like really not of anyone's concern, and not even an ethical issue to the same degree as like a factory farm.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel similar to that in like people that hunt for their own meat, or like specifically fish for fish, or anything like that, because it's a lot of the problem is with the factories and the just fucking horrible shit that goes on with all of those. I believe there is somewhat, at least, ethical ways to actually get meat or animal products.
Yeah, I think there are at least more ethical ways. I mean, I always recognize that, like, at the end of the day, like, if you're eating meat, you are pretty much in all cases going to have killed an animal. But, like, an animal that is killed in a humane manner, an animal that has lived like that has been able to live like a full life, and whatever, is not nearly as bad as the cage, the like mass, just the factory farms are just nightmare. They're horrible. They're just fucking terrible. Yeah.
Fucking horrid.
Yeah. So, was there any other thing on the veganism that you wanted to touch on? Because I'm more than willing to discuss most aspects of veganism. It is something that I think is a very important topic to discuss.
Not that I can think of right now. I mainly just wanted to say thank you for opening my eyes to that sort of shit, and like,
yeah, no problem.
Make that decision, and
I hope to become, as time continues, a better advocate for these types of things. I mean, I've talked about, things that I don't have the money or resources to do, but ideas that I think would be very helpful to promoting it. To promoting veganism, or at least to promoting a widespread reduction of meat eating, which I think would be healthy for us on a moral level, and also healthy for us on a physical level as well. If more people were willing to let go of meat a little bit more. But I will say that sometimes my my focus is on issues that I see as immediately pressing to the literal life of, you know, the trans genocide stuff is something that I cover very stringently because I am very, very concerned that there is an imminent threat. So yeah, but in the future, I do hope to get better on the issue and be able to spend some time talking about it more because I think it's important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, as also being trans. Thank you for also covering all that shit.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, sometimes I feel like I don't really have much of a choice in the issue. Other times but also, you know, which I think most trans people can understand that pressure, like feeling like, oh my God, if I don't talk about this is gonna go really bad. But also, I just think that in general, like even when things aren't as immediately, like I said, as imminently dangerous, that we should take time to talk about this type of rhetoric, even when it isn't on the mainstream, you know, because it hasn't been. Trans prejudice against trans people was not, it was not, people didn't push back on it like they should have, but it wasn't mainstream to the way that it is now. So I think it's important that we bring these things up even when it's not the main flavor of the month for them to be focused on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
And then you said you want to talk about community, right? About the community?
Yeah, just generally building a community and like tips for how to build like as awesome community as you have.
Well, that's a tough question. I mean, I do think that like something that helped early on, and that I have probably neglected a little more than I should have. I know that my mods have wanted me to do a revision of the sort of foundational document of the Discord. However, I do think that the original foundational document, even if it has a couple of minor issues, was a big help. When I first started, you can actually still see the original one in the rules channel on my Discord. I spent a lot of time before I even had started recruiting people to my Discord, basically organizing my thoughts and setting out like a goal for what I wanted the community to be and how I wanted to like manage people's interpretation of the server from the get-go. I always wanted people to come into my server with an understanding that like of what it is, of what my goals are with it and what I want it to be. That way that people can always understand the type of like say mod actions and whatever that I'm taking, or when I make certain decisions with regard to like where I'm taking the Discord. So I do think that taking the time to like really organize early on before you start building one, not so that it's not in process, really setting out to you know, I guess build out what you want this space to be, is like a really, really helpful starting place that I think it's neglected a lot. I think a lot of people, like they start streaming or whatever and they're like, oh, I need to have a Discord because everybody has a Discord, or I'm an artist and I need to have a Discord because everybody has a Discord. And they do it without ever really taking that step to like go, well, what do I actually want this Discord to do? Yeah, it is a bit obligatory that every content creator has a Discord, but what do I want my Discord to be? And it's okay for Discords to not be the same way that I do them, you know what I mean? Like, my Discord has a very specific purpose, which is that it's meant to be a place where people can basically, not only is it meant to be a sort of extension of what I do with my channel, but it is, in addition to that, meant to be a space where people can connect with and build meaningful connections around the politics that I'm discussing on my stream all the time, and also a place that is that while debate is encouraged, that debate will never like outweigh the need for this space to be a fortress where people can feel safe in, if that makes sense. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean that we can facilitate every single person's requests for, you know, for stuff, but that we do put a priority on building a space that is reinforcing to people who may not be able to find spaces outside of the internet. And then also, I guess another thing I could say about that is like about building a good community is that like people, I think people also, a lot of content creators neglect like like their mod teams, to put it lightly. Mod teams are really important. I really try. I mean, I kind of go above and beyond. Most people don't pay their mods. Most content creators, until you're a giant content creator, don't pay their mods at all. I have volunteer mod team, and I don't pay them enough, in my opinion. But I do try to do mod days like this, where we raise a bunch of money and give them to them. But that's not exactly the only thing I'm talking about. What I mean is that, like, in my case, I hired a lead mod very early on, Silent, who many of you know or many of you are familiar with. Silent is the lead mod of the Discord, and the reason why I did that was because I wanted to make sure that there was somebody who had a who understood that this was like a position that is like you know, they like a job basically, you know what I mean, like something that's a little more serious than just you know, than just kind of a volunteer position. And people can't really get to the same exact level of investment in our current system most of the time without some level of support in doing that, which is why I think having like a at least one paid mod is a really good idea as an early investment. If you are creating a channel and you are thinking about a Discord channel and you are thinking about like what things am I going to invest money in early on, paying someone to be a lead mod who can coordinate your other mods and stuff like that will A, take stress off of you as a content creator, and B, it will ensure that you always have a focal point at least for the community, so that your other mods who are volunteers don't have to feel like they're being pressured, which is really important, because if you're asking people to volunteer for you, you never want them to feel like they're being pressured into doing the work, because they're volunteers. And that's one of the things that I reassert constantly in the background is like, hey, you're a volunteer. You don't got to do any of this. You do not have to show up. If you can't make it, we recognize you're a volunteer. We have someone who is paid to do that, you know, in a pinch. And as a result of that, it means that the mods can engage with the community freely, and they can do so in a way that is inspiring as opposed to feeling like a chore, which I think is really important.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Fair. Thank you.
I hope that all helps.
Oh yeah, I'm still very small Twitch streamer and YouTube content creator, though the YouTube content is mainly just fucking VODs.
Well, hey, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it, and I've been struggling making a Discord for a fucking while because of
it's a hard thing.
Reason. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I hope those things right there will give you some pointers in the right direction. It is hard. I sort of early on, my Discord was a big focus for me because I knew that my community was going to be very socially focused. But yeah, it's good to make sure that once you're ready to set up a Discord, that you've put some time into thinking about what the foundation of the Discord is, so that people know what to expect. Yeah. We are coming up on the end of our little time period here. I hope that that gives you a good point to work off of, and also I'm sure that at least some of my mods would be more than willing to volunteer up some advice and information for you if you ever poke around on the Discord and ask some questions. And of course, you can feel free to, take a look at the way that we run some things. I'm sure that your Discord will probably be different and want to have a different environment than ours, but and ours is not perfect by any means. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a wonderful rest of the call-ins. I'll see you later.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Bye for now. Wonderful. What a great conversation. Discord can be a hard thing. It does suck. It does kind of suck that like everyone has to have a Discord if you're a content creator of any type, basically, in order to succeed. But we don't get to make those rules. So, yeah. Icalo asked, what's a fair rate for a lead mod? That completely depends on the amount of work that you're having them do. There's no way I can give you an answer to that question because it really depends on the size and the scale and the scope of the work that you're asking them to do. If you have a tiny, you know, community that doesn't take much work, you know, a lower monthly rate is probably fair because they're probably not going to be doing all that much work every single day or whatever. But there's no real way to give an answer. You have to work it out with them. I recommend just being open and honest with the people that you're working with and talking through realistic expectations for pay and for work. For me, I try to keep the work demands very low because there's only so much money in YouTube right now, as you all are aware. So I try not to overwork people, and you know, it's going to be up to you and to talk with that person. I can't give you that exact info. But yeah, hope that at least gives you something. Here we go. I am ready. Alora, I am good to go right now. We can, oh my God, whoa. Wait, I don't think I've ever fought this boss before. Whoa! Wow. Jesus Christ, this boss. Well, at least we're gonna get 3 or 4 new imps in the cult. We have a ton of imps to recruit now. Oh shit, that's if we win. Hey, I got some healing. We got this bitch. We got him. We're gonna get him. Yes! Uh-oh. Oh no. Are we getting stream lag? Hold on, why? Oh, I don't know. It's not on my side. I'm not getting any stream lag on my side. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. Try refreshing YouTube. It might be a YouTube issue as opposed to a site issue. Big gift. Give me the big gift. Yes, we have a bunch of new people to bring in. Hello, hello. Hello? Uh-oh. I know it's the mobile issue. Oh no, it's the mobile issue.
Oh no, is everything all right?
I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you at first.
All right,
hear me?
that's good.
Can you hear me though?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, okay. Welcome to the show. What is your name and what are your pronouns?
All right, I'm Hoshihama and my pronouns are he, him.
All right. Hoshihama, welcome and I thank you for being here. Did you have a topic in mind that you wanted to discuss?
Yes. So yesterday,
Excellent.
I was looking at this stream, and I thought that this stream would be a great opportunity to call in and to perhaps give some information and educate the people about the Hong Kong movement from 2019-2020 from a left-wing perspective, and perhaps, if you want to, I can talk a little bit about Japanese politics and Japanese leftism.
Absolutely. That sounds absolutely fantastic. It sounds like I will be doing mostly listening, but I'm totally down for that. Please give us your thoughts and your opinions on the on all of that. That sounds absolutely fascinating.
All right, and if you'd like to, and feel free to interrupt me at any time because I have a tendency to ramble. And if you want to ask me a question, then feel free to interrupt me anytime.
Okay.
All right,
perfect.
so here we go. It all starts back in the far gone era of 1841. This was when China ceded Hong Kong to the British Empire. Now, conservatives might say, oh, you know, the British Empire was such a great force for democracy and it brought democracy to the entire world. This was not the case for Hong Kong.
Yeah.
For the vast majority of the history of Hong Kong, up to 10 years or so, it was pretty much completely undemocratic. It was a very elitist rule. For example, the only quote unquote elected political body was the municipal legislature, and like it had limited powers and was only elected by like the elites. Suffrage was limited to the elites. And during the course of British rule, yeah, basically, and over the course of British rule, 150 years, the Hong Kongers protested. They conducted strikes pressed, and this did eventually birth the democracy movement. And in the 80s, they were able to win a partially democratic legislative assembly. However, in retrospect, I think this partial democracy was more to punish China a little bit, so that when the colony returned to China, they would have some issues with the opposition. But for
basically,
short,
to set them
when
up for failure.
Anyone ever tells you that the British Empire cared about democracy, yeah, or not set them for failure. Oh yeah, but set them up for failure, and then I guess perhaps international condemnation. And eventually, in 1997, Hong Kong was handed over to China. But during the handover process, the will of the Hong Kong people was never like asked. They never consulted people. There was never any like referendum on the Sino-British Joint Declaration, which set out the terms for the handover. It was just done by the British government and the Chinese government. And what this established was a very bizarre mixture between a liberal democracy with capitalism and like corporatism, essentially. Yeah. So yes, there is technically a legislature that is elected, but only half of the seats are actually elected. You know.
Yeah. It's funny how often that
like
happens.
Only half of the seats are elected.
It's democracy, but it's like it almost reflects the British Empire, how they still have a House of Lords, a house that is determined by people who are landholders. Interesting that.
Yeah, except this time it's not landowners, it's the corporate people, like businessmen, like corporatists. They are
modern landowners.
Yeah, and these business. Yeah, and these and they're called functional constituencies, and they elect, and they pretty much elect the rest of the people. And additionally, kind of like the United States with the Electoral College, the chief executive, which is basically the president, is elected by like a 1,200-member committee, and this committee is only, I think, a part of them are elected, but a lot of them are just like China, like pro-China, like how do you call them? Just like stooges, essentially.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the Electoral College, but a lot worse.
Yeah, that makes sense. The Electoral College is another one where it's like its function is primarily to be a mediating force as opposed to being a democratic force. It is meant to sort of water down the overall influence of democratic power by by rebalancing in the name of some institution that's difficult for the everyday person to understand. Yeah.
Yes. So this system, which was brought about by both Great Britain and China, did not afford any form of functional democracy to Hong Kong. However, there were some advantages. Like, for instance, there was a civil society, there was a free press, and there was freedom of expression. However, it still was not ideal. And eventually, what would happen is there would be the pro-Beijing establishment, which was utterly entrenched in its power, and the pro-democracy opposition. But the pro-democracy opposition was fractured, and they were also seen as part of the establishment. They're very slow. Like, kind of think of the Democratic Party in the U.S. That's just like very slow, very bureaucratic. Except, unlike the Democratic Party, which actually has power, mostly functionally speaking, the Hong Kong Democrats.
Yeah. Yeah,
like a probably, if I were to say, like, in the Marxist terms, like bourgeois liberal, like the very like moderate liberal perspective. So then comes the year 2014. So in the Basic Law, which is basically the Constitution of Hong Kong, it says that it will aim for universal suffrage, but it doesn't set any clear like goals on whether or not to implement this universal suffrage. And basically, in 2014, the government announced that we'll finally give you universal suffrage. Yay! It's great, right? Well, no, because now, if you want to choose between candidates for the chief executive, you have to choose between hand-picked people from Beijing, like that are pro-Beijing, and like these like business elites and things like that. So this is clearly not a genuine form of universal suffrage. So because of this, people protest. And this is called the umbrella movements. So this was the you could say that this is the prelude to the 2019 movement. And the umbrella movement is a great example of how the right wing pretty much can destroy a movement if it is not properly in check. So there was a right wing in the 2014 movement, and these are called like the nativists. And essentially, unlike the more left wing of the 2014 protests, like the nativists, like do you know like the Know Nothing Party, like in the United States, like kind of think of that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they're like a blood and soil party.
So like yeah, basically. So if you look at it in 2014, the more left leaning folks and it was a very student organized protest movement, by the way. But the more left wing folks, they did it, obviously. They protested because they ideologically believed in democracy and suffrage and these progressive values. But right wing, the reason why they were participating in the protest is because they're racist, basically. They were racist against the mainland Chinese immigrants who would come to Hong Kong and for like labor and for other things. So that's why they participated in it. And one of the factors which led to the collapse of the 2014 movement was the right would spread these disinformation within the movement, saying like, oh, the student unions, they're trying to like infiltrate the movement, things like that. And this would eventually cause it to fall apart. This is one of the factors that caused it to fall apart. So this is these nativists, they would come back in the 2019 movement as well. So now one might be thinking, okay, so now let's go to 2019. Why did the movement start in 2019? Well, the reason why it started is because of this bill that would it was passed because there was some sort of murder case in Taiwan where I think it was a Hong Kong resident committed a murder in Taiwan, and they were discussing whether or not to extradite him. And the Chinese government was pushing this policy forcefully through the government to make it so that effectively anyone in Hong Kong could be extradited to China. Effectively. People did not like this. Legal scholars, they said that this would be terrible.
And it makes sense why it would be terrible. If you think about the implications of that, it functionally means that if you do something to piss off it gets rid of autonomy completely. If you piss off the government that is supposedly supposed to be granting you autonomy, that's supposed to be respecting your autonomy, but they can extradite you automatically. It just means that they can, but you're all supposed to be, you're all eventually going to become citizens there. It's terrible for autonomy.
Yes, it's basically a complete repudiation of China's own policy that Hong Kong would stay autonomous until 2047. So this kind of betrayal of the policy of 2047 is one of the factors that also led to the Western backlash against the movement as well. But I'll get into so the reason why this 2019 movement is so special to me is we have this city that was, for the most part, apolitical. And the reason why it's apolitical is because the culture that partially the British Empire constructed it was a very capitalist culture, and the world would see Hong Kong as this place where it would function as the financial hub of the world. It's just a duck that lays eggs. This is how the world basically saw Hong Kong. And this was people started to wake up when this extradition bill was passed, and they started to say, oh no, like we are being threatened, our rights are being threatened by China, which is over there, it's right next to us. So this is what caused people to protest, and millions of people participated in these protests soon afterwards. And additionally, very radical people as well, the radical youth, because the youth was a very key part of this movement. They engaged in radical direct action, and they confronted the police. There was violence, and the
footage of those conflicts are absolutely wild to witness. The intensity of the protests and the sort of commitment of the protesters is very impressive and very interesting.
Yes, and what Beijing hoped for was that they would look at these protests and they'd say, oh, the violent action, and say, oh, this would cause the average person in Hong Kong to be not supportive of them. And this is also what the I'm pretty sure this is also what the pro-democracy establishment, like the establishment opposition, also thought, because they're like the liberal, like we have to do this within the framework, things like that.
Yeah, exactly.
But the exact opposite happened. People were extremely sympathetic to the youth that were protesting, and in fact later on in the movement in August, the main reason why new people would join the movement was because of the opposition to the police brutality. So actually, the radical actions helped the movement explode. So
that's incredible.
However, eventually, as we all know, the movement did die down eventually, and it was basically crushed. However, one thing I want to talk about with this movement
can't ever just be one movement.
There are a few things that I want to talk about this movement from a left-wing perspective. So, firstly,
absolutely,
I want to talk about the. I think you're an anarchist, correct?
I don't really use any
or like a libertarian
labels.
Socialist.
I don't consider myself. I'm more of a communist than I am a socialist. But I do generally consider myself to be a libertarian. A left libertarian is probably the most accurate thing you're going to find for me. I don't really 100% identify with the title of anarchist. The label it starts to lose usefulness just because for a number of reasons. I generally avoid that type of labels. However, I will openly admit that I'm heavily influenced by many anarchist thinkers. So if you want to call me an anarchist, I'm not gonna say that's a bad thing necessarily, but it's not what I usually use to describe myself.
Okay, so the reason why I asked this is because I think you'll be interested in what I'm about to say.
Absolutely.
So the tactics, kind of accidentally in a way, were very influenced by this very libertarian, left libertarian politics. So, for example, one of the most progressive aspects of the practice of the movement was the participatory democracy elements of it. So these young protesters heavily rejected the establishment because they saw the establishment as ineffective, and they saw the establishment as one of the causes of the demise of the 2014 movement. So because of this, they said they decided to reject the stage, and the stage refers to leaders basically and leadership. And what they did instead was there was this website called LIHKG. You can think of it like Hong Kong's Reddit. And on LIHKG, they would publish polls on what should we do next, and it would be directly democratic polls, and people could go on their phone and they could vote, and that was how much of the movement was guided by just democratic polls online by the protesters themselves. And additionally, there were press conferences that were held, and the protesters that participated in these weekly press conferences, they clearly stated the fact that we see ourselves as we don't see ourselves as representatives of the movement. We're not some representative. We are just a part of the movement, and we're trying to aggregate the opinions of the movement when we give these talks.
Actively resisting being forced into being given leadership positions, which is something, by the way, that is used oftentimes, basically attempting to install a leader, like an establishment attempting to install a leader on an organic movement, is something that is often used to deflate and or damage those movements. It's super interesting that that's. I don't know. It makes sense why they would do that. Why you would sort of unilaterally agree to not claim leadership. Not only because if the movement is built correctly, will people reject it? They'll say, no, you are not our leader. But also because it prevents you from having a leader forced onto you, which is something that has happened. We even saw that happen in some of the BLM protests in 2020, attempts by the mainstream media to say, oh, well, this person is the leader of the BLM movement or whatever, even though they're not. They can't be, and they're. So I think that's a really interesting thing.
As I'll talk about later, one of the problems with coverage of, for example, Western media coverage of the Hong Kong protest was they tried to force a narrative of, oh, they believe in this, they believe in that. Well, it's hard to pin down what they believe because it was a very decentralized movement. It was a decentralized mass movement. So, anyway, another central tactic that they used was mutual aid. They created these informal networks, basically, completely spontaneous networks. And keep in mind, this movement was 100% spontaneous. They would pass around masks. They would pass around umbrellas to protect from the tear gas and other equipment, and I think also top hats as well. And that was an example of spontaneously done mutual aid.
Fantastic.
And finally,
you love to
some
see
of
it.
the other this movement, one of the interesting things about the Hong Kong movement is that it kind of sparked, even though the movement itself was, I would probably say, like it's a generally progressive movement, but like it sparked like left-wing thought within the Hong Kong people, and a subsection of the Hong Kong people, not everyone, but at least a few people. And the reason why I say this is because the Hong Kong people, they saw things like, the Hong Kong police brutally beating the protesters. And by the way, the police, just like in America with the BLM protests, they instigated the violence. It was the police that started it.
Yeah,
and,
exactly. It's
also
wild how frequently that's happened. And how frequently, it's wild how frequently that happens, and also how frequently people look past that in order to just literally gaslight the public into the idea of like, oh yeah, no, it was totally the violent protesters that started it. I mean, in here in Seattle during the BLM protests, they claimed that of course they always claim it was the protesters that started things, but you can literally go watch the footage. There were cameras everywhere, and what started the police, the surge of police, was an errant water bottle, and nobody could even tell. An empty water bottle was thrown. Nobody even knows if it was thrown intentionally or if somebody was tossing it in the crowd and it got bumped over. It's impossible to tell, but that's what they said. They said, oh, somebody threw a brick. It's not a fucking brick. It was an empty water bottle. No one was injured, and that this was against people who were in fully armed, riot gear. And then they immediately go in and start literally cracking people's skulls. That sort of display where it becomes absolutely apparent that the cops are lying to you is one of the most important things that comes from these movements. And also what you mentioned, the part where you mentioned that like left-wing thought is gets inspired, is one of the values of these types of protests, because even when they fail, even when you have something that fails, like for example, you may have heard of the Chaz/Chop in Seattle, which was some people tried to call it an autonomous zone. It was not an autonomous zone, but some people tried to call it that. Even though that failed, it didn't really matter all that much, because what it did was get people thinking about the possibilities. Like what if this had occurred in different circumstances? What if instead of it being a response to a disgusting overreach where like at that time, literally that entire section of town, Capitol Hill, is like a neighborhood in Seattle, and that neighborhood was bathed in tear gas for days on end. And that's what prompted the creation of Chaz Chop, was that the people who lived in Capitol Hill were so angry from being tear gassed unjustly for days that they just finally had enough, and they just drove the police actually out. And like that sort of thing, even though it failed, makes people go, well, yeah, why did they do that? What made them do that? Maybe they were tired of getting tear gassed. Maybe the police were the ones who fucked up here. I just wanted to note further on that value, like that even when protests or uprisings don't actually achieve all of their political goals, they can still be incredibly valuable to the movement as a whole, because they get people thinking.
Yes, and another particularly, and maybe not particularly, but like another terrible thing the Hong Kong police did was they collaborated with organized crime to stop the protests. And I think this was in the Yuen Long area of Hong Kong, but like the penultimate incident of this was there was a subway, and in the subway there were both there were many protesters, but also in the subway car there were also, I think, just people that were not involved in any way. They just want to get home, and they were traveling somewhere. And what happened was suddenly these men with white shirts suddenly poured in and just started beating everyone to a pulp, brutally beating everyone. And what was eventually found out was, and the police didn't intervene for like tens of minutes, basically. Like there
sat there.
So many calls, like emergency calls, like the equivalent of 911, but they didn't respond. And the reason is because they were collaborating with them. They were collaborating with organized crime to oppress the Hong Kongers. So these actions led to people like thinking about criminality, like what does it mean to be a criminal? And many people in Hong Kong, they started realizing, criminality isn't really a self-evident concept. And they saw this because people would arbitrarily get arrested, and people who are protesters is going to get arrested, there's nothing wrong. and the intellectual leaders of the protests would also get arrested. So there are calls on like LAHKG, for example, we should abolish the police, and this is what happens during these protests. And however, I've been kind of praising the movement a lot, and to be fair, I think this movement, to be clear, it was a success. Yes, it was crushed eventually, but the fact that it existed and it happened was a success in my opinion, and the fact that it awakened this previously apolitical city and to the point where the vast majority of people became interested in politics, that's a great achievement. However, I do want to get into the critical aspects of it.
Please.
So remember how I talked about the
real quick, one quick second. I just need to let my mods know. Alora, I'm gonna run a little bit longer on this one because this topic is very, very interesting to me, and I want to hear out Hoshihama on this. So just give us like maybe you think another 10 minutes or so would be good. I don't want to cut you short because I think this is super, super fascinating.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, cool. So give us 10 more minutes.
So anyway, all right. So remember how I talked about like the anti leader sentiment of the movement, and
yes,
this did lead to some good concepts like the participatory democracy part of it, but this was taken a little too far. So what happened was, I think it's perfectly okay to be against leaders, individual leaders, because of course an individual can't possibly represent an entire movement that represents millions of people. And additionally, and power should be decentralized as much as possible. But they weren't just against the leaders; they were against the concept of leadership. So what happened is, if someone in the movement were to start saying, maybe this tactic isn't the best tactic we should use. If they started to criticize it, other people would come in and they'd say, "Oh, do you want a leader? Is that what you want?" So what happened is this extreme anti-leadership sentiment led to the functional suppression of criticism in the movement. And what happened is the loudest, because there isn't besides what I talked about with the polls, there wasn't really a democratic way to decide things. So the loudest voices would be the ones who would win. And sometimes this would lead to, and this could lead to potentially right-wing thought proliferating.
Yes, it can.
Like we see in the United States, the right wing, even though they're the clear minority, they're very loud. And
they also have an advantage in that they can play off of prejudices.
Yes. So the solution to this is to have, just like in Occupy Wall Street, to have democratic, councils, like protest councils. So you still maintain the concept of no direct leaders. However, you are able to maintain a proper program, a political program that the people agree with and they could act on immediately. And this lack of unity was seen in the Chinese University of Hong Kong occupation, where the students successfully occupied a university for a few days. But this kind of fell apart, and one of the reasons for this was they kind of forgot the reason why they occupied in the first place, because there wasn't really a unified political program. Another thing about the movement is that this was mainly a political movement. It wasn't really connected to economics. The main focus of the movement was to pass the 5 demands, some of which including to get rid of the extradition bill, which was successful. They did get rid of that. And another one was to pass universal suffrage. But besides that, there wasn't there wasn't really an economic aspect to it.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, there was a journalist who was asking at the time Hong Kongers about the economic situation, and then a young protester came in and said, "No, this has nothing to do with economics. This is political. This is a political protest." And they were right, but the fact that they didn't connect the economics and the politics made it so that they couldn't really focus class struggle as one of the elements of the protest.
Yeah,
and
which is vital.
It's very important.
It's incredibly important. Yeah.
Yes, and it's very important to have class struggle, because this could also even if the class struggle movement fails in 2019, it could lay the foundation for future socialist politics in both Hong Kong and China. So and finally, the criticism bit of it.
Oh no, you're breaking up. You're breaking up you're breaking up a little bit. Sorry, you started roboting.
Oh, can you hear me all right?
I don't know if it. Yeah, I can hear you now. You were breaking up for a minute there.
All right. I think that's the end of my criticism section, and now I want to spend. I'll probably spend the rest of my time kind of clarifying some things in regards to things like imperialism.
Yes, please.
So when it comes to imperialism, so I would say that who's the main aggressor here is absolutely China. Absolutely.
Of course.
China is
undeniable.
a bureaucrat. Yeah. So China is a bureaucratic capitalist state, and they are trying to push this same system of bureaucratic capitalism on Hong Kong, and this is evident from the fact that they are things like the extradition bill, and basically what bureaucratic capitalism entails is the bureaucrats essentially have control over the law, so they can change the law at any time, and it's terrible. And this is one reason why the West was interested in Hong Kong from an economic perspective, because the West really interested in the human rights of Hong Kongers? Not really. However, the thing about a liberal democratic system with a kind of at least partially democratic government and with the rule of law, things are stable. Businesses can reliably operate there. In China, this isn't really the case because bureaucrats can do whatever they want. So that is why the West was supportive of the Hong Kong system with the partial freedoms. It's because it provides them with stability, which is why they don't want the Chinese economic system implemented there. And additionally, as I alluded to before, the media in both China and Hong Kong had some misleading things when it came to Hong Kong. For instance, you probably saw during this time of many pictures of Hong Kongers waving the American flag and waving the British colonial flag.
Yeah.
The thing is, this was a very small section of the protests. In fact, there were people on LAHKG, which I talked about before, that criticized Hong Kongers waving flags. And in fact, there was a time during one protest where someone was trying to hoist a British colonial flag. Other protesters were telling them to stop. So this is clearly not a consensus within the movement. Now, yes, the extremely right-wing faction of the movement, they do have a penchant for the British colonialism, and they've kind of internalized the British colonialism in that, we're superior to the mainland Chinese because we're westernized. But just to reiterate, this is a minor faction.
One of those things that like you have to be very careful when you're bringing in like when you're reading like the stories of protests that have been parsed through American media, because that will happen all the time. It happens all over the place. It's been used all the time in the past to be like, I mean, hell, a more blatant example is like how American news covered the Guaido stuff in Venezuela, I believe it was, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
Where it was like, it's like, yeah, look, he's trying to fight against the communists, and look, they're waving American flags because they love America, and then some Americans are just like, yay, when in reality his movement represented like an incredibly small faction of mostly far righters. Yeah.
Yes, it's very biased media portrayal, and this was done, and so if someone ever comes up to you saying, the Hong Kong movement was far right, it was pro-America, well, no, not really. Initially, one aspect of it is one very common talking point of the tankies is that they're using Pepe the Frog, therefore they're fascists.
Oh, okay.
In Hong Kong, the frog symbol has a different connotation in the West. Many reasons why people in Hong Kong use Pepe the Frog is because they thought it was cute. You have to keep in mind, the vast majority of protesters were young people that,
like here in America, the Pepe the Frog is like, it's like Pepe the Frog is like not, yes, it got grabbed, it got scooped up by the right, but Pepe the Frog was literally originally created by a left-leaning liberal. I believe he's a left-leaning liberal. He might actually just be a left-wing guy, but and it was never like, it wasn't like, it was adopted by internet culture at large, and because the right wing came from internet culture, that's why they used it so much. And I like to believe that there has been a large Pepe reclamation movement here. Lots of left wing groups also use Pepe the Frog now all the time. I mean, hell, if you look at my chat, there's no way that anybody can argue that my channel is not left wing. And also our chat is full of little Pepe variants. We have all kinds of them. We love them. Look the chat is filling up with the cute little frogs.
Yeah, so just whenever a tank gets tells you that like, oh, they were fascist because they used Pepe. No, they just used it because they thought it was cute. You have to keep in mind the vast majority of Hong Kong protesters were young people that just got into politics and they're very passionate about it, but they just got into it because of China. So they obviously didn't know a lot of the context surrounding these things. And one kind of amusing example is they wanted to show their support for Taiwan because I think something was going on in Taiwan. It was the National Day of Taiwan, and they wanted to show their support, so they hoisted the Taiwanese flag, the Republic of China flag. But the thing is, in Taiwan, of course, in Taiwan, that has a very strange context because the Taiwanese flag in Taiwan is generally like pro KMT people use that, like pro Kuomintang, who are who tend to be more pro China, and the more pro independence people, I believe they don't really like it. So that's one example of how the Hong Kongers, the Hong Kong protesters, they weren't very experienced with politics. So just taking what they do at face value immediately is very unfair to them.
And also, it's something that shouldn't be done in general. There are always, I mean, hell, even talking, we've even touched on this recently with recent discourses I've been discussing on my stream, which is just that there is never going to be complete unity within a movement, and there are all kinds of social faux pas that you can only know, or political faux pas even, that you can only know by being in that context. Like, for example, some liberals who might have, relatively liberatory politics, liberals who might have a perspective on the world that is progressive would be more than willing to use an American flag because they're like, yeah, America means freedom and freedom means supporting gay people. But then you talk to a left-wing anarchist type and they're gonna be like, absolutely fuck no. We are not going to agree with American patriotism, even though we do agree that gay people should be liberated. We don't use that. So yeah, it's something that can happen anywhere, and it's something that people should always keep in mind, is that political contexts can shift, and that's especially true when it comes to political symbols like flags or names or whatever.
Yes, but all right. So probably this might be the last thing that I don't know exactly how much time we have left, but it's probably not that much. So this might be the last thing I talk about.
Yeah, we are at the 1 minute moment, so we'll want to make this one as quick as possible.
So the last thing I want to talk about with Hong Kong is the trade union movement. So basically, one of the best things about the Hong Kong protest was that it launched a new trade union movement in Hong Kong. So these trade unions.
Oh no!
Yes, there were many unions in Hong Kong. Oh,
sorry, we couldn't.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, it's breaking up pretty bad.
All right.
Maybe move closer to your router. Or...
All right. I'm actually connected to my cellular because I had some trouble with the Wi-Fi before. Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah. You've cleared up now. It just seems to be going in and out.
All right. I'll just stand at this exact position for the rest of the time. All right. So there were unions before the protests. However, they were very fractured because, like, if I remember correctly, it's like you can form a movement, you can officially register as a union if you have like 7 people. So this was clearly the colonial tactic of keeping it completely scattered so that there wouldn't be a united labor, and this was carried over with Chinese rule. And yes, on paper there are many union members, but this was only on paper. In practice, they weren't really participating. But the protests ignited a new labor movement. Many new unions formed in 2019, and these weren't just tiny unions with like 3 people in them. These were unions with thousands of people in them, and they were organized for political reasons. They were organized. Yes, they weren't organized directly for like labor reasons, but they were organized for political reasons to, join the protests, to add economic leverage over China and the Hong Kong government. So this was basically, in my opinion, this was the best example of the hope that the Hong Kong movement birthed for the future. However, and the best example of this was the Hong Kong Employees Association, which is probably the Hong Kong Hospital Employees Association is probably like the most successful union with thousands of members that spawned from this. However, sadly, because of course China is a capitalist country, they heavily repressed the new union movement in 2020 to the current day. So many of these unions which are formed include many unions, for example, in the one of the largest trade union federations in Hong Kong, the Confederation of Trade Unions, was disbanded, and it was to protect the members against the Chinese state. So that's what I want to talk about, the Hong Kong movement, and I think my time is up now. So I think that's about it for tonight.
Thank you so much, Hoshihama. This has been absolutely awesome. You have given us so much information and so much insight. I hope you don't mind if we publish this as a segment on my channel, because I think this is something that a lot of my viewers would find super interesting as a video. Are you okay? Are you fine with that? I mean, I usually assume that most people who come on are fine with that, but I just want to make sure that since you're talking about so much stuff, like.
Yes, I'm okay with that, but also one more thing. I want to redirect people to resources about Hong Kong if they want to learn more about it. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely, please do.
All right, so the best. So I'll be honest. So I'll be honest here. I was extremely interested in Hong Kong since like 2020, 2021, and I did do research on it in early 2022. But recently is when I've been the most committed to learning about Hong Kong. So the best book that I've read. So I'm actually like much of the research that I've done on Hong Kong comes from literally last week, like where I started doing intensive research in this. So the book that I read, and this is the extremely good book if you want to learn about Hong Kong from a leftist perspective, is Hong Kong in Revolt: The Protest, the Movement, and the Future of China. This is by Ao Lung Yu, who is I think he's either Chinese or Hong Kong, I don't know, but he's a labor activist. And this is a great book if you want to have a left-wing perspective. It talks about trade unions. It talks about the history of the movement. It talks about imperialism. It's a pretty easy read. It's very well written, and that's what I recommend. In terms of websites,
fantastic.
Please go
I'll pop that right there.
The Lausan. Please go to the Lausan Collective. That's Lausan. Lausan. Lausan Collective. Lausan Collective is a group. Yes, that is a collective of Hong Kong diaspora and Hong Kongers who live there, who are left-wing. They're activist writers, and they write many great essays on Hong Kong, on China, and on Asia in general as well. It is a really fantastic website, and that is where also a lot of the information that I learned come from. And the reason why it's so great is because, if you look at the Western media, they tend to ignore the ugly aspects of Western history in Hong Kong, like British colonialism. But Lausan, they talk about it properly, which is really good.
This website looks absolutely fantastic to read through. I will absolutely be bookmarking this for the future.
Yes, and finally, for people, the great people, if you want to follow them, Promise Lee, and Lee is spelled L-I. He is a wonderful writer. He's written so many articles on Hong Kong. He's a great leftist, I guess, writer when it comes to Hong Kong and China. And as I mentioned before, Ao Lung Yu. Ao is spelled A-U, Lung with two L's. Lung with two O's, not L's. Lung with two U's. Oh my God. Okay, let me. I got
it here. I got you in chat. Don't worry about it.
As I mentioned before. Ao Lung Yu. He's, like I said before, labor activist, and he's also written a bunch of articles, and he's also written a book on like an economic analysis of China as well, which I haven't read before, but I will read, and I'm very looking forward to it. So yes, those are the people I recommend as well.
Hoshihama, thank you so very much for coming on. We do have to wrap up now, but seriously, this has been an absolutely amazing conversation. Thank you for sharing all of this information with us and for giving us recommendations. I absolutely love receiving recommendations like this. Basically, every time that someone comes on and drops recommendations like this, people in the audience will read it and then come back and tell me about it, which is awesome. So thank you so very much, and I really hope you have a fantastic night. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thank you for allowing me to be here. It's been a blast, and it's actually been a while since I participated in the Demon Mama community, but I do want to become more involved. And hopefully, that's what I want. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Bye for now.
All right, goodbye. Have a good night.
You too. Fantastic. What an absolutely based conversation. You all should understand that, like, that right there, that conversation, we touched on so many things that are absolutely fundamental to the more libertarian side of leftism. A lot of leftism gets there's a lot of representation in the left for the tanky side of things, aka the centralized party, the Stalinist perspective of forming together into a political party and doing political warfare. There's a lot of discussions of the unionist perspective. We need to get everybody in a union so we can fight for labor rights, but there is very little conversation around decentralized movements that are actively resistant to imposed leadership. And also movements that are designed not just to like push for a single piece of legislation, but to inspire thought on a broader level. These movements are very important. No matter what, even if the BLM protests, for example, weren't able to completely defund the police, they inserted that idea into the minds of people all across the country. They went out there and they put their bodies on the line to show just how brutal the cops actually are. These are things that stick around for a long time, that get discussed, that get built on top of, and that is very important. Real quick, Alora, don't bring anybody else in quite yet, because I want to recruit some new people to the cult real quick. So I got to do that. Let's get some new imps into the cult. Hold on, let me get the list up. Boop, 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 boop. All right, who's next? Let's take a look. Done. That's the done people. Who's not done? Where's the not done? Here we go. All right, everybody. Let's bring in our first new member of the cult for the night, Harbor. Oops, wait. Boop. Harbor, welcome to the cult. Harbor has requested to be a purple Cthulhu, which we can absolutely deliver upon because we did unlock the Cthulhu already. So let's get the purple. Where's the purple Cthulhu? Hold on, it's here somewhere, isn't it? There it is. There's our Cthulhu, our purple Cthulhu, with cute little pink wings, with a little marking. And Harbor, you have a strong constitution and are gullible, which is a good trait in this game, so hell yeah, welcome to the cult, Harbor. All right, let's get you to work worshiping. Our next person is going to be Louie Boy. Louie Boy, you are our next member of the cult. Let's get Louie Boy into the cult. Louie Boy has requested to be a light brown owl, which I believe we have an owl, but it's like a weird owl, but that'll do. Isn't it this one? No, it's this one. This is the owl, right? This is supposed to be the owl, right? I think it is. Pretty sure it's this one that's supposed to be. It's like a weird little infected owl. So there we go. And a light brown. So we got that light brown right here. Cute. Wait, that's more like yellow. Let's do this one. This is a light brown. With sloth and coprophiliac. Well, if you say so. Louie Boy, welcome to the cult. Oh, and guess who's next? Mother Meerset. Mother Meerset, you are the next member of the cult. Mother Meerset, let's get you in here. Mother Meerset. Oh no. Okay, there we go, we'll do that. We'll cut off the last E, but that's all right. Mother Meerset has requested to be a pink monkey. Yay! I love the little monkeys. The monkey critter is so cute. The monkey in this game is so freaking cute, it's unbelievable. A pink monkey, light pink monkey. Let's do the fluffy hair. Light pink monkey, a natural skeptic, and a strong constitution. Mother Meerset, welcome to the cult. Happy to have you in here. Refined materials. Look at all these cool, we got so many people in. We rescued so many critters. This game is awesome because it lets you rescue so many frickin' critters, which is one of my favorite things to do in the whole wide world. Next is Sophie. Sophie, welcome to the cult. Sophie has requested to be a pink kitty, which we do have a kitty. We have the first kitty, there we go. Pink light pink kitty. And let's do the little whiskers like that with the paint. Strong Constitution Sophie, welcome to the cult. Do we have another one? I think we have one more person. And the farm. Okay, that's everybody for right now. So let's get those over into the done list. Boop. Pop up. All right. Okay, so that's everyone for now. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat at the moment while I was doing that. Infected owl sounds sort of black metal. Yeah, it's like the closest thing. The character does look like an owl. I don't know. There's no other birds in there, so maybe it's not supposed to be an owl, but it looks like an owl to me. King Laishu, let me check. I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. King Laishu, I don't see you on the list. Maybe I missed a dono. Well, regardless, King Laishu, I will make sure that you get in. What critter did you want to be, King Laishu? You just gotta let me know, so I know for sure. Boop, 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 boo, 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 boo. Yeah, for some reason I don't see your name on the list, but maybe I just made a mistake. Those are bats? Oh, orange lion. Okay, I don't know if there's a lion, but there is a cat. So I'll make sure, if we have to, we'll make you the bonus, there's 2 types of cats, so we'll make you the 2nd type of cat. Sea Cow, thank you so much for joining the stream as an imp on YouTube. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. All right, so, all right, well, we're ready to go on another quest. So let's bring in the next caller. Next caller, okay, perfect. All right, perfect. Alora, you can bring in the next caller whenever you would like. Hello, 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 hello. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hey, there we go. Hold on one second, real quick. Let me just drop that down just a little bit. Can you give me a test real quick?
Check 1 2 1 2. How am I sounding?
Perfect. Excellent. We got you all set up just right. What is your name and what are your pronouns?
My name's Ermac. My pronouns are he, him.
Taste classics. We got the classic he, hims coming in. Ermac,
Yeah,
how are you doing today?
Right now I'm a combination of excited and nervous, but other than that I'm doing fine.
Oh, well, no need to worry. The imps are a very loving community and they're not too judgmental or anything like that, so don't worry about it. And anyway, if anything goes wrong, they'll get mad at me and not you. That's something you can always be sure about.
All right.
All right, so what did you want to talk about today?
2 things. First things first. I want to go over like my thoughts on a video that I watched a bit ago, but
all right,
I'll save that for the second thing because I don't know how long I'm gonna ramble on that. But second thing I wanted to say is that I'm working on an album and
fantastic.
Yeah. The working title for it right now is Shark Talk. It used to be a DS, but and the whole thing about it was gonna be like that. It was gonna be all the beats were gonna be like video game instrumentals, but now I just want to do more like yeah. Now I want to do like a more like cloud rap approach to it, standard cloud rap.
Oh, cool. That sounds awesome. Did you wanna? You said you have that in the works, or do you already have some of it posted? Oh, okay, cool.
I have it in the works, and I'll post like the one song that I finished, the one instrumental I finished. So
yeah, please share that in chat so people can go check it out. We have a lot of rap fans in our audience, so I'm sure they would absolutely appreciate to hear some sick fucking beats from somebody in this community. That'd be sick as hell.
Yeah, man, and a good thing that most of the community is rap fans too, because like the video I want to discuss is actually about hip hop. And it's yeah.
All right, so hit us with it then. Let's hear it.
Alright, so a few weeks ago there was a video I watched by this YouTuber called One Dime. I haven't watched any of the other content. This is the one video I watched from them, but it's called let me see. I think it's called the Culture Market: How Capitalism Ruined Hip Hop, and I have mixed feelings on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings on it because on the one hand, I do agree that capitalism is bad, and it's not good for hip hop in the sense that, you know, how capitalism works and how like hip hop as an art form, they are like they don't really work together. They're not really work together.
No, they don't. In fact, like most creative endeavors are choked out by the way capitalism operates, because capitalism does not put a premium on quality unless quality also immediately aligns with income. It's always going to be profit first, regardless of quality, which is bad for the arts, because the arts are all about cultivating quality. They're all about creating intense projects that challenge people. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the part that I agree with One Dime on, but I disagree with him from an artistic standpoint on hip hop and how it evolved to where it is now.
Yeah.
So essentially, what I'm going off of memory here. I haven't really watched the video since that week, but
That's
essentially
fine.
essentially what he says is that modern hip hop and its characteristics came to where they are today because of capitalism and like they don't detail like the steps that like hip hop has taken to come to,
Yeah.
trap music, which is the dominant form of hip hop right now. So, bit of a history lesson. Trap music, it originated in the 2000s with T.I., who's a fucking cringe person. I might add, but but I digress. Back onto trap.
That's fine.
Sonically, it takes a lot of inspiration from like southern hip hop, and you can hear it when you listen to works from like the 90s and the 2000s that were coming out of the South, with artists like 3 6 Mafia and UGK, and I could argue even earlier than that with like in the 80s when the 2 Live Crew were starting and the whole Miami bass sound, maybe even earlier than that too. So trap basically trap was the next logical stepping stone after the East-West rivalry that dominated the 90s, I feel. Nope.
Yeah, I am terrible when it comes to genre, but even like musical genres, it's one of my knowledge bases where I feel the weakest, where I'm like, knowing music history is probably one of my weakest spots. But even I know about the East-West rivalry in the 90s.
Because like that, like before, I'd say like maybe the mid 2000s, a lot of hip hop was either came from the East or West Coast, and you see that in a lot of the hip hop that was popular back in the day. You had G-Funk with Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, and then the East Coast you had like a very wide range of rap groups. Tribe Called Quest and De La Soul, who were doing conscious rap. You had people like Nas and Wu-Tang Clan that were pushing the boom bap sound. Biggie was big too, and he kind of ushered in the he kind of had pop rap, but for the most part he was boom bap, but he had like a couple pop rap type singles. And yeah, so when the 2000s came in, and you had then the 2000s came in, and all of a sudden there was a genre called crunk that was pop. Crunk, which is
yeah, crunk.
Yeah,
very familiar with it.
Crunk ain't dead, by the way. Yeah. When artists like that's when artists like Lil Jon and Ludacris became popular, and the thing about them was they weren't anywhere remotely near the like New York or California. Yeah, they were all from the South. That was the moment when like you started seeing like artists from the South start to gain popularity. Like going back to 3-6 Mafia and UGK, that was the time when they were at the height of their popularity. And you also saw new artists from the South that weren't crunk or veterans that started to gain prominence too. Like in Houston, Texas, for instance, you had people like Paul Wall and Mike Jones, Chameleonaire, who had a number one song at one point. And you also saw the birth of trap music with, mentioned before, T.I. Gucci Mane also started to, and promptly Gucci Mane also started making music around that time too. He had a few mixtapes that his history with music goes back to like 2006.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, trap music is essentially a culmination of like southern sound, hip hop, and to tie this back to the One Dime video, I feel like attributing the rise of trap music as the current dominant mainstream form of rap to the fact that it is simply capitalism being capitalism is kind of missing it a bit.
Yeah, I feel like there's always a risk with that sort of thing. Like, I mean, this happens too in something that I am like very, very into personally, which is like film criticism, which is that sometimes in the name of making a statement about some of the worst offenders in the industry, people will accidentally overwrite they'll overwrite the achievements of people within certain styles or genres of film or whatever. I mean, this happens sometimes where like people talk about the film industry, which is a huge industry even still, and they won't just talk about the fact that the film industry has been taken over like aggressively by like Disney Corporation and stuff like that, but they'll end up going on to say that like, oh, there's no good film anymore, when in truth there is, and like by you're kind of hurting your own case by treating like the film industry as only one as one pole. You're giving Disney or whatever what they want. Which is pretending like they are the only films that exist when they aren't. It's almost like sometimes critics will substitute promoting the things that need to be seen, the really transgressive or the really challenging works. They'll spend more time talking about the worst things than actually building up the ones that need to be built up. That is a risk that always can happen in these types of situations.
Yeah, it's also like a big flaw within like the whole mumble rap discourse that happened like when trap was starting to really hit its peak in the 2010s and arguably still happening in like within like hip hop circles, because this is going to be the part of it where I rant about why I think mumble rap is like a stupid name. Even if you'll let me, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please go ahead. I will say, like, I am somebody who tends to be a critic of genre names in general. Another thing I care about a lot, gaming, is full of people coming up with the worst names for a genre ever. Like, for example, calling like games that have deliberate action and high punishment for death Souls-alikes is like so fucking annoying to me. It's like, it's so obnoxious. It's like, wait a minute, they're not like Dark Souls and Demon Souls were the most popular, and I fucking love those games, don't get me wrong, but they're not the only thing. They're not, like, not every game that has deliberate action and high death punishment is a Souls-alike. That's very, it erases the other games that contributed to the creation of a genre. So, yeah, anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, now on to the mumble rap rant. first things first, it's stupid as a name because a lot of the artists that are categorized within mumble rap are not actually mumbling. They are speaking like as clearly as they can. Like you take let me take the the quote unquote worst offender in mumble rap, the mumbliest of mumble rappers. Let's take Future for instance. Like yes, sometimes Future's words are hard to make out, but it's not because of the fact that he's just going the entire song. It's primarily because of two things. One because he uses a lot of auto tune, which I'm fine with auto tune.
I'm fine
personally,
with that too.
Yeah, and two, it's because Future is from the south. Future is from the south. He's from Atlanta. So he's bound to have like the type of for lack of better words, he's bound to have the southern drawl. So that's like unique to rappers like Future.
Yeah. I've never understood the hate for mumble rap or whatever as they call it. It's like it doesn't make much sense to me, and it sounds like it was a genre that was kind of named by the haters, which sucks. I fucking hate it when that happens. I hate it when people who hate it are able to be the ones who determine what other people call it.
Yeah. Not only that, but like mumble rap itself isn't so much of a genre as it is like just a name made up for shits and giggles by people who don't like Lil Green Bean from Atlanta who's posting music on SoundCloud that gets 45 views.
People trying to be haters on small and inexperienced artists, which is always a thing.
Yeah.
That's like a thing that happens like constantly. Is like there are, but I don't want to say it's particularly bad in music scenes. But all I'm gonna say is there are some pretty hostile music snobs out there. I'm just gonna say that there are some music snobs who are real fucking assholes about young and learning musicians, which is like you're just choking your own industry by being overly harsh to like young and or musicians who are still finding their voice. Like you're just making things worse for yourself because then they're gonna be discouraged from ever learning.
Oh, for sure. There's people that are pretty hostile towards new young artists that don't like the new upcoming thing because it's not Nas or Eminem.
Yeah, it's not what they're used to. No.
Yeah. I also want to touch on like some of the arguments made against like how like one guy made on like how like the lyrical content has gotten so like lyrically it's gotten pretty for lack of better words, dumbed down.
Like stale or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. My argument against that is that modern rap has less emphasis on like lyrical content, which, I mean, rap and lyrical content go together like bread and butter. How do you do that? Well, the answer to that is you emphasize other things, like, for instance, the production, or you sing, or maybe you sing.
Yeah.
Rapping, you can sing in your rap songs. Mind fucking blown.
No, it's wild. It's almost like lots of music throughout history is not built off of its lyrical content. I mean, classical music is not built off its lyrical content. That clearly doesn't reduce the value of classical music.
Yeah, for sure. That's something that like Lil B proved when he was in his peak in like the late 2010s, early 2000s, that you didn't have to be a proficient lyricist to be good at rap.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
if you look at Lil B's lyrics, for instance, you'll probably catch him saying stuff like wash your hands twice a day, spaghetti, driving a new car, or something in spaghetti. He'll rhyme. He's the type of guy who'd rhyme spaghetti with spaghetti and it'd still sound fire.
Well, that's awesome though. I mean, in a certain way, that's a kind of a flex, right? If you can make a song that, if you can rhyme spaghetti with spaghetti and still make your song good as hell. I mean, I don't know. Like, I can understand having critiques of like lyrical content, but people really shouldn't let themselves be blinded by one thing that they prefer, because, like I said, there's tons of music that doesn't put lyrical content as the primary. As the primary driver. There can still be a lot of artistic quality. There can still be a lot of moving aspects. Lyrics aren't everything.
Oh yeah, for sure. And another point, I also want to say that while lyrics are not 100% important, that doesn't mean you go and write stupid. It doesn't mean you just for sake writing, like putting effort into your lyrics entirely. Like sure, Lil B can get away with rhyming spaghetti twice. He's in a song. After all, he is so based that he pretty much coined the word based. Fun fact.
He did. Lil B, bass god.
But like, if you're making a rap song and you start writing and you just write down a lyric that just says, I'm the shit, I'm farting, I don't know how to potty. That is like, there is no excuse there is no fucking excuse for that. Like, come on, you can do better than that.
True. But there's also, it's always a fine line with art criticism where you're between like you don't want to excuse laziness, but you also don't want to come down too hard on art that just has a different interpretation or a different approach. So like, there's a safe middle ground where you could say, hey, maybe the shit poop fart lyrics aren't really doing your song any value without going, hey, lyrics are all that matters. There's a safe middle ground somewhere there.
Oh yeah, for sure. And yeah, so kind of also relating to the video, but more so using it as a jumping off point. I also want to touch on the very, very fun topic that is white rappers, because I'm not on camera right now, but I am white, and I am a white guy. I happen to be a hip hop head.
Yeah, you're not alone. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, hip hop is the most popular form of music right now, so there's bound to be quite a few pale faces in the audience.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I can understand. Again, this is kind of is gonna end up, I imagine, probably sounding somewhat similarly to the conversation I had earlier about the whole like gender non-conforming thing, like cis people who are gender non-conforming or whatever. It's definitely a different subject, but the similarity is there. It's like if somebody is not being like actively problematic or like attempting to capitalize an industry or something like that, like it's a good thing that a certain style of art is becoming more popular and that there are more people who are getting into it and who are creating in it. Like that only can grow, things. So I don't know. I imagine there's probably some people who are somewhat hostile or very cagey around white rappers or whatever. But to me, I mean, again, I enjoy rap. I'm very bad at like music history and remembering all the genres and stuff that I like, but like for me, I've enjoyed hip hop from literally all kinds of people. Like I mean, God, there's so many good artists. To me, it's more about like if an artist is being like, if an artist is being fucking racist or something, I'm not going to support them. No way. But yeah. Other than that, I don't really mind.
Yeah, there is no place for racism in like any art form that isn't like black metal, but fuck like 99% of black metal artists.
It's true.
Other than that, we should like actively keep racists out of the hip hop community, especially since it is by origin a black art form, and it still is a predominantly black art form.
Yep.
But
I agree with you. We are approaching the actually we are right at the end of our time now. Was there anything else you wanted to shout out or anything like that before we wrap up? Because we do have a couple other people waiting, and I do want to make sure that everybody gets a chance.
Oh, since we're coming out at the end of the time, I'll actually make a few shout outs.
Yeah, please.
All right,
Listen up, everybody.
shout outs to all the other political Discord servers I'm in. Conyer Discord, Fosh Discord, Present Sunday Discord,
Based.
Lucia's Discord too. Goes up to her. Shark's Discord.
I
Want
love
to make
Shark.
a few shout outs. Yeah, I'm gonna make some shout out to all my friends at school. I'm not gonna dox them on stream because I don't not really entirely sure. Shout out to my buddy Silver Shroud over on Discord. Shout out to everybody else at the Fishman's Discord. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Ermac. Thank you so much for coming on. This was a super fascinating conversation. I wish that I could have provided more commentary, but unfortunately, like I've mentioned, music history is one of my weak spots. It's a many times acknowledged weak spot. I am terrible at understanding how the history of various genres. But thank you for coming here to enlighten me and us. Thank you so much.
No problem. All right.
Have a wonderful night.
You too.
Bye for now. Wow, that was a fantastic conversation. That was a really great conversation. Oh God, how is it possible that this community has so many fucking talented and intelligent people? God, it's so amazing. Imps, you should all be fucking proud of yourselves, especially if you're one of the people who's been popping on here to say awesome stuff. Like, this has just been, you know how I always say that, like, my streams, that like, in my streams, I always want people to laugh at least once and learn at least one thing? Well, tonight, we're banking some away. You guys are learning so much. I'm learning so much. So fucking cool. So fucking cool. All right, yeah, let's bring in the next person. Alora, let's bring in the next person. Imps, very good. Hope I can actually beat Shimura. This guy's really hard. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. What is your name and what are your pronouns?
Hi. I'm Mock and I go by she, they. This is MockyPocky. I just go by Mock casually.
MockyPocky. Hello. How are you?
I'm okay.
Based to hear you on this side of things and out of the chat side of things, but I guess that's the purpose of calling.
Yeah, honestly, I am kind of surprised to be here too.
Oh yeah? Don't you voice very often?
I'm kind of nervous, honestly.
Aw, don't be nervous. No one's gonna bite. And like I said to the last caller, they will if things go wrong, the chat will always be more angry at me than they will be at you. I mean, barring some
I
very
believe it. Yeah. No, this community has been really nice.
Well, we try to keep it that way. I always try to tell people that I'm supposed to be the meanest one here. The line stops at my level of meanness, and I know I could be a little mean, but I usually try to be pretty chill with people.
Yeah, so honestly, I was thinking, okay, one, I didn't expect to actually be here, so now that I am here, hi.
Hi.
Second, I had a bunch of things I thought about. I had the option of just like casually chatting, because I'll be honest, I'm not very politically involved.
Okay, well, that can always change.
Yeah, that's true. One of the main reasons is that, one of the main reasons I started looking into people to watch is because I'm not politically involved, which is why I would like to be more educated and be more informed.
Yes.
And one of the main things I wanted to talk about was my really embarrassing journey to get here. I was deciding whether or not to actually talk about it, but I guess I will now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be certainly interested in hearing about that. I mean, obviously, no pressure on you if you don't have to talk about anything more than what you want to talk about. But I'm always interested to hear people's path to get to where they are. And part of the reason is because I myself have had a very long and strange political journey. mostly because I, was raised in an extreme Christian, a Christian fundamentalist group. But anyway, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So, I grew up really apolitical. My parents are both Chinese. We just came here to basically live. I was born here, in the U.S. specifically. And so we're not religious, we're not political, they just kind of chill. I don't think either of them have voted ever. And it's just kind of been a thing. I grew up in a really diverse area. There was not really, there wasn't any bullying. My friend group was hilariously diverse. My best friend is Jamaican British, my other best friend is Filipino, my neighbor is Japanese, I have another friend with a girl who's Korean. Very, very
awesome.
Diverse place, right?
That's super cool,
Yeah, so we kind of grew up without... So I basically grew up really privileged, is what I'm saying. It's... Yeah, there wasn't any discrimination and all that stuff. So during the time
that's a form of privilege, I suppose. I mean, it's also just, it's a testament to the environment that you can have when people decide to not be discriminatory and prejudiced to one another. It is a form of privilege, I suppose, but it's kind of unfortunate that living in a diverse environment is a privilege in the United States. It's so sad. Yeah.
It's really sad when I say it like that, but
Yeah, I get you.
I also just mean in general,
yeah.
Middle class, moderate area, pretty decent, all that kind of stuff.
It's fair.
So with that being said, it also meant that my family also doesn't watch the news. The only thing on the TV ever is either me playing the Wii or my dad watching basketball. So, I was constantly on YouTube ever since 2005 when it came out. Obviously back then it was just dumb videos, but after a while you just start, I started going, hey, I should probably be more informed, right? And so you just kind of start looking up stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's natural to especially now when we have so much political strife, is visible and present in our culture. I think it's natural to start looking deeper into things.
Yeah. So I've been through a lot of people. I've watched a lot of different people. Some bad, some better.
Well, at least you could say you've had a broad set of influence. Yeah. I've mentioned this in chat before, so someone knows, but I used to watch a lot of Tim Pool. Not even seriously, he was just some guy who I put on a lot. Yeah.
And let me tell you, it's really incomprehensible. If you're actually trying to listen to him, it's incomprehensible.
Really There's a reason why. It's been a long time since I've really talked about this. You've probably you've probably not been around for it, but there's a couple of channels that I have blacklisted for reacts. And one of those is Tim Pool, except for in very special occasions, like when he has a guest on, because sometimes it becomes interesting enough with a guest. He had Vosh on, and that was interesting.
I was watching him around the time when he first started doing, the 2-hour nightly shows thing. Yeah, originally I just clicked on his videos because, first of all, I barely watched his stuff because I didn't need to. He basically said his opinion in the title of his videos, and a lot of them were really obvious. And if you tried watching it, it's just 10 or 20 minutes of the thing he said in the title. He repeats himself a lot.
He's very bad about repeating himself, and I think I'm bad. I tend to get hard on myself about how much I repeat myself, but Jesus fucking Christ, does that man repeat himself? Holy shit.
And
you are not lying about that.
The thing about him is that the thing about me is that at the time, I obviously, first of all, I've watched all sorts of people. I've watched Blair White, I've watched Lily Orchard, but back when Lily Orchard was still using her dead name, I've watched but I've also watched a lot of people on this side, I watched Jesse Gender, I've watched
Based.
Yeah, I've been all over the place. I basically just one thing leads to another, I start someone new, I stop watching someone else.
Well, maybe we'll keep you for a while.
Yeah, no, recently I've been getting recommended people like Kanye, I've been watching more Vosh, it's been fun, here in this circle, basically.
I think that I personally am rather proud of my little circle that I belong in by and large. I think they're very funny and very entertaining and usually very informative. I say that. I say usually because I don't know if I'm always informative, but I try to be.
I mean, like, at this point, I've just been trying to look around, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, the most important thing is just, I like to be informed.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome.
And at the time, even though I wasn't very, like, serious about it, like, I wouldn't pinpoint any point where I would say I was really, like, in a rabbit hole or anything like that, because, again, I've never been ever too deep into, like, politics. But the thing is that if you take everyone seriously, or like if you give everyone the same amount of respect when they're lying to you, it's really easy to just swallow things and not realize you are.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, that's like, oh god, like that is so present on some of the like the channels that we call like pipeline channels. Tim Pool being one of them, where like
no, really, like he says that he's like in the center and like he's a fence sitter so many times, you just kind of like, if you're not thinking about it critically, you will just believe it, and then eventually you'll realize no, his opinions aren't actually anywhere close to that center that he's talking about.
The only guests that he ever softballs are all like the most far right people you could imagine. That his like guests that he's most excited for and hypes up the most are almost always literally extreme right wingers. Like when he has like fucking Elijah Schaffer on, who's a literal goddamn Nazi. The guy is a neo-Nazi, and then he's just like, oh, you know, we have Elijah Schaffer on. You know, Elijah Schaffer, he's a little bit more right than me. It's like, a little bit? Bro!
A little bit.
Yeah, like what?
Honestly, probably the funniest part is that around, I don't know, is Ian still there? Because like every time the only thing I remember about Ian is that he always sounds like the stupidest guy in the room, so you just don't really pay attention to whoever Tim's bringing on.
Moonlord?
Because, I don't know, man. He's incomprehensible, that show.
I'm pretty sure he is. I'm pretty sure he's still on the show. I know there was like some conflict or something that happened, but as far as I know, he's still on the show.
I don't know.
Maybe
him
not,
and
though.
Tim fight sometimes over dumb shit that I'm not listening to.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Well, I'm glad you managed to make it over to our side of the net. I tend to believe that especially me, we have a you know, obviously no bias there, but you know, no, I like to think that generally on this side of the web we do tend to have a little bit more of a stringent devotion to truthfulness in narratives. Though I'm sure there are plenty of issues where people make mistakes and whatever, but by and large, I've always appreciated like, you know, other people who are around me, other people that I've followed in this space. The left space in general does not have nearly as large of a problem with misinformation as the far right does. There was no equivalent to like COVID misinformation. There has been no equivalent on the left to you know, like what's the other thing? The voter fraud thing. The voter one was the one that I was thinking of. Is like how just like every single right-wing channel was putting out literally just fake news about the voting shit, and it's like, how does that?
Yeah, no, there was a lot of that, and also like I've been through like the D'Angelo Wallace arc of like being kind of transphobic, like not in like the hostile way, but in the casual way of, oh yeah, there's some crazy people out there, probably ?
Yeah, I mean, there definitely are always going to be crazy people, but yeah, there's the way that it's narrativized is usually my concern.
Yeah, it's really about perspective, and on that side, they really exaggerate it to make the opposite side look bad.
Like crazy.
You know what I mean?
I mean, there are entire channels. There are entire channels with hundreds of thousands of followers. One that I'm thinking of right now is Matt Walsh, where his entire thing is to just leap on any trans person who does anything wrong or has any sort of opinion that can be twisted to look. Whoa! Did I just really beat that boss?
Ooh,
he's a one-phase boss.
If anyone in chat was confused, I said that D'Angelo Wallace made a really long video about Blair White from the perspective that he used to be a fan of her. And from that perspective, he slowly like, it's a very interesting video, and I kind of understood because I also used to watch her a little bit, not as much as he did probably, but it was an interesting video.
Yeah. Sorry, wait, did I lose you? You still there?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay, sorry. The mic just went really quiet all of a sudden. I was like, oh shit, did we disconnect?
No, I think that's just, yeah. But yeah, was an interesting time. But yeah, I will say though, this community is a lot more fun.
Yeah, that's one thing we do is we definitely have a lot of fun over here, but that's because we're fueled on hellfire. You know, demons love to cause mischief. So we get up to a lot of stuff like that. Yeah. Well, I do hope we can continue to court your attention and win your love in the long run.
I mean, hey, I hope to stick around. This show actually specifically has one thing going for it. It's that it's on specifically when I'm at home. So I run by EST. I'm like 3 hours ahead of you.
Yeah.
So it's always on when I'm like at home doing like artwork or like other stuff and not
sick.
busy. So.
Yeah, I really am. I'm a big fan of your artwork. I've checked it out on your over on your Insta. I think I follow you on
thanks.
Insta if I'm not mistaken. So
It means a lot. Oh man, I should be more active on Instagram. I've been doing more stuff on like a really niche site called Toy House.
I've actually heard of Toy House. What are your thoughts on it?
It's well, I'll admit it's kind of a mess. It's pretty okay. It's just run really weirdly because I swear to God, only one person is working on it, and by that I mean barely.
Yeah, there's been a couple of new social media sites that have sort of spun up in that way that are like run by very small teams, and it can be pretty. It sometimes shows. That's what I'll say.
It's one of those niche things where it's like other people are going to replace you if you don't keep up, and it's looking like that's gonna happen. Like other places are coming up, you know, like Character Hub or whatever it's called. I don't know. By the way, all of these sites.
One I haven't heard of.
Like, all of these sites are like I'm pretty sure there's another one, but like all of these sites all are in like invite only modes, like or like you need like an invite or a code or they have a wait list. It's like they're like not open sites, like they're still in development, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Except Toy House has been around for like years. I don't really know how website development works. Don't quote me on that one.
Yeah.
No, Toy House is terrible. Also, it's not refsheet.net. That is actually worse, I think. I don't know.
I have. It's unfortunate. The death of Twitter has both been very tragic and also very hilarious, but mostly just tragic because unfortunately there are so many artists who are just no longer posting on Twitter for very good reasons because Twitter is absolutely fucked right now.
That is true, but also I'm one of those people who never downloaded Twitter like ever, so that's me.
Well, you have an advantage over all of the people who are fleeing Twitter right now. So.
Yeah,
congratulations
it's
on
hilarious because, oh man, I don't have a TikTok and I don't have a Twitter, but I did used to have a Tumblr, so that's where I am, I guess.
Oh, there you go. Well, I am on Tumblr as well, although my following there is very small. Maybe I will cross-post to my Tumblr once they fully join ActivityPub, which is the thing that the Fediverse and Mastodon and all those things run on. I did
try looking up Mastodon, actually. It really confused me.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little bit difficult. The sign up is a little more confusing than it should be. I'm hoping that they will successfully change that in the future. Basically, the way that it works, I did a video on it. There's a video I did on Mastodon if you want to check it out. It tells you the basics of what you want to do. There's a couple of key websites that can really help you find like a home instance, which it matters less than you might think. Your home instance is kind of just like where your profile is hosted. You still connect with everybody else on the Fediverse, barring some certain caveats, which I explained in the video. But yeah, unfortunately, there's a meme. There's a meme where it's like a picture of a sign on the front of a bar, and it says like, "We are open. The door is just very heavy," and so like it's like that's kind of I kept posting that in reference to Mastodon because it is kind of like that. Like it's a little bit of
what it feels like.
Yeah, it's a small chore to get in the door, but once you're in, it's actually quite enjoyable. I really have loved my my experience on on Mastodon so far, and I find myself writing on there a lot more.
Guess I'll have to give it another try.
Yeah, I think it's worth figuring out personally, but
Like,
I can
I
also
don't know
understand why people are like.
I don't know if anyone's noticed, but I'm not very social media heavy. I never even got Snapchat. Funny fact about that one.
I had Snapchat for a little bit, but I actually I actually hated Snapchat. I was like, man, I fucking hate this shit.
Also, if anyone wants context, I am 20 years old.
Wow. Zoomer alert. We got a Zoomer in the house. Jesus. Everybody post the Zoomer emoji. Quick, quick. Post it. There we go. We got some Zoomers in chat. They're coming. They're coming. The Zoomers are coming.
Oh, God.
There we go. After the delay. There's like a 5-second delay over YouTube. And then all the Zoomers. Look at that. All the Zoomers in chat. There's so many Zoomers in my chat.
All right.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. One of my guys just keeled over and everybody's vomiting everywhere. Oh, no.
Whoopsie. That
Yeah.
always happens. Oh, yeah. I did buy and beat this game after I saw you play it. Yeah.
Isn't it good?
It was very fun. Yeah.
Cool.
I still need to like, I beat it once already, but I still need to like complete all the achievements, except 4 of them is beating the first 4 bosses while taking no damage.
That's
I
rough.
am not the most hardcore gamer, although I did beat Hades within 2 weeks, so you do the
Hades is
calculations, I guess.
sick. Hades is so good. I played
so good.
much Hades. It's so fucking good. Also, there's about to be a DLC for this game, which should be pretty exciting. I don't know everything that they're going to be adding, but they just announced that they're doing a huge content update for this game. So that should be very exciting. And of course, Hades 2 is coming. I don't know when, but I know that it was announced at the Game Awards, which is also very awesome because I will play the absolute hell out of that. I fucking love Hades.
That's
I can't get enough of
neat.
that game.
Yeah, no, Hades is very good. I also bought, what was it? I bought Disco Elysium because I have a friend who's obsessed with it. Like, I do mean deeply
good.
obsessed with it.
It does that to people. Disco Elysium is one of those games like Pathologic 2 that basically
He's also in love with Pathologic. It's just a very
that doesn't
him
surprise
game.
me. That
Yeah.
doesn't surprise me even a little bit. There's a lot of overlap between those two fan bases, and they also have very similar. They inspire obsessiveness in a certain way.
Oh damn!
that I
How'd you
quite
know it
appreciate.
was Kim Kitsuragi intentionally? It was Kim Kitsuragi. He's so in love with him.
Kim Kitsuragi is the character that so many people fall in love with. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I think that Kim Kitsuragi might actually count as an honorary Tumblr sexy man.
Oh my god.
Even though he doesn't have the usual visual approach that makes a Tumblr sexy man, he has the personality and he has this magical character charisma that just makes people obsessed
I
with
have
him.
a different friend who's also very in love with Kim Kitsuragi, who his pet peeve is specifically that in fan art, when people draw Kim Kitsuragi hot, he's like, that is not how it's supposed to work. That is not why he's hot. Do not draw him hot.
It's not that type of hot, exactly.
Not that type of hot.
You can't just slap. You can't just slap the format of another character on him. Kim Kitsuragi is hot because of his personality and his suave and his endless devotion to justice.
So funny.
It's great.
I mean, like, the only thing I know is that, is his name a spoiler? The main guy? It doesn't matter. I died while turning on a light.
Yes,
Great
I
times.
actually also had that happen. The first time I played, I also accidentally killed myself turning on
I
a
wasn't
light.
even mad. It wiped a lot of my save file. It was really funny.
Oh no! You died? Did you die? Did you die like after doing stuff? Oh no! I died like right away. I entered the game and then I was like, oh, I should probably try turning on the light, and then I just immediately failed
I
and
was
died.
really
I'm
weird.
Like, oh, no!
I did all the normal stuff. I was like partway through the game. I like went on a different day. I went back into the room and I was like, you know what? I'll turn on the light. Did not work out, but it was hilarious.
I'm very sorry to hear that you had to lose some of your save file, but unfortunately, it is one of the funniest things that game does, and that game has a lot of very funny ways to die.
There is a lot.
Well,
I
we
will
are
say,
coming
like,
up at the
yeah.
we are coming up at the end of our time, and we do have a couple of the people who want to get on the call. So I have to be unfortunately a little more strict with time than we usually are with call-ins. But
No, definitely,
was
I
there
don't mind
anything
at
else-
all.
Yeah, well, I really enjoyed conversing with you, and please, if you would, you should at least plug your drop your Insta in chat so that people can follow it and see your art, because it's good. Your art is good.
All right, I'll post more for you guys.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
there we
the
go.
last
Do
thing
it for the
last thing I
imps.
posted was like on Halloween, but like okay.
Well, thank you so much once again. It's been great having you on, and I hope you'll stick around and hang out with the imps more, because you seem to be a very well enjoyed in chat. So, thanks for being here.
All right, I hope to be around more. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah. Good night.
Oh, and I hope to draw you more fan art. That is a thing I did
Hell
say.
yeah. Yeah, that would be fantastic. I would, of course, always appreciate that. I am incredibly egotistical when it comes to fan art. Please depict me, immortalize me with your art always. Anybody, do it. Do it now, because it will make me live. It will make me live forever in your minds. So.
All right.
Well, have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for coming on. Seriously.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Damn, that was so much fun. That was such a fun conversation. All right, real quick, I'm gonna recruit some imps. And then we have to go fight the final boss. Hey, wait. Wait a minute, I gotta heal this person. Hold on, first I gotta heal a sick imp. What's my Tumblr handle? Demon Mama Real. I think that's the one. Hold on, let me double check. Wait, let me double check. Wait, is it? It is, right? That's mine. Hold on. Oh, no, it logged me out. Oh no, it logged me the fuck out. Yeah, it is. It's Demon Mama Real. It's Demon Mama Real. LB, I believe you are in. I believe you are in. Hold on, let me just double check. Oh no, you're not quite in yet. You're not in yet. You are coming up soon though. All right, everybody, let's get some new recruits in. Our first new recruit is Ivy Evans. Ivy Evans. Ivy Evans has requested the Anchor Deep Boss 2, which is this one. Right? First one is this one. No, wait, it's this one. That's the second boss of Anchor Deep. Ivy Evans, welcome! You are now officially in the cult. And you wanted to be green, so we will get you with the light radioactive green. Materialistic and cynical. Ivy Evans, thank you so very much. Extremely happy to have you in the cult. All right. Next is going to be Clara. Clara has requested a black cat named Murky, which is an amazing name, and I also happen to know that this is a pathologic reference. Is that a pathologic reference? Yes, it is. And we are going to have you be a black cat, an all-black cat named Murky, and we'll even give you little angry eyes because Murky is a grouchy little being. Gullible and sloth. Murky, welcome to the cult via Clara. Hell yeah. Now we gotta immediately heal you up though, because you're sick, which is also fitting. It's also very fitting that Murky would be sick upon joining the cult, because that is what happens in Pathologic 2. What? I love Murky so much too. Murky is my daughter. And I will protect her as such. I would take a schmouter. I would take a schmouter straight to the chest. I would take a plague and a schmouter straight to the chest. Yeah, Murky is 100% an autism creature. Like 100%. Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Murky is absolutely the most autistic child that has ever existed, and we love her so much for it. She's also the best child who's ever lived. So there you go. All right, now, hold on a second. We gotta get another person into the cult. Next is going to be Cripple Punk. Cripple Punk, welcome. Cripple Punk, welcome to the cult. We have a request for a purple bat, which we can do very easily. Where's the bat? Where's the bat? There's our bat. Purple bat. Boo, 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 boo. Cripple Punk, welcome. We'll give you cool little tattoos, because tattoos are awesome. Against sacrifice, cynical. Ooh, tough. Ooh, a tough one. That's our first bat, I think. I think literally this is I think this character is our first bat. Cripple Punk, you might be the first bat to ever exist in our cult, which is super awesome. How long is the list? Very long still. We actually still have quite a lot of people who want to be put on here, which is awesome, but also means we just gotta work even harder. Amphi76, a red wolf. Oh, oops, Amphi wants to be named Jake. Jake! There we go, a red wolf named Jake. We got you, we can definitely get you the wolf. Where's the wolf? There's our wolf. Right, that's the wolf, I believe. Is there another wolf? No, that's the wolf. Oh, wait, we haven't unlocked the wolf yet. This is the wolf. We haven't yet unlocked the wolf. Okay, so wait, that means Amphi's gonna have to wait. Amphi, yours is gonna have to wait because we haven't unlocked the wolf quite yet. We have to go do the wolf side quest. I'll go do that next. All right, which means that our next person is going to be Lotta Apples. Lotta Apples. Lotta Apples as a pangolin, which the pangolin is right here, right? That's the pangolin, right? That's what a pangolin looks like. They're kind of like an armadillo, right? They're like a big armadillo. Yeah, that's the pangolin. A red pangolin. Ooh, look at that cute color. We'll do this one. This one's so cute. Lotta Apples, welcome to the cult, you cynical little thing. There we go. Oh. Gotta heal you up. Damn, we rescued so many people. Which means the next is Ryoma. Ryoma is the next into the cult. Ryoma. Ryoma has requested to be a pink dog. Well, we definitely have a dog. I know we have the dog. I know we unlocked the doggy dog. There we go, there's the dog. A pink doggy. All right, we'll do the light pink. We'll do the bright pink. Let's do the bright pink. Pink doggy with cult markings, because I love those. Strong constitution and cynical Ryoma, welcome. Welcome to the cult. Very happy to have you. How incredible, how wonderful. 1 second, let me transfer these. Wow, we're making good time. Actually, we are getting closer and closer to the bottom of the list, which is very exciting, to be completely honest. We have I would say we have about 20 people left on the list, which will take about 4 or 5 more adventures. All right, so let's make sure everybody has the food they need. Wait, do we have enough beds? We do have enough beds. All right. Let's make sure we have all the food that we need. Oops. I am getting rather hungry. You said you were gonna upload the save of this. Yes, I will be preserving the save of this on my Dropbox. I will be uploading the save to the cloud. I will be ensuring that this save is is preserved and archived. Yeah, absolutely, Somniostatic. Just remind me once we get to the end that you want me to get it to you. I will export the save and I will make sure it gets to you. We should make a 3rd farm. We need more food, so I'm gonna make a 3rd farm. So we're gonna build the third farm. Right. Actually, oh, I wish there was a way that we could. Oh God, I wish we could move this thing. Can we? Wait, how do you do that? Can you do that? You can, right? Edit buildings. Yes, you can. Move. We're gonna move the leafy flower sculpture. We're gonna put the flower sculpture right over here. We're also gonna move this down to this side, and then we'll put the thing over here. Hold on. We're gonna put this right there. Also gonna put one of these. No, one of these. Good idea. But then also we need to put one of these and then upgrade it, right? Harvest totem. Finish these first so I can see where we're going. Don't forget to feed yourself as well. Perhaps a critter could bring you a snack. Oh, it's okay. I'm gonna get food after we're done with this. So no big deal. Yeah, let's bring in the next person. Let's bring in the next person. Thank you for the reminder. I was brain zoning. Okay, so we need to now make a bunch of plots. First, we need to go like this. Why, hello there. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello. How are you doing?
Is any better at all?
Yes, you were breaking up for a second, but I definitely can hear you now, so.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Demon Mama. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh my God. I love that line. I've never heard anybody actually say that to me, but oh my God, I feel like legit now. You've made me feel legit. Thank you.
Well, honestly, initially I was going to call and maybe ask you for a Radio Mama segment, but I think that what I've got is maybe a little better.
All right. Hit me with it then. Also pronouns real quick.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. This is Cakes. Y'all know me in chat. TTS calls me pfftlecakes, if you want to know. Everyone can say it differently. It's perfectly fine. You can just call me Cakes. Pronouns, it's.
Based it-itser?
Thank you, yes. And I wanted to talk about like small town, local, governmental abuse of power and a stand-up comedian.
Okay. All right. That sounds super interesting. Cakes, please hit us with it.
Yeah, I wanted it to be more of a conversation about how you can find like-minded people just about anywhere. Opportunities for praxis are closer than you might think.
I agree, 100%.
And I had actually mentioned this topic to you probably a little over 2 years ago. And you at the time had suggested that I have the person that I want to talk to you about today call in sometime. But he's super busy, kind of a big deal on his local scene. So I just wanted to step in, take everybody on a little journey. Maybe you'll have the opportunity to speak to each other in the future, because honestly, I think the comedic moments would be really hilarious.
Sounds amazing.
But yeah, this guy, his name is John Merrifield. He is a stand-up comedian from small town Cajun country, Louisiana. We're literally talking around the corner from Gators. And he's been a bit contentious with activism in this town. He helped organize the first BLM protest there. He's been a very vocal ally for multitudes of efforts in the area, trans rights and trans thriving. Also, shout out to John and Joey Thibodeau with Cool as Beans for just feeding the people.
That's awesome. You mean like they did like a protest food truck or something along those lines?
Actually, weekly, they just cook up a giant pot of red beans and rice and deliver it to anybody who's hungry and messages them on Facebook.
That is so awesome. That is such a cool thing to do.
Yeah, no, that's basically, the kind of thing that I'm talking about here when there are so many opportunities to just do something, no matter where you are.
I
Sorry, I
strongly
needed
agree with that sentiment.
Need a little drink.
Oh,
Sorry.
no need to apologize. It's all good.
So, anyway, little background. I'm actually from the Pacific Northwest. I grew up in Portland. I was radicalized at like age 12, ACAB. But I moved.
Also understandable, given the police up in the Pacific Northwest. They're
Oh yeah, fuck the
particularly
Multnomah
angry.
County. Fuck the Multnomah County Police Department. Seriously. So I moved to the deep South, Louisiana, from Portland. So talk about culture shock. It was wild.
Imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, the whiplash was crazy. But John Merrifield and I became friendly when he became my regular bartender. Little dive spot, shout out Loose Caboose. And he eventually moved on to bigger things. You know, he started to make a big name for himself on the comedy circuit. So he moved to like New York, in the city. But
Also
while
a big,
he was
also
there,
a big culture change.
yeah, oh yeah, for him, and it was insane too. But since he was already, you know, like really into activism, he felt a lot more at home in New York, and I don't blame him.
That's fair.
So he stayed active though in his Louisiana activism, mostly through Facebook. I don't know what Louisiana's attachment to Facebook is, but there they are. And he created some Facebook events. Silly things, but really just to kind of show the hypocrisy in the area. He made an event that claimed Antifa was going to take a place called River Ranch, which is kind of like the ritzy suburb of this town. And he made an event that they were going to take River Ranch. It was absolutely 100% could not be mistaken as anything other than satire. He, you know, called for people to wear their uniforms and to have their Antifa ID card handy. And, they would be exercising their right.
This is sounding like the Antifa super soldier shit all over again. Oh, no.
Well, and this was back in August of 2020 we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay,
so,
that makes sense.
So he's
the right-wing paranoia was at its maximum.
Exactly. It was out of this world already. So, you know, it was we'll be exercising our right to bear arms and legs. That kind of goofiness to the thing. But this guy, his name is Josh Guillory, and he's head of city council for the city area, or I guess technically he's the mayor, but his title, it's so stupid. This man, they call them the mayor president of the town. And
one of our brave boys in khaki, I can say.
Yes, oh yes, you have no idea.
Jesus.
So our illustrious mayor president decided that since Antifa was going to take River Ranch, he was going to send the local police department out in full force to patrol the area, keep it from happening, and thwart all attempts for Antifa to rattle the rich white folk of the area.
I'm sure that was this sounds like a plot from Star Wars. Like the Empire sending a bunch of troops to an outer rim planet that has nothing on it because they heard there was like a report of rebel activity in the area. Jesus Christ.
Well, and especially because he's in New York at the time, right?
Just it's amazing. Like it's like even the right-wing politicians can't even learn to do their fucking research before they act. Holy shit.
Oh man, it was absolutely wild. And then they planned another one for the mall. But John has gotten slapped with a lawsuit now.
No.
Mr. Mayor President has said that he is suing John Merrifield to recoup the loss of money that it took to send the police officers to River Ranch and patrol that day.
No way, no shot
I am
in
not,
hell. He's never gonna win.
He won.
What?
I am not joking you. I have the article here. Lafayette local government wins lawsuit $27,000.
What the? How do you spend $27,000 going to an empty fucking lot? What?
In one day. In one day. It was one thing.
That is, oh my God. That is the most disgusting miscarriage of justice. Like when you said small town corruption, I was thinking, oh no, they got somebody on the local city council who approved a pig farm next to his enemy's house, not fucking the local police department being so stupid that they take a meme post and then try and charge somebody for like a false report. That's fucking wild. What the fuck?
And I'm dying laughing just listening to you recharacterize it this like that because it really is that absurd.
It is. $27,000 because you didn't do research to see that this guy who was telling you to bring your Antifa ID card is in New York and is literally just joking and making fun of you? Like, holy shit. Like, I mean, I'm sure, I can't even imagine the stress of being sued for that much. But at the same time, that's also gotta be you gotta bear that as a mark of pride. That you got
And he does.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, hell, I would absolutely hate to get sued and have to deal with going to court and all that shit, and also trying to find a way to dodge the money they say that you owe, aka appealing until eventually you do get it overturned. But still, holy shit, would that be a mark of pride that you tricked the local fucking idiot fucking hogs into showing up at a place where nothing was happening. Holy fucking shit. By the way, everyone, what you're listening to right now is the cataclysmic stupidity of every right-winger, but especially of the police. The police are the dumbest motherfuckers on this planet, and never forget that. They are so stupid, they can be tricked like nothing. You wanna know why American serial killers get away with it for so fucking long? It's because American cops have their heads shoved so far up their own ass that they can't even see the sun anymore.
Spitting.
Thank you. Jesus fucking Christ.
So there were a few other trolling things he did on Facebook, but a bunch of people caught wind of what was going on, and so they decided to hold their own protests. Somebody set up a barbecue grill in front of the mayor-president's house and just kind of stood there grilling, but he had her arrested too.
Oh my God, somebody needs to fucking get this guy taken out of office. Holy shit. This guy sounds like an absolute menace.
Yeah, no, he is, it is quite ridiculous, the things that are going on here. And I know I'm from Portland. I know I was lucky to grow up there, but I know that this is not the only area that's experiencing stuff like this. And, you know, people
not even close. Yeah.
Just trying to get a laugh in are experiencing the, the massive reaction of their local governments for no reason, just to keep us in our places.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's always about. It's always about trying to make a message out of somebody or whatever, or to make a symbol out of somebody. And like, oh,
yeah,
look, this will discourage them. But also, like, it's also important to notice, like, how petty the actual thing is. Like, they're prosecuting somebody over a fucking joke and over a grill. Like, they have nothing. They have fucking nothing. That's it. They're so fucking petty that that's the only thing they can drum up. And it's self-defeating because people will see that lawsuits based on this type of shit are complete and utter bullshit. But you know what? Like, okay. Like, how are you supposed to live your life when you have like a guy who thinks he's the fucking president of a small town trying to sue you over setting up a grill in front of his house because you were doing an act of terrorism. You had to open fire. You were gonna, and then it's like, oh, they opened fire on you? Yeah.
He did. He said it was an act of terrorism that horrified and terrified his small children.
Yeah,
and
okay. Yeah, okay.
This woman
All right, bro.
flipping burgers on the sidewalk. It's not like she was in his yard or anything. It was absolutely legal, but you know, her flipping burgers just intimidated him and frightened the children. So it's actually
maybe the children need to be frightened more if they're scared. If the children are unironically scared of a guy grilling out front, I think it's time that we start. I think those kids need to be a little more scared. They need to build up some resistance.
Little exposure to the world, then,
yeah.
huh?
Literally, yeah.
Oh,
it's like
yeah.
this is reminding me of that time when Ken Paxton, the Texas Attorney General, when he got served papers, and he was like, I thought the cop who was serving me papers was a terrorist. That's why I ran out of state immediately. And it's just like, oh my god, these people are such fucking cowards at the end of the day.
Exactly.
This is why everyone should take strength in knowing that whenever they do finally push it to World War II levels of conflict, just remember they are idiots. They are complete and utter idiots, and these people cannot win a fight to save their lives. They are the biggest, stupidest cowards on the planet. They can only get you. The only time they can ever get you is when they can leverage the lack of information via the law, or when they can get numbers on you. That's it. That's the only time. When they have you outnumbered 5-1, then they might be able to give you a bruise or two. Other than that, these people fucking suck at everything they do.
Yep. They just want to hide. They want to hide behind their money, especially in this area. In that town. I don't live there anymore. Especially in that town, everything is a popularity contest over there. It is wild. These small town popularity contests.
It's insanity inducing. It drives the people who are there and who aren't involved in it insane, but it drives the people who do participate even more insane. It's off the rails.
Yes, exactly. So I just wanted to, kind of wrap it around and say, there are small things that we can all do, including going and writing something satirical on Facebook and getting sued by the local government.
Hey, I mean, if nothing else, it illustrates that you have a complete fucking joke in charge. And that can be valuable at times, even if it comes at great personal stress. Illustrating that someone is a complete and total fraud can be very valuable.
Oh yes, because it really is a running gag around the town now. His Mr. Mayor President's trigger is an open flame barbecue.
They're gonna get us with the fucking barbecue. He's got a hot dog.
He's got a spatula and tongs. Run.
This is kind of like that time when I was joking about oh, what the hell's going on here? Oh no, oh shit. Oh, sorry, one of my guys is dissenting over here. I gotta fix him. I gotta fix him.
No, fix him right up.
Fix him by feeding him the meat of a formerly deceased follower. Get over here, eat, eat, bastard. Come on, eat it up. Come on, that's right. Stop dissenting. That's right. I'll feed you it again. Yeah, he's cured. That fixed him. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, so I was gonna say, oh fuck, now I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it.
Runaway Train, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's my own brain's fault. Oh my god.
But no, just to say that everyone in this chat room can also poke at your local politicians on social media and at least invoke a few laughs.
Yes, they are remarkably fragile people, especially the conservative ones. I could tell you that there have been like incredibly tiny protests in my state about like political issues where they showed up at like a politician's house, and these people had an absolute freak out, even though all people were doing was standing outside with signs. It's like you're a fucking public servant. What the fuck do you mean you're mad that people have showed up at your publicly listed house and said that they don't like what you're doing with a couple of signs? Nobody fucking hurt you. Stop fucking crying, you bitches. You're trying to pass a law that's going to get people killed, and you're mad that some people dared show up and say we don't think this is a good idea.
Yeah, we all have to have the thickest skin, stone skin, but all they have to do is just, hide behind the curtain a little bit.
Cry. Cry really, really loud. So loud that it gives everyone in the fucking country a headache.
Oh, it's true, and they do.
Do, unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, I will let you get on to the next caller. I just
thank you so
wanted
much.
to put this back in your brain in case it's something that you ever wanted to do a segment on. I can put y'all in touch with each other, but mostly I was just here to tell this silly little story and let everybody know that you can do your part.
Well, thank you very much for telling this story, because I do agree with you, and also it was very entertaining to hear this story, and also it gave me an opportunity to yell about how stupid conservative local politicians especially, and also more especially the fucking cops are. They're motherfucking stupid, and you don't have to worry about them outwitting you, I can assure you that.
Oh, definitely not.
Well, pfftlecakes, thank you so very much for coming on and for sharing the story. Seriously, thank you so much.
No, thank you for having me. Like I said, I've been wanting to do one of your call-in streams for quite a while. Maybe next time I'll talk about that other thing that I thought was just silly. Radio Mama, thank you so much for hearing me.
You are very welcome. This has been the Demon Mama Show. What time is it? I don't even know. Fuck, see, I already fucked up my thing because I don't have my radio skills up. It is 8:30 p.m. PST, and this has been a call-in stream segment with Cakes. Fuck the cops. There we go.
Yep, ACAB, everybody, and have a wonderful evening.
Good night. Well, that was a based conversation. All right, real quick, let me recruit some of these new imps into the cult. We have a whole bunch. Okay, so hold on. I have to do a couple things real quick. So first off, I need to save the game. I need to restart the game because for some reason it is lagging really bad. And also, are we getting, how many more callers do we have right now? I think I can do probably 2 more callers. I think I can do 2 more callers, and then I know, Alora, I know you wanted to come on, so we'll do that. But let's do 2 more callers. Is that all right? Is that doable? We have 1 right now. Okay, then let's just do the 1, and then if we get another caller by then, we'll do 1 more. But let me just real quick, let me reboot the game and recruit the new imps, and then we'll do the next caller. So don't bring them in right away, but in just a second here, I need to restart the game because it's busted. It's like I'm getting like really bad frame drops for some reason. I don't quite understand why. I think it might actually just be because of the size of our cult, which is great. It's good that we have a big cult, but yeah. Man, why is my controller not working? Control-y work. Oh no, did it get unplugged? No, okay, no, it's just, never mind. I guess you just can't skip those menus. The cult is getting absolutely enormous. The cult has so many members, and also we unlocked the final boss of the game. So we are approaching the end of our extreme difficulty run, which is frankly sick as hell. All right, let's recruit these people in real quick. Hey, get out of the way, shoo. Oh my God, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Hold on. Okay. I love the little propaganda speakers. They're so good. So, where's our stone mines? There we go. All right, let's recruit. So, our next person that we are bringing in is Witchy Mel. Witchy Mel. Witchy Mel. A cat. Witchy Mel. A cat or a blue cat. We can absolutely do that. We do have a blue cat. The first blue cat. I think this is the first blue cat we've ever had. Little angry blue cat. Cynical and strong constitution. Witchy Mel, welcome to the cult. Happy to have you recorded in the amazing cult that we have going on right here, right now. Wait, that's the only person? Hold on, we have one more we can add. I know there's one more we can buy out here. Oh no, Bill Portley died! No! Bill Portley died! No! Bill Portley. Where's the Bill Portley? Oh no. It's Bill Portley. There you are. Let's get you out of here. Let's get you wrapped up. We need so many graves. See, this is the only downside of having so many cultists, is that you end up with so many goddamn graves. How are we gonna manage this? Okay, let's recruit. Our next member of our cult is Discordant Vole. Discordant Vole. Discordant Vole. Yay! Discordant Vole is going to be a red dinosaur. Well, there you go. We do have a dinosaur, and we do have a dinosaur in red. Let's get you the cute, let's get you the little spiky, the like Lisa haircut. Materialistic and sickly Discordant Vole, welcome to the cult. Happy to have you among us. What? Oh, my soundboard went down. Here, I'll do it myself. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. Wait, McConaughey needs to be sacrificed ASAP. Okay, we have recruited everyone that we need to, so we can bring in the next caller. All right, everyone has been recruited that needs to be recruited. Let's bring in the next caller. Let's do it. Just move this over, I guess, real quick. Boop, boop, boop. Hello, 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 hello.
Howdy, howdy.
Hi, how's it going? What is your name and what are your pronouns?
My name is Punky Gal, and my
Punky
pronouns
Gal.
are she, her.
Based, the classics.
Gotta go with the
Punky Gal,
classics.
welcome to the show.
Of
did
course.
you have anything in particular that you wanted to discuss?
Oh, lots of things in particular. Well, yes. So I'm going to talk about rent and low-income housing and stuff like that. But before I get into that, last week I lost my wallet. And I had to pay the ADHD. I lost my wallet because I had to pay the stupid ADHD tax, right? So I lose my wallet. Then Section 8 comes in and tells all of us in our apartment block, you know, weed is illegal on Section 8 because it's federal, even though weed is legal in Montana. So that fucking sucks, right? You can't,
That
you know,
really
so you have
sucks.
to, you have to hide it and whatever, and, you know, whatever else. Well, I got really upset because of that, and that prompted me to look around when I found out, oh yeah, I forgot that we have a tenants union in my town. So I went and sat in a meeting of the tenants union. And if it goes the way I think I'm going, I might join and become a prospect member of the
Tenants
tenants
unions
union.
can be very, very helpful. Tenants
Very helpful
unions
here.
yeah, they've done a lot of, they did a lot of work during COVID to help make sure that people could stay in their houses, which is
And we
vital.
need it because the city I live in is having a massive housing crisis. We're like San Francisco kind of mixed with Portland housing crisis problems because people want to come here because it's nice. It's a leftist city. We are really openly leftist and we're a great place, but we don't have enough housing. We don't have enough housing. We actually tried to do, I don't know if you know the George Carlin bit where he talks about how you can put low income housing on golf courses. We actually had that in Prospect at one of our
I've seen that a couple of places have started building these like tiny home units.
Yeah.
Which I've seen. I have also seen considerable criticism about them, and I also have criticism about such projects because it kind of like, while I do agree that it is better than nothing, it absolutely is better to provide like livable shelter. It's also really, really fucked up to basically say we're solving homelessness or we're attempting to solve homelessness by giving people basically like a shed to live in.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
Well,
like when there's literally tons and tons of empty houses in the United States
But
Yeah.
we could still build more and actually nice housing too. And I'm not talking
Right.
about cracker boxes, they do
Yeah.
that, but we were actually thinking about giving actually nice low income housing to people and build
That's
or
good.
more
That's good
housing
at
for
least.
people on the golf course. But the voters in the city, because we do have a lot of NIMBYs in this city, because
Excellent.
despite what you believe, Montana is not conservative. We actually have 3 factions. We have the liberals and the leftists. You have the libertarians, which Montana is actually a very big libertarian thing. That's why we have so many good tenants laws. We're the only state in the union that doesn't do at-will employment. Last year in the election, we voted to have that you have to have warrants to actually go and look in people's online data or electronic data. You have to get a warrant to do that now.
Very, very good.
And we're the first state in the union to do that. So we do have a lot of good things that we do. Our governor is a piece of shit, and he believes that Noah's Ark was real and all that bull crap. But our state is good. The problem
that's
is
good.
we do not have a lot of housing. People keep moving in. Now, our state was small and didn't know how to handle it. So now prices are going really up, and the locals can't afford to even live here anymore. And a lot of people in our city is, gentrifying, which isn't the problem necessarily. It is a big problem, but part of it is just capitalism in general. And people like to blame the out-of-staters when it's not the out-of-staters, it's capitalism. And so you try to tell people that.
Why
and
are
educate
why are the out-of-staters coming here? They're not coming here for no reason. They're coming here because they can't live where they were.
Yeah, it's
most of the time.
It's Californians. We blame the Californians, and if you say you're from California, you get a death glare. Luckily, I was born and raised in the state. You can trace my families to a ghost town, so I'm good. But a lot of people come here and they're just looking for salvation themselves. Now, what is the problem is with low-income housing? If you're poor like me and I live in low-income housing, they got you by the balls. Because if you get evicted, you can't ever go back to low-income housing. If you get evicted from low-income housing, that's in the rules. I don't even know I do not know my landlord. I know the property manager company that they hire to run the place. I know the property manager, but I do not know the landlord. And chances are it's a corporation. It's called Sentinel Village, something rather. That's the corporation, but I don't know who owns that corporation.
There are so many corporate-owned
apartment
properties
buildings.
now. And I'm not just talking like small corporations. Obviously, lots of lots. It's
like
mega corporations.
BlackRock and everything. And so if you get caught doing something they deem illegal, because it's written in the rules that Section 8 is not going to process people who have weed. They're not going to do it. They said, that's up to the landlord or the property manager. So if your property manager is particularly snickety about, the devil's lettuce, and doesn't like that you're smoking the Chiba, they can get you out.
Can you actually imagine being somebody like that? Can you imagine being so anti-weed that you are policing the random tenets of the I cannot even imagine. I can't imagine being that much of a fuckwad.
They sent my block apartment. And hopefully it was more than just me, but they sent a letter to my apartment block saying that several people complained of a skunky smell.
Oh, I got that too in my old apartment in Washington. In fucking Washington. I'm like, are you crazy?
And it's legal. Yeah, and it's legal here in Montana. So they say, well, it's legal here in Montana. This is a federal thing, subsidized housing by HUD, and it's not, and blah, blah, blah. And they was just trying to be really threatening. And it was like, okay. So that was how I started my week. And then I lost my wallet. And then I get my wallet back all put together because I just had to do it. And I had to go to the Express DMV because you have to go there if you want anything done quickly, because the regular DMV is slower than heck. But if you go to the Express DMV, you have to pay money. And so this leads to my point that I got my wallet back all put together. And then today, someone found my wallet in the parking lot of my complex after I just spent money getting all my stuff back together and spent money on a new wallet.
That's terrible.
Yeah, so that's the ADHD thing. But this goes into my main point. If you are homeless and you're a homeless person, and you do not have your social security, or you lost it or whatever, and you don't remember that, you're screwed. They say homeless people need to get jobs. They just need to get jobs. How? When they don't have the identification they need to get a job. It's not even just with cell phones. Like you were talking with Mellow Anarchist the other day, day about how cell phones are needed. It's not even just that. It's even if they didn't need cell phones, they still need certain IDs. And if you're
and the ID requirements in some states are incredibly stringent and incredibly aggressive. And this is part of the reason why a lot of people wonder why there's like the reasons why there's opposition to like voter ID laws and also to aggressive ID laws. This is the reason why, because it can actually be very difficult to actually get the IDs that you need when you need them. Most people can eventually get an ID, but getting it when you need it and getting it on like it's not easy.
Well, and then think about the transient homeless. So there was homeless people in Nebraska, and they moved out west because the weather is nicer. So they moved out west, wherever they decided to move to, you know? Well, they didn't have their birth certificate with them when they moved, when they became homeless or they were transient. How are they going to get their birth certificate? They don't have any money to get a bus, a train, a plane to get to Nebraska to get their stuff back. And if they're in a particularly rural county, that's even more work because rural counties do not have national airports. You get to the you get to your airport, then you have to find a way to get to your small town or wherever you're from, get your stuff, and possibly pay to get them done. Get all that stuff. Go back to the place where you want to work. You know, the place that you've now made your home, get that done. And if you're lucky, great, you'll get a job. But let's say someone does hire you. Well, congratulations, you're hired, but now you have to go get those things. And most places will not let you take your first week off to go get your identifications. Exactly. Most places, when they get the interview, they're expecting you to dress nice. So how is a homeless person supposed to get a nice suit? They can go to a donation warehouse or someone can give them a suit. Well, that will last them about a day before they trip in a mud puddle and ruin it. And if they have to go shower, they can't shower in homeless shelters because a lot of times in homeless shelters, they get their shit stolen, you know? And so they could lose their nice suit that they had, and it was the only suit they had. And
this is all of these things are very, very common things that happen. Getting shit stolen happens all the time. Not having all of your paperwork for many different reasons. There's also all kinds of things, like sometimes it's not even a matter of like not having the paperwork in the first place. Sometimes someone literally took it from you. A lot of times people have bad relationships with their parents. They might have abusive parents.
I have that. I've been there.
Exactly. And it can leave you in a position where you literally do not have the paperwork that you need. And in order to get it, there might be a way for you to get it, but getting it is really hard.
Yeah, and time constraints too. I live in a very very busable city. My city had won the transportation award for their buses because it's paid for by the taxes of the people who live here. So it's all free all the time, which is lovely. We have like a golden standard award for our bus transportation. But people like to think that buses are dirty and scary. Well, that's because they lost funding, because people started having more cars, moving out to suburbs, and leaving the bus systems to rot. They weren't getting that. So if you don't like that the bus is scary and dirty, well, you can fix that by, donating money or paying more in taxes to get those bus systems fixed up to where they can be free or be used properly.
This is that tactic, like what the Republicans have been doing with the Postal Service, which is that you intentionally make it worse so that people complain about it and so that they don't have faith in it. And then it creates a death spiral. And it's done not out of a desire to make anything better, but as a way to get a political fuck you on your political opponents.
And that goes into the same thing with community too. We live in a era where the third place, I don't know, you probably heard about the third place, and I'm sure chat has. Yes.
So for those who don't know what the third place is, the third place refers to it's the third place that you go to in your life. It's things like parks or bars or bookstores that you hang out with other people, or arcades, or they're areas you can go to for usually it's depending on how broad you go. Some people define third places as places that are free, so like rec centers or parks. Other people will say as long as it's low cost, it qualifies. I tend to, I don't really care. It's the spirit that matters. But yeah, it's a place. It's the place that you go to socialize and meet new people that isn't work or your house. And the third place is a disappearing concept in our society.
Because people got wise to online. Social media is great. It's great for people in rural places. I love my social media. I have a local trans group I found it on Discord, for the trans
Fucking
people in
awesome.
my local county that they can come, and we walked in the parade last year and they scanned a QR code and they can go there, and it's flat. There's no leadership. There's like some mods there to, catch things, but basically it's run by the people. I'm not in charge. I founded it, but I'm not in charge. It's all the people are equal. So, it's horizontal hierarchy because I am an anarchist, a leftist. I don't really believe in hierarchy. So it's great. But what people don't realize is that the third place is disappearing because people found out you can move it to online. So more places are creating pay to be there and cutting your time that you can stay there. And it turns out that the only places anymore outside of parks that are free, that are indoor buildings, are the library or church.
Yep.
And if you know anything about church, which you do, church becomes a kind of cultist community where it becomes your whole life. They try to keep you in there by doing all these things: church bingo, bake sales, making my old hometown, the Church Methodist Church, had pasty making because pasties are a local delicacy here in Montana, and so you make your own pasties and you sell them. But you do all these things for the church, so much so that the church becomes nothing but your life, and all your friends are in the church.
Exactly.
And if you do one thing that the church doesn't like, they can cast you out. And have fear of being cast out and having nobody and nothing to go to scares people into following the norm. I know
it's a pressure that ranges from low grade to like extreme, and it leads people to behave in a certain way. They're much less likely to call out bad behavior. They're much less likely to on behalf of others or on behalf of themselves. I knew so many Christians who just endured horrible behavior because they knew that if they said anything, they wouldn't have a social group, and maybe they hated it.
Yeah, and even that is, I knew an atheist who went to church just for the community. He was an atheist. He was an old man. He worked at the local college because my town I grew up in is a college town. And that's the other thing is, my city is now, the current city I'm living in is big and very much leftist. It's like 28% LGBT population for a town of like 115 people, or 115,000, excuse me. So it's really, really leftist and really, really gay and queer. You just bump into queer people everywhere, but it's about 50%. It's like the mecca of queer people for Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho people outside of Seattle. So we're like competing with that area for queer people right now, and we have lots of good protections. But it's becoming a big thing. But I knew an atheist guy who'd go to church just for the community. And there's people who go to things despite that, just for community. And if you don't have low cost or free places that aren't the library or aren't bars, because we had a lot of alcoholics in my old hometown, because that was the only third place, was bars or churches and one library. There was no other low cost third place to go. So if they work, they'd go to the bar and then they'd get drunk and then they'd go home. And so this happens so hard that when you're hard up for places like that, you're going to do other things that could lead into, more seeking for fun, which could lead to addictions of any kind. But when you're in low-income housing, they have so many rules, so many more rules that you would not have if you were just a regular person living with your land, knowing a landlord and renting a regular place. So many arbitrary rules and leases. And I have a bad relationship with my PM, which is a property manager, because they don't tell you certain things and they don't keep you in the loop, and you have to bug them. They don't bug you. They will, if they don't have to release information, they won't to you. So you have to be on their ass at all times, because they don't. Every year they should be giving me a new copy of the lease. They don't. I still have the lease from when I moved in, and that's the only ever copy of the lease I've ever gotten.
You have to
so
go
far.
out of your way to make sure that they give you the paperwork that you're. It's fucking annoying. Landlords alone are bad enough, but it gets especially bad. It gets especially bad in situations where it's like it's like low income, because fucking landlords, being pieces of shit, will always treat low income rentals worse.
Oh yeah,
it's
exactly.
actually insane how bad it gets.
It's terrible, and people just let it happen because they got nowhere else to go. They can't afford a regular place. I'm lucky that my rent is as low it is. It's $248. But last month, and this is my story. What happened to me with my rent is I were actually paid on my rent this month because I don't know if I was high or whatever, or my ADHD kicked in, but I wrote the wrong amount on my check. And the landlord didn't contact me or call me before cashing the check and saying, your rent is $248. You wrote $448 on the check. Didn't say anything. Now, my last landlord, or my last property manager, because the other one doesn't know what the other hand is doing. So every landlord has their own policy views for some reason. They
Of
change it
course.
on a dime, and we've been through 6
because they're allowed
property.
to.
Yeah,
Because they're just freeballing it as much as anybody else, but they have the
Oh, yeah.
position of power.
But I've been through 6 landlords since I've been here for like 3 years. 6 property managers that have been different. So anyhow,
Off the rails.
yeah. So this one person said, because I accidentally had a miscommunication and I missed the thing of when I had the grace period or whatever, and I had late fees because they make you pay late fees. I said, I can't pay that. I don't own late fees because there was a communication. You weren't here. The landlord office was closed. How could I get in? Because we didn't have anybody working at the office for like a whole month. There was nobody there, and they didn't tell you where to send your check to. So I didn't, at the time, wasn't carrying checks because I didn't just like to pay in cash. It was easier for my ADHD to remember that I had money taken out of my account and whatever else, right? But they didn't tell anybody. It was just written on the door, and you're supposed to just magically find out that, hey, to pay rent, you have to go to this place and not here, right? So I had those late fees. Well, this month, so he eventually told me that it doesn't matter. You can't have late fees on top of late fees, so we're going to try to work to clear those up. In the meantime, just pay your normal rent. It's fine. Well, this person didn't tell me I overpaid my rent, so now it cleared the late fees, but I don't know if I'm going to get my $200 back to go into next month's rent because it cleared those late fees that I didn't have because the system didn't magically clear them, you know?
Yeah, of course not.
It's confusing, but that was
It's super confusing, but they do that intentionally. They make it as inconvenient as possible because they know it'll go in their favor. I mean, I had to battle the last landlord that I had. Not before this one. This was a couple of years ago. But this was a landlord who I had to battle on everything. They were the biggest pieces of shit about everything, and they were insanely lazy. Part of the reason why everything went bad is that they were just ridiculously lazy. They would leave their office, and they would leave their office on days that were on the days of the month that rent is supposed to be there, knowing that people would be coming in, and that it would inevitably mean that they would get hit with a late fee. Now, if you fought them on it, because if they're out of the office, then they know that if you really wanted to take them to court, they couldn't hold up on that. So if you annoy the shit out of them, they'll take it off. But they know that they're going to get like 5 or 6 people every single month who just aren't going to fight it, who are just going to eat the late fee. And so they're making a couple $100 extra per month for their stupid corporation. It's fucking terrible.
And it's terrible, but luckily, like I said, Montana is a libertarian state. You know, and I hate libertarians, but that means our tenant laws are pretty damn solid. We have some pretty base tenant laws here, not perfect, you know, but better than most. But like I said, they do that. So last month, the new person is just starting out, and we finally have a tenant landlord that's on site of the apartment building now. So they live on site. That's kind of a blessing and a curse. But last month, I go in there and say, okay, well, I didn't get a rent receipt for my thing. 1 month, and they go, oh, well, that's not our fault. That's your fault. That's your responsibility. Ask for a rent receipt, knowing that they're supposed to print them out and give it to you as soon as you're done paying your rent.
I'm pretty sure that's their responsibility. I'm pretty sure it's like universally illegal to not provide a receipt for a service when requested. Like as in that's like you're going into scam law territory.
Oh, and they're bad. I went in there. I said, hey, I'm paying my rent, and they didn't print it off. They just say, okay, I'll get it to you. The system can't do so even the one before my current property manager, which is brand spanking new, he would say, oh, they don't like the system won't process the check at the first of the month. The system can't process that check at the first of the month. So you turned it in and it's fine. And I know you processed it. So it's good. We'll eventually give you a rent. We'll give you a rent receipt when we finish processing all these things and send it to the bank. 7 to 5 days later, they'd send it to the bank. It'd be processed, and I never get a rent receipt. He never bring it to my door. He never drop it off.
So dirty.
Oh yeah. So, luckily, but that's what they do, and it's just landlords being scum. So, if you have a local tenants union, I suggest you go check them out because you can meet people and have that community and start working and building connections. Because, like I said, my state is very much not conservative at all. We have the Nazi faction that lives up in the extreme northwest, you know. Where Whitefish is, and Richard Spencer likes to winter there sometimes, and he eventually got kicked out of the ski hill once because he was being a baby and got kicked off the chairlift.
Kick his ass.
Yeah, but anyhow, it's just that, you know, people got to understand that certain states are not red at face value. You can't just go look at a map and say, oh, this is red. We almost had a Democrat win this on my side of where I live in my state because we have the 2 most leftist cities in the state now in this new housing district that we got because we got a new House district, you know, for U.S. House. And we almost won, but the problem was we had a third-party candidate, a libertarian that ran, and he took away votes from both parties, but it hurt the Democrat more than it hurt, Ryan Zinke. So Ryan Zinke won, but we almost had Ryan Zinke beat. And it was just that half my city didn't vote for whatever reason. And then combined with that libertarian candidate kind of just knocked that out. But we almost won. It was only like about 500 to 200
and
votes.
that's the case.
Difference.
That's the case in a lot of states where they're very small margins. Now, I do have to let you know we are coming up on the end of our time slot for this call.
So,
but seriously, thank you so much.
So
it's been wonderful.
Before we end the call, I have one little piece of advice for people, and it's about the Finn course. It's kind of stupid because Finn course is stupid. Let the person live. He's doing what he does to be happy, number one. And for people out there, the only thing that makes a person trans, in my honest, humble opinion, is saying that they're trans. You can be a cis person and still take female HRT. You can be cis, he, him, and take female HRTE and still be a cis man. It's not the hormones. It's just a label.
It's the identity.
If you label yourself as trans, if you label yourself as trans, you're trans. If you don't label yourself as trans, you're not trans. Whether or not you're taking hormones, it doesn't matter. It's whether or not you label that yourself as trans. And some people have a really tough time, especially one person on Twitter, which you know of, is having a really tough time getting along with that. I saw that and I was like, oh, yeah. And it was borderline almost true scummy with their arguments in some cases. It was really gross. But,
well, let's just say that particular person has been one of the biggest, like, milkshake duck situations in recent memory, where I'm just like, wow, Dan, you really blew your tiny spotlight.
That stream is gonna tank, but so that was all I was gonna say for my last point is that you can be trans and not take HRT. You cannot be trans and take HRT. There's no wrong way to be trans, and there's no wrong way to be cis. But people want to police other people's identity so hard. Let the person live. He's not mocking us. He's actually very. Apparently, I don't watch his streams enough to know, but apparently he's just very nice and he's doing his thing. And hey, congratulations on him for making money on doing something that, he loves. If people are buying him clothes and people are giving him money to do it, more power to him. I wish I get money for doing that, but hey, anything is possible. Don't label him. Don't try to put him in a box, and don't try to say that he is making fun of trans people when he's not. He's just living his life. Let people cross-dress, because people don't think that bigots pick on cross-dressers. They pick on cross-dressers and drag queens all the time.
They absolutely fucking do. They abso-fucking-lutely do.
Don't think that he is not out of the woods of, he passes, because passing, and this is the last take I'll make, passing is a arbitrary concept that's stupid. Passing was a cis standard they put on us, because they said, if you don't pass, we're going to kill you. That's how it's always been. Passing is rooted in pretty privilege. You don't have to pass. The only thing you need to do if you're trans is be yourself and be comfortable. Whether or not you do surgery or whatever it takes to make you feel comfortable or happy, do it. Passing is not the end goal of transition. Passing is only going to hurt yourself because it's based in pretty privilege. Because a lot of times I see trans people say, I don't pass, when really you do pass. You just might not have the supermodel look that people think that passing is. And cis people set the standard of what passing is. And they say the cis person who's pretty passes, because there are tons of cis people, because cis people don't know who's trans and who's not. They even label cis people trans when they're not pretty enough. They'll look at a woman and see that person with
the
a
trans
forehead.
investigators. Yeah.
Yep. They say that person is trans because they have a forehead. But again, you don't know. It's not good. I know a person, I know lots of people who can just pass fine, but it's not passing. That's the goal. It's to be happy and get respect. I'd rather be respected than pass, because passing means I compromise being me. And remember this, the last thing, that acceptance is just tolerance with respect. That's all it is. Tolerance is one thing that people are doing right now. If you want them to accept you, you have to remember they have to respect you too, because people will tolerate you, call you your pronouns and everything. That's just tolerance. If they behind your back, they might be saying something different. So remember, tolerance is not the thing.
This is like the your dad thing that I was talking about yesterday too.
Acceptance is, again, like I said, just to end it, acceptance is just tolerance with respect. And remember, you deserve to be respected. You don't have to pass if you don't want to. Passing is not the goal. Remember, you deserve respect whether you pass or not. They should call you your pronouns and treat you with respect. Trans rights and trans thriving.
Trans rights and trans thriving. Thank you very, very, very much, Punky Gal. Thank you so much for coming on, seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Have a wonderful night. Thank you so
You
much.
too. Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
Bye for now. All right, real quick, Alora, I'm gonna dash over to the bathroom real quick, then I'm gonna come back and we'll do the last 2 calls of the night, which is going to be, it looks like we're gonna be talking to Nix, or no, it looks like we're going to be talking to Hoot OS. Hoot OS is who we're gonna be talking to next, and then I'm going to be having a brief conversation with Alora about the entire process, because this has been a 3-day long call-in stream process. It's gone very, very well. There are more viewers than there have ever been for any of our call-in streams, and I am very happy about that. It seems like people have truly been loving this, and that makes me very happy. But first, I need to go to the bathroom, which means, real quick, I need to play the bathroom song. I'll be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
I am back. All right, let us do the final community call for the night before we talk to Alora, who has been the superhero of this entire call-in process, which we will discuss in just a minute. But first, let's bring in the next caller. Let's do it. Literal superhero. literally shooting lasers out of their eyes. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, how's my audio? Am I sounding good? Sounding good?
You
good
are.
volume?
Look, I'm gonna bump your volume up on my side, but you are just fine. Real quick, name and pronouns.
My name is Hoot OS. You can just call me Hoot, and pronouns she her for now.
All right, based. Well, the classics and well respected. They are venerated old pronouns. So. Welcome, Hoot. It is fantastic to have you on the show. I hope you are doing well tonight.
I'm actually doing really well. I had a long sleep this morning, and I helped my father put in a water heater. It was
based.
Yeah, it was a big old mess because the water heater is about a half-inch bigger than we expected, so we had to squeeze it in. But we got her. We got her.
Well, I'm glad it fit in, and there wasn't any mishaps. Sounds like
I mean, there were. We don't know where. There were mishaps. We don't know where another set of pliers went, but.
Oh no!
We got it done anyway.
maybe they got pinned in behind there. Well, hopefully they will enjoy their home in the lost dark. Did you have any topics you wanted to hit on specifically tonight? Looks like you may have.
Yeah, I specifically wanted to talk sort of about my experience being disabled and then navigating how to self-advocate to medical staff while also dealing with internalized ableism, because over the past year, it's a complicated
That is a
subject.
very, very valuable subject, though. Oh my God.
And it's very valuable as well, because I've been dealing with that head first for the past year, because I've been like firmly disabled to the point of not being able to work for the past 3 years. And I figured it was time to put my foot down and actually start, like, getting the support that I needed from the government that owes it to me. And I learned a lot of things, and I was hoping that I could not only talk about that here, but also potentially get some input from you and perhaps the chat as well. So,
absolutely. You are absolutely welcome to talk about that, and we will do our best to give input and feedback where possible. On the topic of like self-advocacy, it is something that I have not only have had to learn over the course of my life to do to a great degree, but also something I have taught multiple people in my life how to do with regard to medicine. It's a difficult. The medical field is rife with hyper egotistical, poor listeners, and those people you have to contend with them because they are literally gatekeepers. They are standing between you and medicine that you need, or sometimes life-saving treatments that you need. And so you have to learn how to work your way around the systems that are in place, or else it makes your life difficult. But please, you take the floor.
Yeah, so like first, before we get into that topic, I want to say thank you for your content.
No problem.
I appreciate it. I popped in fairly recently because your video in reaction to Vosh's reaction to Shoe on Head's let's say an inflammatory video. It popped in my recommended, and I was like, oh boy, what's happening here? And watched it, and it was filled with very good takes, at least on your end and Vosh's as well. So
I was gonna say Shoes maybe not so much, but
no.
I'm very happy to hear. It does seem like a lot of people. It seems like my response did make it at least somewhat into the algorithm, which is encouraging because God knows Shoe on Head's video certainly made it into the algorithm, and I guess it's a comfort to know that there are people who found my work. Because despite everything, and that video has managed to bring some people over, because God knows my fucking reputation's been ruined on the internet by a couple people, but
well, that's the internet, baby.
Yeah, true.
But also one last thing, if like I'm gonna swap accents a whole bunch of times because I have
That's fine.
multiple people in the brain. So if
That's
I
fine.
get anybody mad because I'm trying to mimic a southern accent and it doesn't sound anywhere near, I just like to inform everybody I'm from Canada, so it's not gonna be nearly accurate, and you're gonna have to deal with it.
That's fine.
Okay. So, anyways, oh damn, Chad getting excited about the headspace. Let's go.
Yeah, we have a lot of we have quite a bustling plural community on the Demon Mama Discord.
noticed.
So
I
yeah,
noticed, and y'all got a plural kit in the Discord. I'd love to see
yes
it.
we do. Yes we do.
Yeah. So, with regards to the topic about like internalized ableism and dealing with that while also trying to self-advocate, with medical staff and also with the bureaucracy, the bureaucratic hellscape that is the government. I learned a lot more about how my disability interfaces with my experience of it, like how I interpret my experience of the disability and how other people seem to understand it when I explain it. So, for example, when I was applying for disability support, there was a question on their questionnaire that they ask you in order to determine your eligibility based on how disabled you are. One of the questions was, can you tie your shoes? And the thing is, I answered yes. The problem is, I didn't realize that the real question they were asking was, do you struggle to tie your shoes? Because I can tie my shoes. I know how mentally. I know how to do it physically. I can perform the act of tying a shoe. Can I do it every day? Abso-goddamn-lutely not. In fact, I can't remember the last time I tied my shoes because whenever I get a new pair of shoes, I tie them once and then never again. I tie them loose enough that I can slip my foot in and out, and that's it. And after I got denied the first time, I asked for advice because I was like, that can't be right. That can't be right. So, and then they were just like, oh yeah, like you have to tell them you're struggling to tie your shoes because
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
because there are
they're designed, the like questionnaires are designed to be full of confusingly worded things that give them a plausible reason to deny you pay. It's very, very hostile. It's I think you said you said you're in Canada, right?
Yes.
Or you now, yeah, it's the same here in the US, arguably. Well, I mean, I guess the questionnaires are very similar. Maybe the coverage situation is maybe a little bit worse because we don't have universal of any type. But
Right.
but yeah, the questionnaires are designed the same way here. They're designed to be confusing questions where they can plausibly deny you.
Ooh, Punk Corpse brings up a really good point too. And I want to get. Actually, I kind of want to get into that now, honestly,
Go for
because that's the thing that I wanted to mention as well. Punk Corp said that is Canada, though, where they'd rather help people kill themselves than give them disability benefits. And to explain that, to those who don't know, in Canada, there is a policy, or not a policy, but rather a potential quote unquote treatment you can give to disabled people as a medical professional, a recommendation to make, called medical assistance in dying, or the MAID program. And recently, as a result of a court case, it was determined that in March of this year, it will be the criteria upon which you can qualify for MAID is expanding to mental illnesses that create that are seen as permanent and debilitating. However, the language is so vague that basically I qualify. I could qualify for that. And the frustrating thing about it is, in spite of my process of learning self-advocacy and how to understand how disability affects me when my only perspective is my own, and I don't know how disabled I am in comparison to other people, and I have to
Yeah,
find it by like talking to other people and kind of thing.
Which can be hard.
It
Which can be
becomes
be hard to broach those topics.
but like
Yeah.
it shouldn't be that hard because basically with the current system as it is, at least in Saskatchewan, the province that I live in Canada, with the province being as frustrating as it is, in March it would be easier for me to get recommendation and then succeed in acquiring medical assistance in dying than to get frickin' disability support. And in fact, there are a
Terrible.
lot of people, a lot of cases already in Canada where there are people who are physically disabled, and they're going to be physically disabled for the rest of their lives, but disability support is so lacking and so underfunded that they're actively choosing medical assistance in dying because if they go homeless, they're dead anyways. So they'd rather be dead in a hospital bed than dead on the street. It's terrifying here.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing because there is a case to be made for having like elective euthanasia or whatever you want to call it, or you know, there's all kinds of names that they use for it now, but there's a case to be made for certain people to be able to say, yeah, like I am suffering to a degree that I can no longer enjoy my life. Please, you know, I would like to sit with a doctor and make an informed decision. But it does seem it's more of a problem. It's less of a problem with the MAID program in and of itself than it is the comparison when it's sitting there right next to the disability program, and the disability program is so flawed. It's so deeply discriminatory that like when you put those two side by side, it's like, oh my God, there really is an issue of priorities here. Like, I know that there are some people out there, people in chat mentioned already that Tucker Carlson has been freaking out on this, but that's because Tucker Carlson's angle is to be like, look, in Canada, they're such communists, they want to kill you if you're disabled. That's his thing, where in reality, that is, they want to kill you for being disabled is the truth of state society. That is the history of state society, not fucking commie Canada. And the problem is the fact that the process is so much more complicated to get the help that you need than it is to be able to access an assistance in death program. So yes, obviously conservatives are going to misrepresent the concerns. The concerns though, like I said, are less with the program itself and more with it being put when it is taken in its context next to disability programs that are totally faltering and unable and are designed to cut as many people out as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the funny thing about Tucker Carlson is that you can't really say, you see what he's saying? Believe the opposite of that, because he's so wrong, you can't even figure out what the fucking opposite is. But,
Not always the case with Tucker Carlson, though. He's a true demagogue.
Oh, man. That a myth, not so much a legend. Yeah, like, it's incredibly frustrating here in Canada, especially when you get a whole bunch of people who go on social media and see the absolute state of healthcare in America, and then go and say something smug about the state of our healthcare, as if ours isn't also in shambles, and has been since
a note
before
for the world. Yeah, a note for the world at large. Do not use America as the standard. We are literally. It's like you're looking into Mordor. You shouldn't be comparing yourself like favorably to us. If you're doing better on healthcare than America, that's like the lowest bar that you could imagine.
Yeah.
America is like the most evil country when it comes to healthcare. It's genuinely nightmarish.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's also frustrating too because you look at what we don't cover that other countries do cover. Like, mental health is not considered vital to personal health. So you have to pay out of pocket for therapists, for psychologists, and stuff like that. Psychiatrists, you don't have to because they're giving out medication, and therefore they are considered part of your health care.
Yeah.
But like psychologists and therapists, that's not covered. Dental care, that is, we still have to pay for that as well. And
Yeah, here even private healthcare often doesn't cover dental. Like when you have coverage from a job like that you are paying for because you pay for that out of your paycheck, even those often don't have coverage for dental or eye, which is absurd. But yeah,
it is absurd, especially coming from someone like me who has experience not having teeth. Like I don't have any. I don't have dentures or nothing. Don't know if you noticed that.
Oh, no.
But yeah, nah, it's like not having teeth sucks. Like I can't eat steak. Do you know how much well, I'm talking to a vegan, I know, but like I'm like, you know, I haven't eaten steak in so long, and it's not by choice, and it sucks because I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie. I had it every couple months or so, you know, like because I know the deal with the meat market and stuff. But in any case, it was
you don't
just
have
like,
to worry about that. I understand completely.
Yeah,
I understand completely feeling locked off from something
and
for a completely stupid reason.
Yeah, and it's also frustrating because, like, even if I wanted to go vegan, that severely changes what I can eat. Like salads, I can't eat romaine lettuce because it requires too much tearing with your teeth. Like you think about your teeth, and you're doing a lot of tearing.
There's a lot of
and
tough
stuff
things
like
that you can't eat,
Yeah,
and it's tough.
So, yeah, it's real frustrating. So it's it's basically like chicken tendies and fries for the rest of my life, basically. But that being said, though, it's like back on topic. It's like your dental care isn't covered. Your eye care is not covered unless you're under a certain threshold of income. In which case you can get basic, very basic lenses that don't have, say, something like what's the term? Like the reflection thing with the lights and the glare and stuff like that. Glare protection, or
which
whatever
is so funny because like those features are fundamental. Like every single good pair of glasses in the world will now include blue light filter and anti glare because we live in a period where everybody's job is going to have them looking at computer screens. So you need that shit.
Yeah, and then like luckily I was able to like find like a really good pair of not basic frames, but like a manufacturer of spectacle frames recently pulled out of Canada. So I currently own glasses that do not have a manufacturer warranty. So if they break, I'm kind of up shit's creek. But that being said, I got really nice designer lenses and then super basic, really nice frames, and then super basic lenses, and I didn't have to pay a cent for it because I was under the income threshold.
Well, that's good at least.
So
that's
promising. That was nice. That was nice, but also I'm not like I'm making like no money, so frustrating. But anyway, it's just like the way that the system is here in Canada is very frustrating because on the outside looking into other people, it seems like like things are rough, but they could be better. And then from my perspective, somebody who's tried to advocate for myself and try and get diagnoses for the myriad issues I've got in my brain, and I've also noticed recently actually in my body now. It's becoming very frustrating to hear people talk like hear Canadians be smug about our healthcare while also other Americans point to our healthcare as if it's like a perfect shining example of what it should be when it's decidedly not.
Yeah, again, America should not be used as a comparison point. It's the worst. No one should want to be anywhere near America, not even close. You should hope that your healthcare does not compare to American healthcare such so that it almost looks like they're not the same thing, because they shouldn't be. America is in the worst situation with healthcare. It is disastrous here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a giant sign that says "Stay away. It's not good here," says Somniostatic. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, like, I have a girlfriend who lives in Florida, unfortunately.
Yikes.
And
Hope they can get out.
she is currently considering moving to another state that has that gives trans people from that kind of state refugee status.
There are a few, yes. Yep.
Yeah, like I just find it amazing that that is the state of state politics in America, where there's one state that is like, you're this type of person, don't stop, and then there's another state being like, you can be
it's a
that
real
here.
balkanization. Like we're facing an American balkanization where the politics of some states is so drastically dissimilar from that of other ones, it's hard to even consider us a part of the same nation. Washington and Florida, Washington and Texas, Massachusetts and Texas. These are places that are politically almost, it's like living in a different country. They're just totally different, and it wasn't always like that. There's always been some things that are like quirky and weird when you go to a different state, different regulations and stuff like that, but nothing to this degree.
Yeah, it's wild. Also, The Godfather says, "Come to the West Coast, Hoot." I was actually going to get into that because my girlfriend from Florida, like I was talking about my situation here and how frustrating it is to feel like I don't have support basically anywhere here. And she was like, "Well, like you can figure it out. You can like get some cheap ass car and then like come on down here or something like that." And I was like, I can't immigrate into the United States because I'm disabled. I can't work, at least not reliably enough to make me a admission into America through that manner.
It is difficult. I mean, there are ways. There are ways to handle immigration. Obviously, you can do like a spousal sponsor, but that would have to be, again, that has to be the person who's in the United States has to be the one who's doing that. But yeah. I wouldn't even suggest it. Don't move here. I mean, I can understand why people would want to come to certain states in the United States. Like, for example, I quite like it here in Washington. Washington has been, a very enjoyable place for me to live, and also, we have a relatively robust state healthcare program. It's not perfect, it's not universal, but it covers a lot of people. Our state has one of the highest income limits for getting state healthcare, which basically means that all of your basic all of your surgical needs, all of your prescriptions, all of that stuff is going to be covered. Again, still doesn't cover dental or eye, but whatever. It's a step in the right direction. It's better than the rest of fucking Mordor. So we are coming up to the end of our little time slot here. But I wanted to say thank you so much for coming on and talking to us about these issues, because they are really, really important issues. And I know for a fact that a lot of people in my community have sort of struggled with trying to navigate disability systems. And to be honest, people in my house, my partner, had a horrible time trying to apply for disability, and ended up just being a process that we abandoned, at least for the time being, because it wasn't worth going to court. It wasn't worth all of these having to go pay for a lawyer at the time. But I mean, hopefully it will remain not necessary, but still. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming on. And if there's anything that you want to discuss at greater length with my community, please join the Discord. My Discord has a ton of really great people in it. The Discord is constantly full of people giving each other tips, advice, whatever, and helping each other navigate systems like this, because, well, we're all living under it. And that's kind of what I wanted my Discord to do, was to be able to be a place where people can touch base with each other and start to figure out shit. So yeah. Well, thank you again. Thank you so much. Is there anything else you wanted to say before you go?
Just two quick things. First of all,
Sure.
I wanted to say, just to summarize, sort of what we were talking about, and just kind of add a thing real quick that I really wanted to add is just like, when you're talking to a medical professional about your disability, talk about it in an accurate way that a completely able-bodied neurotypical person will understand it. So like when you say, like, I get a little overwhelmed when there's a lot of people in the room, just tell them, like, you get overwhelmed, like it is a lot of stimuli at the same time and it feels like fireworks are going off, because like it's not necessarily about like overemphasizing what you're doing, but being able to describe it in a manner that that basically an idiot can understand it and be all like, "Oh, that's a problem."
Yeah,
then,
you kind of have to translate it in a way
Yeah.
that makes sense to people who've never had to deal with something like that.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to translate it. And then finally, if you want to follow me, I am on cohost, cohost.org /hoot OS. Is there an underscore there? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure there's no underscore. Yeah.
Doesn't look like it.
/hoot OS. I'm on co-host because it's a cool platform that is kind of like Tumblr, but not, and it's also run by people who are firmly not capitalist. So it's pretty cool.
True, the mod team is based. I will say that
Oh,
much.
Funny story. My girlfriend is actually maritally related to one of the co-founders of Anti-Software Software Club, which is the dev
Pog.
group that created co-host. Yeah, it's
That's
pretty cool.
super cool.
I got in on the friends and family beta, and I was all like,
oh,
this site's
damn,
cool.
an early adopter.
Very early adopter, and then as soon as open, what do you call them? As soon as open, like, invite thing in application stuff. As soon as that happened, I started seeing a whole bunch of people do what are called CSS crimes, which has basically made it feel like GeoCities. It was so sick.
Yeah,
It was
I've
so
seen
cool.
that. They have so many. There's so many options for being able to edit the post. That's one of the things I like most about co-host.
I do
Well,
love the shit choasts.
Again, thank you so very much for coming on. Seriously, it's
Yeah.
been great talking with you, and maybe we will speak again in the future.
Yeah, we will see about that. Appreciate you and appreciate everything that you do, and I hope you and everybody in chat have a good night tonight.
Likewise, Hoot. Thank you so much. Bye for
Hell
now.
yeah.
All right, real quick, I'm gonna read off some donos, and then we're gonna talk with Alora. pfftlecakes with the tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. Angel Brat with the $5. Purple Cat, please, and go mods. True. Tabby Cat with the $20. Thank you so very much. Thanks, mods, for all that you do. Keep on keeping on. There you go. That's a like for that. Keep on keeping on. Thank you very, very much. To everyone who has donated tonight. Alora, come on in. Alora, get in here. Wait, hold on. I think Alora stepped away from the computer. Oh, whoops. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Hello.
Just making sure I've got everything muted and my microphone is on. Hello, Demon
yeah.
Mama. How's it going?
Very good. How are you doing?
I'm actually in hyper-focus mode, so I probably could have gone for another or two, but yeah.
Well, I have to stop because my back is starting to hurt. So
no, I get that completely. Yeah,
yeah. I can't sit at my computer as long as I used to, unfortunately.
I get
so
that
have to be a little
entirely.
more, Yeah, but
get to the subject of disability. I don't want to spend too long on it because I actually wanted to talk about planning the call-in. But I just have one message for people who are thinking of applying for disability in the U.S. and apparently this applies to your partner too. Get a goddamn lawyer. They don't get paid. Yeah, a disability lawyer. They don't get paid unless you get paid, and their maximum amount is capped. And they know what they're doing. It's what they do for a living, and they have people who can research it. And you'll probably get denied at least once, probably twice, and you might have to wait a long time for an administrative law judge. And you might even get denied again. Unfortunately, that's just the system that we have set up. But that's my message to people inside the U.S. I can't speak outside of the U.S. Get a goddamn disability lawyer if you're thinking of applying for it. And make sure that you're applying for SSDI, not SSA. If you can. SSDI does require actually being able to work. If you have the capability of applying for SSDI, apply for it. But yeah, that's just I could go on at length, and I have before, but that's not why I want to talk. I actually wanted to talk about planning the call-in, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, of course. But first, I'm going to sing some praises of you, which every single imp who's here enjoying this show, of which there are still, we are now approaching 6 hours in, and we still, on our third day of call-ins, we still have 140 imps happily enjoying this. At least that's not including people who are just currently lurking.
I'm going to give you one minor correction. We are 18 hours in.
Sorry,
day
yes,
3 of the call-in.
18 hours of call-ins. And I want you all to understand, my lovely, lovely imps, that Alora has been the ultimate superhero of this entire thing. I would not have been able to do this with any level of coordination if it wasn't for Alora, and if it wasn't for Alora taking the lead on organizing the rest of the mods. You all should have unbelievable amounts of respect for Alora, because Alora is genuinely a genius when it comes to this stuff. So seriously, Alora, I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you. I can never even say it enough. Like, seriously. Not only have you managed to make this particular call-in good, but you've made all of our other call-ins that you've worked on, which is like 3 or 4 now, extremely good.
No, I don't keep track.
Yeah, and also your documentation of the things that you come up with for these is inevitably going to be helpful for producing similar events like this and other call-ins in the future. So thank you so much.
I think through my fingers, and when it comes to planning this kind of stuff, I tend to go into hyper-focus mode.
Well, you're good at it, so you use your hyper-focus well.
And I would like to actually correct what I'm saying, because as you well know, I'm not going to take a compliment, and as you also know, I am desperately trying to change that this year, so thank you very much for that.
Welcome.
I am, yes, thank you. So,
I mean, every word of it, so yeah.
I know it's me, it's not you, just the way that just not good at taking this kind of. And I will ramble for 5 minutes if you let me. So I'm going to stop myself there. You know I will.
Just go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and take the floor for talking about the stream, for talking about the call-ins and everything that you want to. Don't let me hold you up anymore.
So basically, what I want to talk about, but we have discussed at length before about organizational strategies for like queer people and people on the left and stuff like that. I believe the term that or a phrase that I use a couple times is build our own damn left or something like that. Pretty damn close to a quote. And I think that moving out of Twitch politics space and basically building your own space is a good first step towards that, and leads to a lot healthier biosphere, if you will.
You are like that is so true. It's unbelievable. The way that I feel about engaging, the way that I feel about the future of growth, and the fact that we don't have to put the community on lockdown every like 2 months. Well, we did. Okay, to be fair, we did have to with the shoe on head thing, but that was a bit of a fluke. Okay, that was a full on. We had to fight with a right winger on that one, but previously we had so many issues,
like
and so many
once
raids.
every 6 months, as opposed to, oh joy, we're in this beef again. Joy.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but yeah, without so many words, you basically went out and started your own damn left, or your own section of the internet, which is more of the Treebeard thing. Nobody's in your space because. However that Treebeard quote goes.
Yeah, I'm in nobody's space because nobody's in mine, and that's really
it, yep.
That is kind of true. Like, but I mean, I want to make that. I want to go a step further. You know, this year. You know, this year. Once we get out of the call-ins, I haven't been hitting on that. Can you hear the signal? But that is a big theme for this year. Is us building and growing a robust section that serves our needs as a community, and not leaving us all open to being farmed by malicious actors.
Yep, and I think a good first step towards that is bringing in Naomi, who I probably could have signal boosted a little bit more, even though I don't really do social media that much. But I kind of wanted to do the big kind of reveal here, and I just think that we need to really interact more and build in networks between ourselves as opposed to just whatever there is. I would love to see. I know you're busy. I'm not going to say you need to do this and that with that person, but seriously, people, goddamn it, Malcolm, what's Fantastic's, I'm so tired. Fantastic,
Mr. Fox?
Fantastic, yes. Riverboat Jack, Naomi, I'm pretty sure I had another half dozen people on the tip of my tongue, but we can really build something out here and really mesh together, which we couldn't really do without a whole lot of stuff in the old panel scene. And big shout out to Sunday, who I'm just gonna say I wasn't really sure about him when he first started getting background into this, because I had a vague recollection of you two really not getting along. But
We did
he
not.
has really,
we
has really put in the work.
Yes, he
really
has.
put in the work, and I have nothing bad to say about him.
Yeah, and
So,
I can speak to that. One day, the amount of time that we have been friendly with each other will outnumber the amount of time that we were hostile to each other. But until then, I will continue to say that, again, President Sunday and I have talked extensively off stream, and the hatchet is totally buried. So I have a lot of respect for President Sunday for that. Even if we conflicted in the past, it doesn't really matter to me anymore.
Yeah. And along those lines, I think that we can probably do some work towards working together even behind the scenes, which I know that you have been doing. And part of that is the planning that I was doing here for the stream. I told you a couple days ago that I was probably going to try to get all the shall we say, very extensive and exhaustive, probably too much so, planning together into a Scrivener thing and make a PDF to distribute.
Awesome. Straight up, that would be amazing.
Yeah. So I did want to I'm trying to on the back room, as it were, not the back rooms, but our backstage.
Yeah.
So how we're doing this, we have 2 threads in a mod channel. One is basically but kept clear of all but official chatter. That is something that Demon Mama, I believe, had eyes on pretty much the entire time.
Yep.
That was reserved.
I have had the coordination channel open literally for everything but a handful of seconds. It has been incredibly useful having a single devoted channel that we can make sure we have people's info on, that we can easily get messages through, we can get timing warnings, all of that has been
and this way we
helpful.
don't need to hop in the voice chat and really interrupt something you're doing, or really just bug you in site chat to the point where it's distracting and detracts from later video segments or whatever. Having an official channel that is kept clear, and you have to keep it clear of chatter, which is the very important part. It's only used for just like whatever you're using to coordinate, or even if you just use it just for just keeping it clear and never using it. That is something that is very helpful. But you also want a second channel for people that are helping with the the call-ins, or even just with a regular stream. This channel is just basically for the moderators to shoot the shit and just chatter about whatever, because you need to have a place for the people helping to decompress and talk about stuff and just talk shit sometimes. That is
seriously.
private. That the people, just a throwaway place where you can vent and get stuff out and
Yeah,
even
and
just
iron out and even
say
iron out
stupid
issues in
shit.
real time.
Yeah.
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 Yep.
Just having the space there to just be relaxed and get issues out and just vent a little bit is essential, I think, to have both of those. We actually started the official channel thing, I think, or at least it popped into my head when I was helping Sunday with his fundraiser recently. I really pushed for an official channel, and that helped immensely.
Yeah.
Like, do not, if you're thinking about trying to organize one of these things, having an official channel that's kept clear of all random chatter and only for stuff and strictly enforced that way, it is invaluable.
It is genuinely, and I can say that on my side of things as well. It is beyond helpful. And I also really appreciate everybody helping me with the warnings and stuff, because I know that I lose track of time. When I'm talking to somebody on the stream, I'm try to be very focused on the conversation at hand, and I lose all track of time. So those warnings
I'm speaking of
very helpful.
We hadn't really talked about it, but through the call-ins, we've been giving Demon Mama 5-minute warnings and 1-minute warnings. We had a goal of setting the time limit at 20 minutes per person, because for the trans call, we had 15 minutes. Everyone agreed that was way too short. But it shouldn't be too much longer, so we went for 20 minutes. I think that was just about perfect for you. But because it's Demon Mama, she always goes late with love.
I do. I know. I'm bad about it.
We had the agreement that you would reserve the right to be able to go longer if you wanted to. But with the trans colon, if you're listening there, we had people sign up for individual time slots, and that I don't know how it looked, and apologies if this makes some people upset that we're working on that behind the scenes, but that was kind of a fire to towards the end, because people not showing up, or you going long, or just like we had like 15-minute segments that we tried to schedule around, but you blew through them, or
at the end of the last call-in, right? Or this one,
the trans call-in.
Yeah, the trans call-in one.
Yeah,
that did become a fire.
Yeah, that. I don't remember much from behind the scenes for the last milestone call-in, but the trans call-in, boy, that was rough. So I decided this time that we would do the VIP thing, which put people ahead of everybody if they were notable, which worked out fine for the VIPs. Not so much for the people that signed up and had to wait 6 hours before they got called in because people kept jumping ahead of them.
It's very difficult for us to. It's been very difficult to manage that. Like,
So the rule that we put in for today was that we would have 2 regular callers for every VIP or person who had priority, because they either got couldn't call in because of the first stream or from the stream in April, and because of that just got out of control. Again, apologies to people that had to wait 6 hours on day 2, but we think we fixed that. So that's something else to watch out for, making sure that you don't have people wait too long. And along with that, we had a first come first serve thing for sign up for this stream. I don't really like that, just because today we had, each time we pinged to open it and close it, we had probably at least 3 people for every slot that we had. So we're going to be working on
I promise system. I will try next time. I will make sure that the next column that we do, that is not how we do it. I've been trying to balance between, like, because I worry that the pre-planning creates such a hard time lock for everybody, and I don't want anybody to feel like they're locked into a time.
Yeah,
and also
the issue I think is that you're just getting bigger and more people want to talk to you.
That's true.
There's never going to be a good solution to this, because no matter what we do, there will always be a lot of people that won't be able to do this. So we need a solution though, because first come first serve. It felt really sloppy today, just because I didn't want to change it midstream, but like I felt bad for all of you that couldn't really do it, and it was just like.
Oh, well, don't feel too bad. Don't feel
cam.
too bad for them. Don't feel too bad. I could charge them to talk with me. You know, if I get famous enough, I could pull that off. You know how many celebrities charge money for you to talk to them? I could do that.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
they can't.
true.
They
You
shouldn't.
could,
And also, most people, if you go to a meet and greet with like a celeb at like a Comic Con or something like that, most of the time you don't get to watch them the rest of the time. You sit in a line, and here you just watch the show while you wait. So don't feel too bad for them.
That's true. Yeah, but that's the bare bones of how we organized this. I will say that we also for the sign up we had a list of, I think it's 4 things of the person's name, which could be their screen name or however they wanted to be called that day, their pronouns, if any, issues that they wanted to discuss, if any, and any socials that they wanted to plug. I think they got added like hour 3 or so of day 1, so then there may have been a few people on day 1 that didn't get that. But then we used the informal planning thread to organize all this. Day 1, what I did, I made screenshots and copied the screenshots into the official thread. I quickly realized that it'd be better just to copy and paste the actual text. So if you're planning a call-in and you're thinking of just, oh, well, I'll just do screenshots. No, I can pretty much guarantee you that it'll be better to do text, because that way you could actually copy and paste the text and edit it around a little bit if you need to for eligibility. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you noticed that, but yeah, that's what ended up happening.
Yeah.
So, and along with this, I basically went into autistic and probably ADHD hyperfocus mode a few days before this.
Okay.
And
Sorry, I
just wrote out a huge long list of what I wanted to do, which I do plan on getting into PDF. Like I said, I'm just now realizing that I am repeating myself. But yeah, I plan on posting that in what channel is it? The Practice Resources channel, and also give a copy to Demon Mama. So if you're a content creator listening to this and you want to get a hold of it, just to get an idea for planning your call-in, I will say that this is very specific to our Discord culture. We probably have about as many mods as Vosh does, I think. Not all of them are always active, but we do have a fairly dedicated crew and people that are happy to volunteer.
Dedicated and talented.
Yeah, and talented. We had, I think, at the height, we had 6 people helping with the waiting room. We took 1-hour shifts. We had a primary person that was the person in charge of making sure that we did the 5-minute warning and the 1-minute warning, and dropping people in, making sure the microphones worked. And then we had a secondary person that was there. The secondary person is mostly there for moral support, just that psychological boost that you get from not being the only person on duty.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the people are just waiting for their turn. They can go fuck off, take a nap, get some food, take a shit, whatever. Or just sit around and watch. But I think that is a decent system, and I'm very satisfied with that. And that is basically how we structured the call-in, aside from operational stuff, which probably outside the purview of this call here. So,
But also, I mean, I just want to say the fact that we were able to get so many people on the show, that we had such high quality conversations, and that we also had enough demand to have the call-in stretch for a grand total of, what did you say, over 18 hours now? Because we've now
at the start it was 18 hours. It was 12 hours at the start. Let's see your stream announcements. Want to load up? It says 6 hours ago. 4 p.m. PST. I think that's it. It's -2. Yeah, 6 hours, I think, because it's what 10 p.m. there.
18 hours. Yeah. Right now it is. Right now it's just about to hit 10 p.m. So it's about 18 hours total.
Yeah.
We just crossed the 6-hour mark for this stream. So yeah, 18 hours worth of call-ins approximately, and an incredible amount of high-quality conversations, content for you all to feast your brains upon, and a lot of fun that I had too. So I have to say, I believe that this is a resounding success.
I would have to agree with that.
A true thunderclap to begin 2023. And I think that that's a very strong omen for the rest of this year, for which I have lots of plans, including, maybe I should give the imps that have been here so long a little hint. The set redesign is going to be happening very soon. That's right, 2023, we're gonna get a unique look for the set. You thought the set looked cool now? Just you wait. So yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be happening here pretty soon.
And I do want to say that if there are any content creators or mods and content creators that are interested in discussing this to see if it would work for them, this is very specific to our culture. You could probably fit it to yours. You will have to make some changes because, like I said, this was molded around our culture, and your mileage will vary. But I'm more than willing to have that conversation in a couple weeks after I rest up.
Get rest. You deserve it.
Yeah, and yeah. So that's the curtain peeled back. That's how we did it. And I think that if we can use this as a template for ourselves going forward, and maybe because you remember, well, when I was talking to you about doing organizing IRL, and I was considering doing a YouTube channel recently. That's probably, I don't know if I'm going to do that, but the big thing that held me back was that there weren't any guides to anything, and I could do anything. For someone like you, that is perfect. That is a blank slate. For someone like me, that is terrifying and kind of triggers my executive dysfunction. So for anyone that wants a guide to how to do stuff like this, and it's just being held back because they don't know what the fuck they're doing, I hope that when we get the guide out, and or if they want to have conversations, I'd be up for that, and hopefully we can spark some stuff with our new little corner of the internet. So
I believe I know we're going to. I know we already are. I can see the ripples of our actions of late rippling through the web, and I feel very good about that because they are good ripples, let me tell you that.
Right, well, I don't want to keep you much longer. I just want to give one shout out to Nominal Naomi, who was on day 2, and I was very smug about that because I've been trying to get you two together for 2 months. Naomi just uploaded a video that was actually an interview done with someone that was on a Jubilee panel, the trans women versus conservative women. It's about an hour and a half long. It is a very good and very revealing interview about Jubilee, and so
That's awesome.
It's well worth a watch.
Yeah, that sounds sick. I actually checked out a couple of Doe and I were watching a couple of Naomi's TikToks last night, so that was pretty cool.
Right. Well, I will let you go rest your back. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm probably going to crash as I drop out of hyperfocus here in the next half hour or so.
Well, I hope you rest very, very well. Alora, thank you so much. The imps owe you a big one. The only other thing that we need to do is we just need to make sure that we get a proper roll call for all of the mods so that I can work out all the details and send everybody's mod day earnings, the little bag of gold that I have to send to everybody from our pirate's treasure.
I will say, like I said, I was only really keeping track of the waiting room stuff. I don't know who was helping out with the others, but we do have the other stuff that we have in the mod channels for that. So
absolutely, thank you so much.
You go, and have a good night.
Good night. All right, everybody, my lovely, lovely imps, we have come to the end of the call-in 3-day-long celebration. We made it, and by the way, we are already almost at 21K. We have only kept going up since we crossed 20K. Now, I have to play one quick thing before I go, before I say goodnight. I missed a dono video, and I can't always play links, but I do think this one deserves to be played. This is one of our community members, Mix Dizzy, who just got their brand new wheelchair. So check it out real quick. This is Mix Dizzy's sick-ass wheelchair. Look at that. Gayfesh says, give Alora an extra portion. They did so much fucking work here. Already done. It's already planned. Don't you worry about that. Hell yeah. Mix Dizzy, there. All has been made right. All has been made right. And congratulations, your speedy rolly looks awesome. My lovely imps, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all for being tuned in to the signal as we go into 2023. As we enjoy the Impmas continuing. As you can see, Impmas is still in full flare, even though we are approaching the middle of January. Who gives a shit? We celebrate here as long as we want, whether it's 3 days of 20K celebration or fucking 2.5 weeks of Impmas. That's how we do it around here, okay? My lovely, lovely imps, thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for your support. I will see you very, very soon. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. We got a lot of politics to talk about in the near future. Much, much love to all of you. And remember, don't fucking die. I'll see you all very soon. Mwah!